want to get started. So in 2021, the first year of the race, I paced a few friends, Maggie and Jamil, and got to see a few of the sections of the course. And I kind of remember them. I think when I get to those sections, it'll bring up some good memories for sure, but there's plenty of the course that I have no idea about, and I love surprises. So I'm excited to not know what's around every corner or how long a climb is, to just be with my feet and take in the views as they come. There's a lot of questions that I'm just not sure the answer to yet, and we will only find out when we start. So I don't know about the sleep or what we'll do for that yet. I don't know how my body will do with 250 miles. I don't know.
Just a lot of problems.
A lot of things.
Yeah.
I pretty much don't know anything.
We'll just wing it. We'll be fine. What could go wrong?
All right, Mr. Wing It with the spreadsheets. How are you feeling about this?
Oh, I'm feeling so excited. Just drive around, eat lots of snacks, watch the dot, see how she's doing.
Yeah.
And mostly look up good jokes to tell.
I'm really looking forward to the jokes.
You guys are adorable.
Yeah, hopefully see you in Flagstaff.
Yeah.
I'm back. Yeah.
Why?
I really don't know. That's a great question. I think honestly the competition's really interesting this year. So it's funny, in January I was contemplating not doing this race, actually, after I'd already signed up for it. And I was just gonna like email the race director and be like, actually I'm busy. But I think the women's field really compelled me to come back, because it's not very often you get to play basketball with like Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, and that's what this year is. So I kind of want to see how I stack up.
Did you know you're coming back at first, right away, or did it take a few days?
After last year? I think all three at the same time. I was like, I never want to do this again, and then I was like, actually, just kidding, I want to do it tomorrow. So I don't know. It was definitely a process to come back, but as soon as I emailed the race director, I was like, hey, I think I want to do it again. It was like, yeah, I'm going to do it again. So yeah, so I'm doing it again.
What are you looking forward to this year?
I really want to meet Courtney, so I'm looking forward to that. But race-wise, I have a new crew this year, so I'm looking forward to getting to like show the course to them, because last year we were experiencing it for the first time together, and this year I get to kind of play the guide, so I think that'll be fun. Well, I definitely want to be more efficient at aid stations, so that's kind of my big thing. And then I learned a lot about nutrition last year for these, so being a little bit better with my nutrition strategy is kind of key. Oh, this race is cool. I'm glad I'm here. Yeah.
This year, I'm making a film different than last year, on the back of the pack. So, in theory, I won't be very close to this guy, but I'll be out there.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah.
So that's different. I'm gonna try and go fast, because I don't know that I've ever had that really as the primary motivator.
I'm back. Yeah.
Why?
Oh man, well I love this race so much, and I wanted to come back one more time after I did the 1,000-mile club last year. This year I had the challenge of Arizona Monster followed by Cocodona. So 3 weeks ago I finished Monster, and I was like, how hard is it going to be to turn it around in 3 weeks? And man, thankfully I'm feeling pretty good. So yeah, I'm really excited to see how it's going to go this year.
What's different this year from last year?
Well, I think I'm really excited about this weather change, that's for sure. I'm really excited to see what it's going to be like to have a little bit cooler temperatures. I'm nervous about the rain, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I want to see what it's like to do this maybe with cooler temperatures, with a body that's got this many miles on it, but yet is feeling good. I'm just kind of curious to see what my old man body can do, and yeah, so I'm just excited to tackle this thing again.
If you don't mind saying, how old are you?
I'm 51 years old, so I'm the oldest of the people who've done every single Cocodona, yeah. But I think the thing is, this is a great race for grown-ups. So if you're in your 50s or in your 60s, heck, even last year around Michael Coppy in his early 70s, I mean, it's a great race for people of all ages. And so, but yeah, 51 years old, 550 miles in 5 weeks' time, that's pretty good. But kind of growing up with Cocodona, because Cocodona, the inaugural year, was only my second 200, and now this is going to be my 13th 200 attempt. So I've kind of grown up with Cocodona, but watching the race become this giant affair. I mean, here we are at Bib Pickup, and there's vendors like crazy, people all over the place. There's 4 different race distances now, and it's so exciting to see so many people impacted by this event and inspired and just challenging themselves. And so it's a real thrill for me to see all the kinds of people who are out here taking on a challenge and finding out how powerful they are as human beings. And it's a real blessing for us all. So yeah, I'm excited to see the growth. Congratulations, RFI, you guys are awesome.
Hey, Chad, you've filmed this race a few times. How many times?
4 times. Now I am racing the Cocodona 250. A little bit of trepidation. I feel very unprepared, and but we're still going to give it a go.
You going to carry a camera still?
I am going to carry a camera, yeah.
We'll be looking for you.
All right, thanks.
Have you seen over before? That's how nice you are.
Good morning and welcome back to day 2 of the Cocodona 250. Caleb Stevens here with Corinne Chalvoy. We're in Flagstaff, Arizona, the location where all the runners are headed towards, getting ready for day 2 action. We're going to give you a quick breakdown here of just exactly where the field stands. We've had some big moves overnight. Excited to see the field here climbing up Mingus, most of them, some even getting ready to enter into Jerome. A lot of people on the move. Corinne, what are we looking at?
Yeah, so just to give everyone who is tuning in here, first of all, thank you for being with us. We hope you're going to be here all day long to follow all this action, whether it's playing in the background while you're trying to get some work done, or you're taking us with you on your runs today. Hope we can provide some insights and just excitement and inspiration from this year's race. So yeah, we are, we're looking at a little bit of a change from yesterday. We did have Courtney DeWalter leading the race overall and outright for a number of hours yesterday. That has shifted a bit. Right now, Dan Green is your race leader. Dan Green is currently sitting, a fair number of miles. We're going to say 6-ish miles ahead of the rest of the field at this point in time. Mr. Ryan Sands, many people, if they have been following ultra running for any period of time, know the name Ryan Sands. He has come over to do this race specifically, has talked about it being like almost a new, chapter and kind of a rebirth, of his ultra running career, which is really cool. And he is currently sitting in second place. Your third place individual right now is in the female division. That is Rachel Entricken, last year's winner of this race, who obviously, we've seen bring that confidence from last year that she is capable of being at the front to this race. She's sitting in third. We got Michael Versteeg, who we never know how he's feeling. We see him. He looks like he might be having issues. We don't know what's going on. And then I think he's mentioned this might be his last Cocodona. Who knows if that's ever truly the case, but he has said it, and maybe this is his swan song to this race, what he feels like is a home course, and he is currently sitting in 4th place. DJ Fox out of Durango, Colorado, a name that, might be kind of new to people, but we understand is an amazing athlete. And we're going to give you some more info and details on DJ's background, sitting in 5th. Then we had Cody Poskin, also 28 years old, similar to Dan Green, up next. Courtney is currently in 7th overall, second female. We believe she is maybe taking a rest at Mingus Mountain Camp. That is, maybe you could tell us after we go through this, Caleb, a little bit about Mingus Mountain and kind of the vibe there. And it is, a sleep station and maybe one of the bigger aid stations. So, she is potentially getting some sleep there and getting ready to soldier on to the second half of this race. Couple names following Courtney. Adhere Ramirez. That's a new name to me. We're going to have to learn a little bit about Adhere. If you know anything about him, let us know. And then Harry Schubertas, last year's winner, out of Lithuania, or Lithuanian in his background, he is next. So just a couple names that are coming up after that we're following: Michael Greer, Max Joliffe, Jesse Haynes, Finn Melanson, Mike McKnight. And then let's go to your third, and maybe we'll talk through about the top 10 women. Lindsay Dwyer. Many people, had her up on their list of potential, people to watch out for in this race, solely based on the amount of training she's been putting in and just crushing things like 140 to 160 mile weeks consistently. I've learned that she is a high volume runner just in general, but obviously coming into this with a massive base of fitness and currently sitting in third female. Then we've got Georgia Porter also up there sitting in fourth. They are, as we've seen, no stranger to multi-day events, and Georgia is obviously plugging along here, looking pretty good. We've got Allison Powell coming in next on the women's side in the women's race. Then Sarah Ostaszewski, and beyond Sarah, looking at Shelby Farrell and Catherine Edwards. So those are some of the women that we are following in that kind of top 10 placement range.
Yeah, another name. A lot of people in the chat are always curious how Cam's doing. Cam's at mile 90. So he's making his way along the course, doing a great job as well. As we're looking at the live shot here, you're starting to see the sun come up. And in a multi-day race like this, there is nothing better if you're an athlete out in the field. A lot of these folks have, if they weren't napping and they were kind of struggling through the last few hours, having that sun come up is such a welcome sight. It's been pretty cold. The course has been pretty cold.
Yeah.
Some moisture out there. So it's even in Flagstaff where we are, pretty wet this morning.
Yeah.
And so the whole course, you can tell here on the concrete, the pavement, it's pretty wet in this area as well. So they've been fighting through that. Now to see that sun come up, it's like a new birth, right? It's a new day, it's a reset, and it lifts your spirit so much in these early morning hours.
Yeah, I think from what it looks like, we might have some pockets of sunshine today, which would be awesome because there was on and off rain, and overnight, I think, I saw some imagery of some of the front runners, going through pretty wet conditions, maybe some muddy conditions that were taxing on the legs and not the most fun. So it's probably, as we called it in one of the Chronicles, shout out to Tony with the Sony, Tony De Pasquale, who's doing all of these Chronicles for us. We saw the zero, and we have 4 episodes we're going to show you guys to get you all caught up on what's been going on out there. But yeah, I don't know. People were not expecting the weather to be like this and the conditions to be like this. But some of them have been adjusting, better than others. And I would say overall, like most people out there, it seems like they're really keeping spirits high and trying to think about the positives. Like, I think that's what you have to do, right? You have to shift the mindset to, this is not what I expected, but like, what is the positive aspect of this? It's not 100 degrees. It's not, it could be, just brutally exposed heat. It could be, so kind of thinking about like, this isn't what I planned for, but what is the advantage of this? Like, I might be able to move faster, right? Mm-hmm. In this section. So I think you got to kind of shift that mindset and just focus on the positives. This race did start out very quick, and people were taking advantage of those cooler temperatures. So,
yeah, record pace through day one. The other positive for folks is just that they're through the majority of the climbs, right? Mm-hmm. Everything now is a little bit more runnable. Even the folks at the back of the pack have already accumulated, probably 14,000 feet of vert. In some of the most technical terrain that they'll face. So even if it is a little cooler and the weather's a little bit, on the gnarly side at times, or potentially here as we go through the rest of today, that's something that they'll be facing. So
yeah. We're just going to talk to you a little bit about kind of what's going to happen today as you're watching these amazing drone shots. I don't know, whoever said the desert is just cacti and dry has not seen parts of Arizona. So this is beautiful. Thank you for this imagery from all of our drone pilots working hard out there early in the morning. And this is the
Dells.
The Dells.
Yeah.
The Granite Dells, correct?
Yeah, this section is it helped me a lot. I had a pacer through here last year, Tim King, who really helped me to navigate this. I was quite tired navigating these sections of rock. There's actual white painted dots that you can follow. And so it really does help as runners, in day 2 here. One of the big things for most runners that they're going to encounter is going through the dells, needing to navigate that. And so it does help to have a pacer, or you really need to kind of mind your P's and Q's and be very dialed in and tracking as you make your way, throughout Watson Lake and around this area. Very, very beautiful area. Runners will also then enter into the Fain Ranch area today. That section, that stretch was a little bit challenging as well. There's a large grass pasture that you're going to cross through. It's probably 4 or 5 miles, I would say.
Oh, that's pretty long.
Yeah, when you get to it, you think, oh, finally something flat. But the grass is, maybe a foot, 18 inches tall in some spots, and there's a lot of rocks that you end up kicking, right? And there's a lot of little kind of hazards in there that you have to be really, really mindful of, and you have to be very careful as you make your way through that section. There are the fences with some small crossover ladders that you need to navigate to. So as your quads are kind of worn out and your hammies and everything, going up and down some of the ladders can become a little bit difficult or treacherous for folks. So fun kind of things that they have out in front of them for really the middle of the pack and the back of the pack here today. And then once you get through that, you've got your climb up Mingus, which is a big climb. Runners will be benefited today by the cooler temperatures. That can be a pretty tough climb when the heat is there. You can kind of bake on your way up. Had experience with that last year where that was one of the most difficult sections that I faced last year, just because, if you're 24, 36-ish hours into the race and now you've got this big climb and you have heat on top of that, it can make things quite challenging. So that is one of the benefits today for the runners, is they won't be dealing with that heat as much. So that's going to be a great thing for them. And then once you get to the top, I think some of the best food on the entire course. We've got lasagna at the top, which is, if you were listening to the live stream yesterday, I raved about the lasagna. It is like the best that you could possibly have, worth the price of admission. And it's one of those where it's unlimited. I mean, it's all you can eat lasagna. You're ready to go. You fill up your belly with some pasta, and then it's a great spot to take a nap. A lot of great crew access there. It's fun as a runner to be able to see folks coming in and out and kind of looking around at the field and wondering, does everybody feel as awful as I do? And it's about 50-50, right? So you see some folks that look pretty drained and pretty miserable, and others that are like, okay, finally. Over Mingus, I've got pretty much all the climbing, or most of the climbing, behind me, all the really difficult stuff. I've got a descent here, down Mingus, and then it's really kind of halfway point as you enter into Jerome, where we're seeing our leaders starting to enter into, and then it's game on from there. A lot of runnable stuff, a lot of runnable roads as we get out of Jerome, making your way towards Sedona. Big climb coming out of Sedona that we'll see the lead pack at least going through today, and then some of our middle of the packers will also be entering into that space as well. So one of the cool things about the race today is you're going to start to see a lot of changes in what the course looks like. So some of the folks that are at the back of the pack really kind of coming out of that desert area, but getting into, more of the tall pines. We're going to be getting into Sedona, which is one of the most beautiful places in all of Arizona, honestly, probably the world. Here you've got Watson Lake on the screen. A really, really, really pretty and unique area. It's a real joy and a treat to traverse as a runner. So the commentary, the runners, all of it, we hope you enjoy that. If nothing else, just enjoy the scenes that you're going to see today, because this course is beautiful, and this day 2 is filled with really unique landscapes.
Yeah, for sure. And we do have a little bit of a change this year in that Sedona area. Last year you climbed out of Sedona and on the Kasner climb, and this year you're going to be taking the Hangover Trail, which we have understood to be and I don't know if you've been on it. It is a very busy kind of tourist. So depending on time of day, it might be busy. There might be a lot of people on it. Also a pretty, challenging, kind of exposed from I think I heard Joe Corcione use this term, which I absolutely love, or this distinction. Is it exposure that's like consequential or, exposure that is just challenging to traverse? And so this is like, you don't want to step off the side of this and you have 25, 130, 40 miles on your legs. And so kind of coming out of that, actually more, 150, doing that climb, we've heard could be a little bit of a crux point or just something unique and new for these runners. That's a little bit different. And then, we do have a couple of sections coming up in the race that there are no pacers allowed due to either permitting or the spotted owl that we are trying to protect. And therefore, there's going to be some times when runners are going to have to be on their own, couple days into this race, very fatigued and just figuring out, again, that puzzle piece of how do I navigate this, taking care of myself, staying alert in a section where I don't have somebody with me. That'll happen at both Foxborough Ranch and the Fort Tuthill area. So that's going to be just another kind of problem for folks to solve, not problem, opportunity. Yeah, unique aspect, something for them to be starting to think about as they get later on in this race. But we will have a majority of the field kind of rolling into those, middle mile 70 Whiskey Row area. The cutoffs, just so you know, the cutoff at Whiskey Row is 10 p.m. Tonight. So runners have until 10 p.m. this evening to make it to Whiskey Row, which is mile 77. So we will probably be popping in and out of that aid station and just showing some of the runners coming in at that 70 to 80 mile mark.
Yeah, so as we think about today, and another shot here actually on the live stream of other races that will be starting here, that's going to be pretty neat. It's that flood of fresh energy that really helps you as a runner. If you're in the 250 race, you're going to have folks out there that are going to be so excited to be on the course today and so full of energy. And that can really lift your spirits, quite high if you're out there and you've just gotten through 24 hours of some brutal climbing, difficult weather. And then to have a smiling face that's filled with energy that kind of lifts you up is such a benefit. And we have these races really all throughout this week, several races on this course, all different distances. And it really helps kind of showcase the joy of the sport and the people that run it and are behind it. It really neat to be out on the course and see that. So many volunteers out there today as well, hoping to help lift up those spirits and get everybody across the finish line. We've got some great aid stations. As we think about Sedona, again, one of my favorite sections of the course, one of the most beautiful areas, as we have already talked about. That aid station there is also stacked with some great food. We have a lot of camera coverage in that area as well. So it's fun to watch folks come in and out of Sedona and be able to really get a feel for how they're feeling. As we think about the leaders in the race, it's going to be interesting to see their faces in some of these upcoming aid stations. We're seeing, Courtney getting a little bit more rest. We're seeing others that are trying to charge on, and we'll be able to tell by the expressions on their faces how they're feeling and if their sleep strategy is really playing out. One of the things that is easy to kind of forget about is, look, yes, you may have a runner that's out there 5-10 miles ahead of the pack, but if they're slowly leaking oil because they haven't been able to get enough rest in, and then they're starting to take more dirt naps, it's starting to slow, their pace per mile down substantially. Folks that have been able to bank some of that sleep, that have been able to kind of refresh and rejuvenate, and if they can continue to push and charge on, the end of the race is where all the money is made with something like this, right? So somebody like a Courtney, others that have been able to bank a little bit more sleep, it'll be interesting to see if they're able to charge hard today as we go through Sedona and some of these other areas, or, will the leaders of the pack be able to continue to press on with minimal sleep? It's going to be a fun storyline to watch.
Yeah, so the sleep is really going to become a factor. I think also just we're going to see some changes yet again in the front of the field, in the middle of the we're going to potentially see some folks choosing to end their race. A bit of an update on that. I think we do have, at this point we can mention that there have been a couple of notable DNFs in the race. So I think one that, many people were excited to follow is Jack Scott. We saw him come into Camp Kippa yesterday holding his upper or high hamstring area. And really, it was just heartbreaking to watch because you just saw him sit down and you could see the frustration. This is something that an individual like him, and all of the runners in these field have been preparing for months and months and planning for, and for something to happen in terms of like an injury to pop up in the middle or fairly early on in the scheme of things of your race is devastating. We kind of saw that just on his face, and I think he spent lots of time in there. He tried to eat, he tried to work it out. We don't know what all protocols he went through, but he really was trying to continue on and see if he could salvage his race in some way, and decided that it just wasn't going to make sense and wasn't the smart move. And sometimes you have to do that, and that it's brutal, but it is a part of the sport.
Yeah, to put that injury piece into, just to dive into that a little bit more. I mean, a race like Cocodona, where your training block is long, it's intense, you're building the mileage, you've got to do a lot of climbing. I mean, you have to be a very diverse, robust athlete. And there's a lot that goes into it beyond just running, and some of these peak training weeks that we've seen from, our elites in the field have been 25 hours a week.
That's a lot of running.
That's 25 hours a week of running.
Yeah. You think about triathletes doing that over 3 disciplines, so the amount of toll on the body is just kind of next level. And yeah, you want to do that because you need to get, as prepared as you can, but you also are writing this fine line of where is the breaking point there.
100%. Yeah. And I guess where I was going with that too is that, you think about 25 hours a week. Let's say your average is 20 hours a week for 8 weeks, right? You're at 160 hours that you've put into training for this thing just in the course of 2 months. And you may have even had a build even larger than that leading up to it. And then to have some injury during the race end your journey short. You just put that into context and think about that. Whether you are an elite or whether you're a middle or back of the packer, I mean, these folks have poured everything into this race. This is a race for folks in this field. And to have anything go sideways is just really unfortunate. So, we want nothing but the best for everybody that's out there. It's tough to hear stories, like that, but that's also what makes finishing a race like this so sweet, is that you've overcome all the obstacles in training, the potential risks of injury in training, and then you got through that 250-mile journey in the 125 hours that you had to complete it, and that's what makes this thing so sweet.
Yeah, on the women's side, we also believe that Mika Thews has dropped from the race, and that was a fairly early decision. We saw her come into Crown King. Mika has run an extremely, strong Cocodona in the past. She's won multiple hundreds or 200-mile races across, very much a veteran of this distance, and last year was 3rd place in the field. She actually spent a lot of time at Crown King, looked very cold, and after quite some time just waiting there, decided to end her day. We will let her tell the story of what is behind that, but I think, as we've seen, and I wrote an article about this. I coined it did not finish, but decision, not failure, because in this sport, a DNF is something that I'm going to say like 99% of people are going to experience. And, you don't know the circumstances. And those are personal reasons why people decide to end their race. And sometimes it's the smartest thing you can do. And sometimes, it's just you just need to do it for one reason or another. And so we're going to let everybody kind of have that, that decision to themselves. And we just hope that Mika is doing okay. And I'm sure we will see her back on a start line very, very soon.
Yeah, and some questions about field reporting. If we'll have folks out, we'll have Tara Dower out there this morning. So we're excited to get an update from her as she makes her way around the course as well. So you've got that to look forward to.
All right. Any predictions that you have for the day, Caleb? What do you think's going to happen? I mean, I don't know. We were joking about it'd be kind of cool to mic up some of these runners and like be able to grab little clips of, just hearing kind of how they're talking to their crew or things like that. We're not quite there yet, and we definitely want to respect people's privacy as well. But there's sure to be some exciting things happen. And don't get us wrong, there are people racing this race. These are extremely competitive athletes who are using strategy, and strategy in a 200 becomes almost more important than your fitness. And so it is like the decision making, when people are going to sleep, how are they going to stay on their nutrition, what is going to be their approach to mentally breaking down this second half of the race, or the last 200 miles if they're in the middle of the pack. And so this is where it starts to become something that is very much like a mind, it's a mental game.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a little push from Ryan Sands. I think he's got the FKT across the Himalayas, and he's used to sleep deprivation. He's a pro runner, has been for 18 years, Solomon athlete. He knows what he's doing out here, and he's maybe not a name that folks in the U.S. are as familiar of, even though he has such a storied history in the sport. It's been, I think, 6 years or so since he's been in the States and racing over here. So based out of South Africa, but he's got so much experience in some of these really long races. That's a thing I'm really uber curious about with Dan Green, right? Dan Green hasn't stretched it out. I think this is the farthest Dan Green, every step that he takes is one step farther than he's ever done, right? So it's going to be really interesting to see with Dan of how he holds up and how he navigates the back half of this course, knowing that he's not used to that necessarily, that fatigue factor. Obviously does tons of training and all of that, not trying to minimize it. It's just at some point as a human, you get to this point in your mind where you're like, I've never been here before, and what does this look like? And then it makes all the decisions that you have to make, all the troubleshooting that you have to do, even more hypercritical, because you don't have that experience at that point in time. You haven't been through this before. You haven't had a chance to fail yet or succeed, right? On the other side of that. So it's going to be interesting with Dan, how he approaches the back half of this. These folks are going to have to sleep. It's going to be curious who makes moves when others are sleeping. I'm really curious here with Versteeg too. We've seen him just kind of almost holding back. I think, when I went to sleep last night, it just felt like, he definitely wasn't having the race at that point that he wanted to have. And then when I woke up this morning and saw that he's just continued to be so steady, 7 miles back at the moment. It's going to be interesting with Versteeg what he does today, and I'm really excited to follow along with that. And then Rachel Entrekin, look, she's got, I think, a total of 59 minutes of stop time, so she's going to have to stop, but she is absolutely throwing down right now. So how much will that affect her? I don't know, but she's going to be a fun one to watch.
It's almost kind of similar to what we saw with Mika Thus last year, being very much ahead of the field by a lot, and then wondering, when is she going to sleep? When are they going to sleep? When are they going to sleep? I think someone asked in the chat, has Dan, they've speculated maybe Dan Green hasn't slept. We see that there's been about 2 hours of stoppage time with Dan, and so he has not been spending a ton of time at aid. I think he was at Whiskey Row yesterday for like 7 minutes, and that was a long stop. So we have to imagine in that 2 hours he did sleep. So we don't know how much, but it seems like maybe Dan has gotten one sleep in. I've heard a lot of people, in the lead up to this, shout out to the Distance to Empty podcast with Kevin Goldberg. He profiled, he and his co-host, Peter Noyes, they profiled like 22 runners leading into this. Great listens. And I heard a lot of people in listening to that talk about, sleeping on day one as a strategy. And I think we have heard people say that, like, maybe I'm going to go through and just wait until I get super tired, and maybe that's going to be 36 to 40 hours. But to me, it seems like maybe there is a strategic play happening at the front of the field of intentionally sleeping, sometime within that first 24 hours.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So Ryan, just talking a little bit more about Ryan Sands, want to give a quick shout out to all of his crew. Yeah, he has the Solomon team out here helping him. I guess Rhino, Lucy Bartholomew, Christian, Matt are all here to help him. So he's got a great crew out there, and want to give some love to the crews and the pacers who are helping with this endeavor, because they are as much the heroes of this. They are not doing the running, but as we talked about, it can be extremely stressful. They are figuring out timing. They're trying to estimate when someone's going to arrive, within a multiple hour time frame, based on their paces. They're really critical to this, to some of these teams. We've also seen people, and we know of a couple, Andy Glaze, Callie Vinson, who this year are doing this unsupported. And I think that's a super interesting, fascinating, concept and challenge. But I don't know. I think that it's just going to make it a different experience for some folks. And in a way, you remove all the logistics, right? You don't have to plan anything. You're at the aid station when you're there, and you're going to, do what you need to do. But at the same time, you don't have anyone there waiting for you that you can get yourself excited to move toward and be like, I'm going to see this person in, the next couple hours. So it is, everyone's doing it their own way and going to have their own experiences based on how they're set up.
Yeah. And, some folks want to come in to the race and just have the best possible time they can. And others want to come into it and have just an experience that is unlike anything else. And I think, and you can get that if you want to have the best time possible, 100%. I'm not saying that, but for folks that don't have pacers, that don't have a crew, if you want to go out on a journey and get in touch with your inner self and where you're at as a human and have some time to just think and contemplate, what a better way than to go out on the 250 Cocodona course and experience that. It's a journey, and it's one where, there's a lot of times, how many other times in life can you go out and do 250 miles across Arizona, on your own? That takes a lot. That's a huge burden to be able to do that. But to sign up for a race and say, I'm going to go and I'm going to do this run, this hike, this, run, walk, whatever, I'm going to get to the finish line. That's another interesting thing. So if you're in the chat right now, if you're watching the live stream, don't be afraid of a race like this. There's many different ways that you can approach it. It doesn't have to be just flat out go as fast and as hard as you can. You can take your time. You can enjoy this course. You can do it supported or unsupported. There's a lot of variation with what you can do at a race like Cocodona.
For sure. Yeah. And these are the types of adventures I think that once you go through them, you've talked about, Caleb, how it changed you as a person. When I was actually I was in college and I lived in Spain, and I decided I'm going to go do 6 days of the Camino de Santiago by myself. And I, 19-year-old Corinne kind of had no idea what that was going to entail. And I got dropped off in a bus just on the side of the road. Wow. And I was like, wow, this is, what did I just sign up for? But I did multiple days. It was, I guess, kind of my first ultra, if you think about it that way. And it's true. You just learn so much about yourself. And maybe most importantly, you learn that you're capable. You learn that you're capable of, overcoming things, of figuring things out, of, achieving a goal. And that is something that I think most people out here are really searching for. And it is a way to, safely, supported, go after kind of, growing as an individual. And so I think that's probably a common thread through everyone that we've got in the field that's taken on the challenge.
Yeah, and one of the best ways during Cocodona to grow is that Mingus Traverse, going up it. Yeah. Right? When you go up Mingus, it's a kind of a long, steep climb. It can be quite difficult. We talked about the changes in weather from year to year. This year being a little cooler, that will benefit the runners as they're going up Mingus. But it's a grind. It's a tough climb. When I did it last year, it just felt like it was never going to end. I had my pacer Tim with me, and I was just like, I kept telling him, I just need to sit down. Maybe I'll try to take a nap. And
sorry, Caleb. Yeah. This is the start of the race.
Here we go. Yeah,
we've got the Mingus Traverse happening. Yeah, Jamil Curry creator of Cocodona 250 and head of Air Viper Running, is in this field. So this is the inaugural year, just so everyone knows, of the Mingus Traverse, and this is a new distance being added. I know that when Jamil thought about Cocodona 250, one of his intentions was to make this a week-long festival of multiple race distances and showcasing just the various parts of the course. So we do have the Sedona Canyons 125 race. We've got now here the Mingus Traverse happening and starting. And so it looks like a small-ish field. Soon, guaranteed over the years, this is going to grow. And we will also have the 55 total folks in this field. So, this is exciting. People starting out on a brand new race. It's also going to bring people into the course that, over the next few days, some of the other runners are going to see runners in these other races, and they could be, that could just insert some energy into. I've been out here for a couple days. I've only been out here for half a day. Let me just kind of, chat with you and kind of use some of that energy, that fresh energy that you have. So Mingus Traverse taking off inaugural year of this distance, and good luck to all those runners taking on the Mingus Traverse. Think I have some info about the Mingus Traverse. Total distance of this race, around 79 miles. So they are going to have opportunities. It starts, as you saw, at the beautiful Watson Lake. And they are going to traverse up to Iron King. They hit that at around 6.4 miles. Then they get to go through the Fain Ranch aid station, satisfy. It's mile 11.7 for them. So we might not see too many people, taking a seat there, but they do get to kind of experience that aid station. They're going to go to Mingus after that, then Jerome, Dead Horse, Deer Pass, and the finish line is at the Sedona Ranger Station. So they finish in Sedona. Sounds like a super beautiful, course, and just like a really cool part of the Cocodona 250 that people get to experience, over 79 miles. 3 crewable aid stations within that, 4 opportunities for drop bags. And I think the cutoff is 2:45 a.m. So we're talking about about a 22 and a half hour cutoff for a 79-mile race. Again, one thing that's awesome about a lot of the Air Viper races is that these shorter distances have really generous cutoffs. So if it's like your first attempt, I have so many people, I've had people that I coach go do the Javelina 100K as their first 100K because it's got a 24-hour cutoff, right? Mm-hmm. It's because it's part of the bigger race, they can do that. And so you really don't have to worry about the pressure of hitting cutoffs, meeting cutoffs. You can just go say, am I capable of completing this distance, and really just explore it, on your own terms.
Yeah, and if you have aspirations of doing Cocodona 250 one day, starting with something like the Mingus Traverse is a great way to get, used to the trails out here, experience one of the more difficult climbs going up and over Mingus. And then, if you think about like a 3-year strategy is what you could have. Mingus Traverse, year 1, the Sedona Canyons, year 2. At that point, you've covered majority of the course. And then that 3rd year, you could do Cocodona 250. Get a lot of good practice out on the course, stretch yourself out a little bit. So it's really, really fun to watch these runners taking this on. And then again, we continue to talk about it, but it just can't be said enough. The more runners that you have out there that are fresh, the better for the folks in the 250 field. It just lifts spirits. It makes it a better atmosphere for everybody. And it helps to bring so much positive energy to a race that, 24 hours in, as a runner, you really need that.
This is beautiful. So cool. And it looks like it's probably ideal temperatures. Doesn't appear to be any precipitation out there right now. Yeah, Jamil is jumping into this. He was signed up for the 250, but decided to focus on his big double this year, which is Western States and Hard Rock. think that's a smart move after completing the Chipotle challenge. I'm disappointed though. When I talked to him, he'd only redeemed 4 of his Chipotle burritos, and I'm like, 52 in, you got it. Come on, let's fuel this. So he is. Good luck to Jamil, who's out there. Guaranteed, he will be checking in on the live stream, probably working during this race, but getting in some excellent training. And I think everybody appreciates and really admires the fact that Jamil gets out on these courses. He did a full recon of the Cocodona 250 course the year before they started the race, because it's important to see it, experience it, go through it as a race director, and really get a feel for what the runners are going to experience and how you can best accommodate them during their race.
Yeah, a question in the chat about the elevation gain for the Mingus Traverse. It's just a little over 10,000 feet of gain and around 11,000 feet of loss.
Okay.
To put that in context, Sonoma Canyons has 15,000, right, of gain, 14,000 of loss. Cocodona as a whole has around 41,000 of gain and around 36,000 of loss. So really working the quads here for all the runners in these races.
It is. It's a good amount of gain, but it's not crazy either. Mm-hmm. Like it's not unapproachable in my mind. I mean, think about some of these other big races. UTMB, for example. I ran CCC in 2021. It's 100K with 22,000 feet of climbing. So there's definitely like this balance. But we're talking about ultra running. We're talking about climbing and going over varied terrain, and that's certainly a challenge no matter what. Shout out to Kevin Goldberg, who is in the chat. How you doing, Kevin? Super excited to be following you. It looks like Kevin is having a great race. I'm sure there's many stories behind how he's been doing, but he had some time goals this year that he's going after, and it's going to be exciting to see how that all plays out. He's up there. He's sitting in probably top 15 still right now, right around mile 96 according to our trackers. So way to go, Kevin. 100 miles down, only 150 to go. I can't believe I just said that. That's bonkers.
Kevin is an experienced pro out here on the Cocodona course. Several finishes.
And did all his recon by interviewing all of his competitors. I love. We played a little game at the end of our podcast we did on Cocodona, our little mini series, and we pitted people against each other. Which he's like, that's mean, but it's also kind of fun because there's some super fun things like matchups in this. Like there's a Satisfy competition. We got 2 Satisfy runners. There's 2 Kevins, Kevin Goldberg, Kevin Russ. Who's gonna win between the Kevins? Who's gonna win between the Harrys? Harry Sabertas and there was another one. I gotta find it. Anyways, so he said, I said, who's gonna win between Finn and Jeff Garmeyer, who finished back to back or right next to each other in last year's field. I believe they were like 7th and 8th or 6th and 7th. And he said, well, I'm going to beat both of them. And I was like, I love it, Kevin. He was showing a little bit of the competitive spirit there. So love to see it. Big Goldberg energy in the chat for sure. And he's talked about just how like motivating and encouraging it can be for him to pop into the live stream and kind of interact with everyone following along.
Yeah, we've got Dan Green less than a mile outside of Jerome right now, so that's going to be pretty exciting. Not sure if we'll have eyes on him, but we do also have Ryan Sands approaching Jerome. He's about 6 miles or so out, so not too far behind Dan in a 250-mile race, but still 6 miles, about an hour or so.
And one difference, in the second half of this race is you do have the opportunity to see crew a lot more often. And so, that first day it was, let's go 37 miles to Crown King without seeing our crew. And now it's like boom, boom, boom. Every major aid station, it is crew accessible. So I think that's just, going to be an added benefit. Not only does the terrain start to maybe be a bit more forgiving, but it's also, encouraging to see people you love and be working toward, running to them as your next goal. So it'll be, I don't know, did your crew hit every one of these aid stations when you ran it, Caleb?
Yes. Yep. They were there. I had a great crew taking care of me. actually surprised them. It was funny coming down into Jerome, which, on topic here with Dan getting ready to enter that area. I had been moving pretty slow up Mingus, and so when I left Mingus, they thought they had a pretty large gap for a nap. And when I got there, I could not find them. And then I found the SUV that we had, and everyone was asleep. And I'm like knocking on the windows, trying to wake them up. And they were so shocked when I got there. But that was probably one of my favorite and best stretches of the race. It was a chance to regroup. Yeah. I think, today, and this will be, every runner is going to have a different section where they have that regroup moment. For me, going up Mingus was very challenging. Like I've talked about the pasta there, being able to get a good nap. Going down Mingus, Michelle Hartwig was going to be my pacer. Shout out to Michelle. And when
Head of Ornery Mule Racing, right?
Yeah, of Ornery Mule Racing. Just such a cherished gem in the ultra running community, and does so much for others. When we got, kind of to that leading edge of Mingus. So when you get up on Mingus and you look out over to the distance, I mean, you can see the mountains in Flagstaff. You can see where you came from. It's a really beautiful and great perspective. And she was going to pace me down that into Jerome. And it's a pretty, kind of steep drop off, a lot of switchbacks on the trail to get down the other side of Mingus. And Michelle was like, I'm not sure if I can do this. Just because fear of heights, I think, was coming into play a little bit there. And it was one of those things where I'm like, that's okay. Let me just take this on myself. I needed a reset moment. And for me, that descent from Mingus into Jerome was really that. It's a really pretty, stretch of trails. You can't, if you're not able to run, it's not, for the average runner, that's not going to be a runnable section of trail anyways. So it gives you a chance to kind of power hike that, maybe do some jogging down it. But you feel a little less pressure on that section of trail. And it gave me a chance to do that mental reset and kind of get me back into it as I made my way then to Sedona. Runners today will also have their first river crossing. I don't remember exactly what stretch that is.
The Verde River?
Yeah.
And that's, we think, the only one that they're going to experience here this year based on some of those changes. So, yeah, one water crossing. Might not be warm enough for them to want to lay down in it and cool off.
Yeah, last year it felt great. This year that might not be too wonderful for some of them out there.
I love this. I saw a clip of Courtney like going around a really big puddle yesterday to avoid getting her feet wet. Yeah. And right after she got on the other side of it, she's like, that was worth it. I was like, man, just so. And her goal was to be able to tell a joke coherently with the punchline at around mile 240 of this race. So we know that like that is her strategy and goal on keeping herself mentally sharp. Courtney is risen, people are saying, moving up on the tracker. So we're going to try to track that down and just see kind of what's going on. But no doubt it'll be exciting to follow along. And we are again expecting Dan Green into the Jerome aid station right around the halfway point, mile 125, anytime now. Quick recap, someone was asking about kind of what happened overnight. Few things happened. We had Jack Scott and Mika Thews drop from this year's race, just sending them a lot of love and healing and hoping everything is okay with them. We had, Rachel Entrekin continue moving super well, actually passing Courtney at some point in time because we believe Courtney took a nap at Mingus. So leading for the women right now, Rachel Entrekin. We've got eyes on Harry Schibertes, who seems to be soldiering on, and that's great. He's having some conversations, looks like, with his partner here at Mingus Camp. Harry was leading the race yesterday for a number of hours. He went out super hot, ran about 50 miles in 8 hours. No big deal with 11,000 feet of climbing. That is a very quick start to a 250-mile race. We're not sure exactly what happened. We haven't gotten word. There was speculation perhaps that he took a fall in between Camp Kippa and Camp Waumatowchek. So we're hoping he's okay. Might be dealing with, some repercussions from potentially a fall, but he has fallen back in the field, but he is continuing to soldier on, and he knows very well well that things can change, and got a lot of time left on the clock to navigate all these highs and lows. So we have Ryan Sands, who is running currently in second place. Michael Versteeg, inaugural year winner of this race, is also doing great, rocking that 666 bib out there. And looking like he is sitting about third place on the men's side, around mile 116 right now. We also have a couple newer names to the Cocodona front runners here, Cody Poskin and DJ Fox. They are both doing great and continuing. They're just over the 110 mile mark, right around 113. And then, we've got some other folks at here: Ramirez, Michael Greer, Max Joliffe, Jesse Haynes, Finn Melanson, Mike McKnight. On the women's side, we've got Lindsay Dwyer and Georgia Porter kind of in that chase pack for the third and fourth positions. We've got Allison Powell and Sarah Ostazuski also continuing to move well. Shelby Farrell. We've got Catherine Edwards. And then also looking at folks like Brianna Cornell and Anna Nosik on the women's side, kind of in that top 10. Kyla Mayer sitting right around that top 10 as well. Athlete manager for Janji. Shout out to Janji, who is a key sponsor for us here. We're all rocking their gear. They make some of the best clothing out there for runners. And I'm a huge fan of Janji. So much so that I'm wearing 2 Janji shirts at the same time right now. Many races that I have run have been in Janji gear. It's some of the best. Tons of pockets.
Super
Go check them.
comfortable.
Oh, so best fabrics. Like, there's so many good things, and they do a cool artist series, so you get these really unique designs and drops. And they give back to water needs from all of their proceeds. So go check out Janji if you haven't heard of them. They have some awesome stuff. I got to get one of the Kelly Vincent shirts at the finish
those
line.
look so cool.
Yeah, she did a collaboration with them, and that shirt looks amazing. So hopefully I can grab one of those. So we're looking at Mingus Camp. Do we know if we have a camera at Jerome? So we're kind of working on Jerome visuals, maybe navigating some weather with our drone coverage. We will, do our best to bring you visuals that we can.
Yeah, and part of it is, the field is significantly ahead of historical pace.
So all of our volunteers and workers are
so we are scrambling a little bit to keep ahead or keep up with them. Looks like we're going to have a new record on our hands if things continue to trend the way that they are. Yeah, so another piece of this, we've talked a lot this week about the weather that we've seen so far. Right now around Jerome, we're getting reports there's a lot of fog. And that is impacting our drones and our ability to get you guys really good footage from that area. So bear with us. We can't control the weather, but we're doing everything that we can to get you guys, updates from that area as we move along here. Obviously, what you can see on the screen right now is just looks like some upbeat vibes here at Mingus, and we got a little bit of dancing going on. Everybody's trying to get the stoke levels, fully elevated. So runners here getting ready to make their way down Mingus Mountain and head towards Jerome.
This looks like maybe it's Harry's pacer getting ready to go out with him.
What do you look for in a pacer? Like if you were going to do a Cocodona and you were, let's just stay right where we are, this stretch, right? You've been up now for 25 plus hours. You've got this stretch downhill, Mingus into Jerome, heading towards Sedona. What type of person would you personally want right here?
Yeah, I think, gotta have somebody that's just going to bring kind of the positive vibes and almost like the perspective. Like at this point in the race, I imagine you're really in your own little rabbit hole of, whoa, what am I doing? Where am I at? And you kind of maybe can start to lose a bit of perspective. And so I think somebody, reminding you why you're out there, why you're doing this, just encouraging you, like, you're going to probably feel not great. And just reminding you that, like, that's okay. you just did 100 plus miles. You just climbed 15,000 feet. Like, you shouldn't feel great, but that's fine. And everything's going to be okay. Like, go back to the Courtney mantra, everything's fine. This is fine. We're fine. So kind of somebody just to be that voice of perspective and like bring you back into like, don't get brought down by kind of what's going on with you. You're doing fine. You're doing great. We're going to continue to move forward. I think I would want somebody that, maybe I could follow them a little bit, and especially in some of these like technical or navigation areas, like it might just become really beneficial to just follow somebody's feet, not have to, take that mental load and that stress off of having to navigate yourself, not only from a don't get lost perspective, but like, going over these rocks, like, let me just follow this person's feet. Maybe somebody to jam out with some music too, to kind of, get yourself a little distracted or like into a different zone, or maybe just, kind of music is an amazing, tool. And, I think I've even heard it referred to as a drug. So you could use that. Maybe you guys just sit in silence and you just have that presence of somebody moving through this with you. So I think all those things, reminding you to keep eating, it probably starts to become important at this point, and helping you make decisions, just a sounding board. I'm getting really sleepy. Like, what should I do here? And I would feel maybe a little bit more comfortable, like taking a dirt nap, knowing that I have somebody there who is not going to let me sleep for more than, couple minutes if that's what I want. So sounding board on troubleshooting and talking through things that are going on, really just a companion to navigate the highs and lows with.
Yeah, and somebody too that knows you well enough that can make those decisions on, does she want to talk? Does she not want to talk? Does she want to hear a joke? Does she want me to sing her a song? Whatever it is, right? Somebody that can kind of read that situation, and isn't afraid to kind of, if you want them in the front or you want them in the back, and can navigate that conversation kind of delicately with you if you need it, or that can kind of give you a kick in the rear if you need to shake out of your feelings a little bit and take a little bit better of an attitude. That was one of the things I cherished most about this race, was just being able to share that with the folks that really mean a lot to you. I remember going up into Sedona, with my pacer Tim last year, and getting on top of some of those kind of almost lookout areas, and Sedona, for those that haven't been there, aren't familiar with it, it almost looks like Mars. I mean, it's just, and it's so unique. I mean, the area around Sedona doesn't look anything like Sedona. And then you just roll up on Sedona and it's just like another planet. And it's so cool. And I just remember kind of looking out and looking around with Tim, and the number of times I just looked at him and said, how lucky are we? I mean, it was just, it's a great place. It's incredible. And mentioned this, I think earlier today, this course is just chock filled with opportunities to realize just how much progress you're making, right? So we saw earlier the shots at Watson Lake. We see here Mingus, right? You see the shots, or we will see the shots later today of Sedona. Yesterday at Crown King. The diversity of the course, you can look at your Garmin, you can, look at your Coros, and it'll tell you, yep, you're going forward, you've gone 5 miles, you've gone 100 miles, whatever it is. But to actually then see the change in landscape around you is just another like refreshing moment of, wow, I am making progress. I am moving towards Flagstaff and to the mountains and to the tall pines. And so that's a really neat experience for all the runners. And it's a treat to be able to share that if you do have pacers and crew with people that you really truly care about and that care a lot about you too.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, how cool is it to look at the vistas and see where you are going and that you're going there, on your own 2 feet. I think we do believe Dan Green is probably in Jerome. He has hit that 125-ish. 125.5-ish mile marker. So there's a lot of fog right now around Jerome. So we are trying to get some visuals, but that being said, our drones are kind of needing to shift. We don't want to lose any drones in the fog out there. We don't want them flying with, in not great conditions where you actually can't see anything anyways. So we're going to shift a little bit there, but good chance that Dan Green is at the Jerome aid station and has hit the halfway point in this race. Love it. We've got a top 10 list there of your men's field. Although that is not exactly correct because we know that Dan is in the lead. Dan is out front. So just move that up one, say Dan Green is at the top of that. We're going to refresh it. Ryan Sands in second. So yeah, we'll get that back in a second. We're looking at Whiskey Row here. Whiskey Row is mile 77. And definitely still runners kind of making their way into, the town of Prescott and the Whiskey Row aid station.
Yeah, and there's obviously, and rightfully so, there's a lot of talk in the chat about Courtney and what's going on with Courtney, and we do not have an update, right? So as soon as we have an update for you all, we will give you one. We are just as curious of kind of what her progress and situation is and what's going on. We want to know that too, but we don't have access to what Courtney is up to right now. You got to think, Courtney's a racer out in the field just like everybody else. Everybody out there or most people out there have a crew. There's a van. There's some mode of transportation. You're with your team. Those areas are private to the teams, right? So that whatever, if Courtney's sleeping or whatever she's got going on, that's hers. We'll figure that out as we get updates, and we will pass that along to you all as soon as we can.
Yeah, I think the best thing is no speculation at this point in time.
Exactly.
I've learned from doing many of these live streams that we're not going to say what's going on until we know what's going on. And at this point, we don't know what's happening. So we've seen runners last year take 8-hour naps off course and come back to finish this race in third place. That happened to Mika Thews. So we just don't know. And that's part of the excitement, actually, is that we're going to find out, and we will let everybody know what's going on as soon as we can. If you are following runners today, thanks to everyone who is joining us. Geez, we got 6,000 people here again. They came back for day 2. Thank you for coming back. So yeah, let us know who you're excited to follow. Do you have a runner in the race? Are you curious about doing this race yourself? What is bringing you to our live stream and our chat today? And we'd love to kind of hear what's going on with the chat.
Yeah, and speaking of day 2, we have Cocodona Chronicle episode 2 ready for you all, and we are going to go ahead.
So in a minute here, we're going to show you Chronicle 2. So Chronicles, in 1 minute. Chronicle 1. Oh yeah, so we did the 0, which was kind of the pre-race at the expo, and we'll cue that up in a minute here, but we do think maybe we've got some eyes on your race leader, Dan Green. And we are in Jerome with the Skycam, John G. Skycam. Yeah, so this looks like could be Dan Green.
Wow.
Absolutely rocking it at the Cocodona 250. Dan's from Huntington, West Virginia. He's run in Arizona a lot. He loves the Aeroviper races, multiple top 10 Black Canyon finisher, just off the golden tickets at the Javelina 100 multiple times, has run a sub 13-hour 100 miler. He's got some leg speed, serious leg speed, and he is now bringing that to the 250 mile distance. And right now we are seeing that play out pretty well. He is well ahead of previous course record splits. We're going to find out exactly by how much from our guru Liam Aid Station Fireball as soon as we can. He might be getting some sleep, but yeah, Dan is crushing right now. That looks like a very organized and dialed kind of crew setup. So looks like he might be there in the back of that vehicle.
Yeah, and we're getting an update that Dan's going to be taking a nap here.
Okay.
Or it sounds like it. So interesting. I mean, we've talked about this a lot, right? The sleep is going to start to become a factor. right? So folks that have more rest and are going to be able to charge throughout today, but there's leaders that haven't been able to sleep as much yet, and now they're going to have some of that stoppage time. So this is where the race really starts to crank up. This is where it really starts to get exciting, and this is where strategy becomes incredibly important. So as you're watching day 2 coverage, pay attention to who's sleeping, who's not, and know if they're not sleeping, they're going to have to at some point, and who's going to make a move when somebody else is asleep in a car.
We saw that switch happen. Well, there were a couple of them, but one was when both Jeff Browning and Harry were sleeping at or String Bean were sleeping at an aid station, and Joe McConaughey had been leading the race, and they were both at the same aid station, both taking a rest, supposedly. Come to find out that String Bean did not actually sleep. He was just trying to sleep. But a stealth move was made when Jeff Browning and crew decided, all right, we're going to get out of here very quietly, keep the headlamps off. He's still in there. We're going to leave first. And so that's the kind of thing that happens at the Cocodona 250 to take the lead and make moves during this race. Yesterday, we saw Courtney move up 3 places by only spending 3 minutes at an aid station. So it can really change on a dime like that, especially, kind of in the front packs here. It looks like it's pretty misty. This is not typical looking Arizona weather. That humidity, right, could be a factor. Definitely need to stay up on your hydration and electrolytes in this kind of condition. Probably applying some extra anti-chafe throughout, and carrying it with you. Okay, Peter Noyes, we will tell you that Kevin is coming today. Someone tell Kevin Goldberg, I am coming today. Peter Noyes, who I believe just finished the Arizona Monster 300.
He did.
Shout out to Peter, also co-host of his podcast. So, he's going to be going out there to meet up with Kevin. Kevin, your support system is on the way. If you are in the live stream, want to relay that to you. Yeah, some people saying this is Dan's first sleep. It's hard to know. We don't know for sure. He may have slept before this, but it appears he is taking a bit of a rest right here at the halfway point Jerome aid station in the back of a vehicle here. Yeah, I saw shoes off, so maybe he's up.
Yeah, he's gonna lay down and take a nap. That's what we've got going on.
Cool.
That's what the report is.
Oh, that's his pacer right there. So yeah.
Let's move to a Cocodona Chronicle.
All right.
Yeah, so we are going to head into our next Cocodona 250 Chronicle. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this one. We'll be right back with y'all after this.
We're going to find out. I've done a couple 200s. I was younger, so this is 8 years later. I didn't have a broken foot, which I have a broken foot now, and I've never done it here in Arizona. How can you miss this? I mean, this is like, we're so lucky to be able to do this. And
Appreciate it.
surrounded by such great people. The community, the people, the mountains, that's why we're here. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I am back. It's my third start. I got off the wait list, or I got my invitation on April Fool's Day, so it's 33 days until the race. And I was like, I'm not going to turn that down. I'm going to go back. And then I'm kind of back to like, ooh, can I go faster, or am I just back to a goal of like, can I finish? So we'll see. I'm feeling really ready. I feel good. Yeah, thanks.
And we got 30 seconds left.
Running with Air Viper as always. Have a good one.
Great to be here. Beautiful morning, huh? I'll tell you in a few days, Tony. But for now, arriving at the starting line, healthy, happy, it's all a guy can ask for, right? Such a great vibe out here too. And you gotta take it seriously, right? It's a big undertaking, no matter who you are. One that I think everyone should be proud of. Like you said, just making it here to the start.
Enjoy the ride.
Yep.
Welcome back to Mountain Outpost and Air Viper Running's coverage of the 2025 Cocodona 250. I am Corinne Shalvoy, joined by Caleb Stevens. It's 6:37 in the morning, but we are hyped, stoked, caffeinated, and Dan Green may also be highly caffeinated because he decided not to sleep at this aid station that we thought he was going to sleep at. He was at Jerome. He's now running at a very, very quick clip. This is your race leader, Dan Green, out of West Virginia. He is 28 years old, and he is absolutely slaying the Cocodona 250 here on day 2. He's halfway through the race at this point in time. So this is really exciting. We've got him leading and moving out of the Jerome aid station after what we thought might have been, he could have been in the back of that car just changing shoes, just I don't know, laying on his back for a second. And then, we don't know exactly why he decided to pop up, but he started walking for a bit, and now he is absolutely running up this road.
He's crushing it right now. When we first saw him leaving the car, it was more of a walk, and it was just kind of like, okay, he's just trying to continue moving forward. No, he is now running at a really good clip, looks super fresh. Turns out we weren't the only ones excited for day 2 at Cocodona. This guy is so stoked to be out there right now. What an inspiring effort so far. 25 and a half hours through Cocodona 250, and Dan Green, the leader on the screen here, is just absolutely throwing down.
I think there's some excitement about Max Joliffe also potentially coming into Mingus soon. So we will, we'll try to get some eyes on that. Shout out to Max Joliffe. Satisfy is great enough to set up the Fain Ranch aid station, and they always have an amazing spread out there. I am super excited to see what they've done this year. One of my favorite shirts of all time is the Cocodona shirt from last year's race that they made specifically for that aid station. Just super cool artwork, and shout out to Satisfy. Thanks so much for supporting Cocodona. We're excited to follow Max. A lot of people who are following him and want to know how he's doing, and appears to be doing well.
Yeah, and a quick rundown of where we stand here with the field. Dan Green, as we just said, is in first. Dan's at about 125 and a half miles. Ryan Sands in second. Rachel Entrikin in third, first female. She's at mile 117, so we should get some shots of both her and Ryan coming into Jerome here fairly soon. Michael Versteeg in fourth, Cody Poskin in fifth, DJ Fox in sixth, and then if we go down, the name everybody is curious about, Courtney DeWalter. We do not have an update on Courtney right now. She has been at Mingus for a few hours, 2 to 3 hours at this point. Not sure if she's getting in a nap or what's going on there. Again, we do not have an update on Courtney. When we get an update, we will be sure to pass that along. And then we also have our third place female is Lindsay Dwyer, and she just crossed the 100-mile marker. So a lot of action in the field right now. Dan Green is the man on a move. He's on the screen right now, and he is just absolutely crushing it on his way out of Jerome and headed towards Sedona.
Yeah, kind of also up there in the top, just wanted to just call out a little bit and give some info on a couple of the runners who are also doing really well. On the men's side, we have Cody Poskin, who is 23 years old. Wanted just to talk a little bit about Cody here. It looks like maybe he's just started running ultras in 2023 and has jumped into the deep end 50-foot deep end. He started doing some 50Ks and then was like, oh, let's do a 100-miler. So he did Mid-State Massive, a 100-miler in October of 2023, won that in 19 hours, jumped out here to the super competitive Black Canyon Ultras, ran about 9 hours for a 30th place finish there in 2024. Did a backyard. Let's just do a backyard. Cody seems to be somebody who's just down for any adventure and like, let's try all the different things that this sport has to offer. He then went and ran Leadville. Finished Leadville in a respectable 1928, almost top 10 there. And then, was also, let's go to the road, Jackpot. He's like, okay, from Leadville to Jackpot and the 100-mile US ATF. I don't know. Maybe I'll just win that. So we had both. Yeah, I remember that it was Dakota Jones and Raj Paul out there going after some records, and issues with both of them led to Cody Poskin obviously throwing down for a 13.5-hour 100-miler there in Las Vegas.
I think it's fair to say that Cody and his friend group is probably the guy that nobody wants to have in charge of making the plans. So if there's a group trip, if there's an adventure or something, my guess is Cody's the one that's always trying to push people to do things that are incredibly difficult. That he is definitely the friend like that in his friend group.
Yeah, this guy's got some personality. Like, he's a Mount to Coast athlete. I'd be curious what kind of shoes he's wearing out there. But Cody is, as we have just some eyes on, who are we looking at here? We're still in Jerome. Still Dan going out of Jerome. All right. Your visual there on the screen is Dan Green leaving Jerome. But we were talking about Cody Poskin, 23 years old. He's a certified scuba diver. He is a speculative investor per his Instagram, and a future lottery winner. So I want to know, is he a future lottery winner of ultra lotteries or of like the lottery, like money lottery? Like, what does that mean? And he can ride a unicycle. Oh. Like this guy. I just want to know this. Like, Cody, are your parents ultra runners? How'd you learn about ultra running? Did you run in school? Like, we need to know more. So if you know anything about Cody Poskin, let us know, and we will kind of share his background and story, as he is absolutely crushing the Cocodona 250 this year.
Yeah, and just I'm on Cody's Instagram as well, and kind of looking through some of his stuff. If you watched the live stream yesterday, Cody was the one, just to kind of give you a picture of who this guy is. He was the one that was in the very floral colored shirt with the floral bucket hat that stood out. We made a few comments about that on the live stream yesterday. Just looks like a guy that likes to have a good time. Great head of hair on Cody as well. I will say that. I appreciate that. But yeah, Cody's a scuba diver. It looks like he climbed Mount Kilimanjaro. He was in Rome at one point, it looks like. In Egypt, there's a picture here of him on a camel. So,
what a life.
Yeah.
Taking full advantage of his 20s.
This guy just likes to have a good time. And oh, by the way, he's absolutely crushing it at Cocodona 250.
Super cool. I see some Mount to Coast shoes on his post here. I'm not sure what model those are, but yeah, he said he's going to be fueling with about 25,000 calories of processed sugar. That's what it's all about.
Wow. Mark DeSantis in the chat said that he hiked the Colorado Trail with Cody.
Oh, cool.
But that was a good time.
Cody's hilarious. Yeah, we can kind of tell that. There's definitely, we need to get an on-course interview with Cody, because that could be highly entertaining, especially as he's getting to, the halfway point of the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, and just 23 years old. Yeah. That's
we gotta
amazing.
Saying hello to the camera. Pacer, shining moment for that Pacer there. This runner's in a chair here at Mingus. And yeah, I think it does look like Max Jalif. Yep. Yeah, and that would make sense. That Pacer was wearing a Satisfy shirt. And all right.
Mark also sharing that Cody's going to be running the Chicago Marathon in October. Thanks for that.
What can he do?
Yeah.
What can he do? Cody Poskin doing it all.
And we do read the chat here, so if you have anything for us, if you have any questions, let us know. I am going to answer the question that's now going to pop up. We do not have an update on Courtney. We do not know what is going on there. Once we hear, we will share that with you. But if you have other questions, let us know. We'd love to hear from y'all.
Yeah, so like for right now, people like let's just simmer down in the chat. We don't know what's going on with Courtney Dauwalter. We have no updates, just so you know. Like, we will let you know when we know. But for right now, I think let's just give her some space and time and see. We will find out what's going on. Let the woman cook. Yeah, I think. So tell us a little bit about this aid station. You've been here before, Caleb. Like, this looks cozy. Fireplace, right? We've got
this is Mingus, right?
Yeah, this is Mingus.
Yeah, Mingus.
Mile 108.
And this is the one with the pasta, right? So and Mingus is pretty cool too, because once you get up on top of Mingus and you make the big climb up there, it almost makes like a horseshoe. So there's kind of this track, there's this building that they're in. This is where, all the food is and everything. And then there's a really big parking space for your crew. And so it's a great spot for a nap. It's a great spot, to get a lot of good food in. It's a great spot to reflect on, where you've come from and kind of looking back behind you, back towards Phoenix, back towards Black Canyon City. These runners at this space are about 108 miles into the race. I think we said earlier it's around 15,000 feet or so of climbing, and then there's going to be a descent that they'll come off of as they make their way towards Jerome. So this is a great aid station. It's a really nice spot to reset.
All right, so breaking news here. Per Courtney Dauwalter's Instagram, we do believe that she has decided to end her race. Finished her run this morning at mile 108. She's doing great. Very thankful for everyone's support and cheers out there. And, we will find out more later, kind of the details on that. But, this happens. People are not, we have put Courtney Dauwalter on such a pedestal that we think she is almost not human, and people are human. And, it makes it that much more incredible what she has done in the last, 5-6 years. And it'll be super interesting to hear, what caused that decision and what went into that. But this is someone that we absolutely know does not take a decision like that lightly. And so we're really glad to hear that she is doing well, that she is, that she's okay, and that, that she's going to just move on to the next goal here. This is a huge opportunity, obviously, for the rest of the women's field. And, Rachel Entrekin is now leading the women's race. But yeah, just wishing Courtney and her group all the best. This is something that happens in our sport. And, man, did she put on a show for what she did for the first 108 miles of this race. And it was super cool to witness.
Yeah, just a really unfortunate, outcome here for Courtney, for all the fans of the sport. So many people are excited to watch her run every race that she does and have been paying such close attention to her race here at Cocodona. It really puts into context just how difficult a 250-mile journey is. Courtney is the best in the world, and, right up there, maybe if not the greatest of all time in the sport.
Yeah.
And a course like this is challenging for the human body, especially for somebody like Courtney that was setting an incredible pace.
Yeah.
Courtney didn't come into this race trying to finish. Courtney didn't come into this race trying to just get on the podium. She was absolutely throwing down and gave it her best effort that she had. We don't know exactly what happened here, and I'm sure that will come out. But when you press your body, to the highest degree possible, things like this can happen, and it's unfortunate. But we're so thankful for the time that we did get to watch Courtney on the Cocodona course.
Yeah, I mean, I think back to we think that she's invincible, right? But early in her career, Courtney Dauwalter, took a swing at the Run Rabbit Run 100 a couple times before she nailed it. Jim Walmsley has had to take a swing at races multiple years before nailing them. And if there's one thing that's guaranteed, it's that Courtney's absolutely going to learn from this, and she's going to translate that into a throwdown at one point at the Cocodona 250. It took her a couple of times to nail Hard Rock. She did DNF Hard Rock with issues, and every single course throws its own things, whether it's altitude, whether it's the elements, whether it's the terrain. And so sometimes it does take going through that, experiencing it, and then knowing. And the only failure is if you don't learn from that and take it into your next race. And that's something that guaranteed Courtney's going to do. I would not be surprised if we see her back at Cocodona next year.
Yeah, for sure. And, Courtney hadn't done a 200 plus mile race
in like 8 years.
In quite a while. And we've talked, the distance, and we've mentioned it a lot with Dan Green. He's leading the field. He doesn't have experience in this distance either. And so it's one of those things where there is a giant adjustment that comes with a multi-day race like this. And so, as you watch the field here, you've got to take that into account as a fan and understand the folks that are out here, and it doesn't matter if you're at the front of the pack or the back of the pack, you are pushing your body to the max. The 40,000 feet of climbing, 250 miles, you look at the weather conditions, it's cold out there, it's windy out there, it's hailed on people or sleeted on people. It's difficult conditions. And so things are going to happen, and especially once you get past that 100-mile marker. Think about this. You get to where Courtney was at 108 miles. She was blowing it out of the water, doing an incredible job. At that point in time, she still had 142 miles left.
Yeah.
And it puts it into context of just how difficult a race like this is. And when we see people that are throwing down, that are having great performances, that finish this race, think through that. It's an incredible accomplishment no matter where you finish or where you are in the field.
And I think, lots of love for Courtney in the chat. Also, let's give some love to Mika Thews, to Jack Scott, to the folks who went for it. Like, let's give some claps in the chat to these runners who, by their efforts and what they have done today and yesterday, absolutely are moving this sport forward. Mm-hmm. Like, this does not happen, and records do not go down unless people push the boundaries for themselves and for the sport and for the race, so that somebody else can say, hey, I'm going to look at Courtney Dauwalter's splits from last year's Cocodona because I know they're achievable. And so I'm going to follow those and see if I can continue. And that is amazing. And it's so good for the sport. So just shout out to to the runners out there who are full on going for it. And as this sport progresses and as we move into kind of trying to push these bounds, we are going to see people swing for the fences and come up short. And that's a great thing. Like, that's awesome. So big love to Courtney, to Mika, to Jack, who all, put so much into going for this race. And as a result of that, we are seeing other runners who are on blistering paces, including both Dan Green, your men's leader, and Rachel Entrekin, your women's leader right now in the Cocodona 250.
Yeah.
Satisfy athletes. Who's the other Satisfy athlete? It's Michael Versteeg. So the Satisfy showdown is Michael Versteeg and Max Joliffe. We had a little fun with that on our little podcast of who's going to do this better. And I don't know, maybe we should start assessing outfits, because I'm a fashion person and I really like the Satisfy attire. And, Max has been going with the lighter colors, kind of the neutrals throughout the whole race. And I've seen Michael Versteeg kind of in all black. So yeah, love both those looks. These guys, they look solid out there. Look good, feel good, right? All right, so how about our Jonji athletes? There's a huge crew out here from Jonji. Jonji is supporting the race big time this year. They kitted us out with some awesome gear here in the commentary studio. So thank you so much to Jonji. We've got not only their athlete manager, Kyla Rose Mayer, racing out there. We also have we've got Callie Vinson. We've got who's coming back to do this unsupported, right? We've got Mika Thews, who's repping that, Jeff Garmeyer, Corey Woltering. Did I miss anybody? Harry, of course. Harry was signed by John G after winning this race last year. So 5 John G athletes representing Team John G. If we're going cross country style, they might be the only team that can score because they might be the only team that has 5 people. I don't know that there's another brand or group that has 5 athletes in the Cocodona 250 this year. And super cool because we're going to see the gamut. Like we've got, Mika obviously having to end her race. We've got, Callie kind of famously repping the back of the pack, but showing what is absolutely possible and trying to do this unsupported this year, which is amazing. She is a huge inspiration for so many people. Kyla's rocking it in the top 10 of the women's field. So like athlete managers, we can be fast too, right? So she's thrown down at some of the very difficult 100-mile races out there, Crazy Mountain 100, and just has this really cool attitude and approach to racing these long distances. Corey Woltering is out there representing, and we saw him just super taking care of himself yesterday at Crown King before continuing on. And then all of their friends, I saw Cal, I saw Ryan Montgomery also out here to support. So it seems like it's like a big John G party out here. And let's give some love to John G in the chat. If you use John G gear, what is your favorite gear from them? I am going to start with their race shorts, their pace shorts, which are like the tight spandex shorts. I literally wore those for Javelina last year and didn't have to wear a vest or a belt because of the pockets. I put all of my nutrition in the pockets of those shorts for a 100-mile race. So no chafing, no issues, great gear. Love for John G.
Yeah, the first 35 miles or so of this course, you have to have 4 liters of water. And so last year, as I was trying to figure out how I wanted to disperse that weight, I used one of their fanny packs as well to put 2 soft flasks in to try to get it more on my hips versus kind of on the back.
Yeah.
And I loved that thing. That pack is awesome, and it's a big part of kind of my longer effort training runs or races. It's a great product, great gear. Some of their shirts too. I mean, we have had a chance to wear some of those throughout the week and just super comfortable. I wanted to talk with Courtney, and for those that are just joining, Courtney DeWalter recently announced on Instagram that she is no longer in the race. We do not know exactly what caused that. What we do know is, again, she is no longer racing Cocodona 250. So we shift our attention, which already Rachel Entrekin was in first place. She had passed Courtney at Mingus Mountain, but Rachel Entrekin, 3rd place overall right now. Right around mile 124, just 7 miles back from Dan Green, our leader, about 3 miles back from Ryan Sands. One of the interesting things about Rachel, she knew she had a target on her back this year. And she said prior to Cocodona that when you're building a crew, and she was talking about the importance of having a high quality crew to get you through a race like this, she said, you've got to go out and find people that you trust, and then you need to totally trust them. And so as we think about where she's at within this field, 3rd place overall, 1st place female, she's within striking distance of Dan Green. She's going to be relying on her crew. And that's an amazing thing that's going to be fun to watch, to see how they coach her through the back half of this race. She's got about 130 miles left. And now is when she's going to need those folks to really guide her through this, and to know that she fully trusts them is pretty cool.
All right, quick shout out to my 10-year-old son, Dash, in the chat. He's an early bird. Thanks for saying hi, Dash. Miss you guys. Thanks to my family for letting me come out here and spend a bunch of time in the desert while my husband Graham holds down the fort at home. The boys are, 10 and 13, and I think I just love the fact that they know all these people by first name and just say, "How's Courtney doing? How's Jim doing?" That's an exciting thing in our household. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I want to say this to Dash. I haven't met Dash, but Dash, your mom walked in this morning with the world's greatest snack bag. She and for those of you that are listening right now, I'm not kidding. Maybe I might post a picture or we'll share a picture out here at some point during today. This snack bag is gigantic. It is filled with some of the best snacks I've ever seen. I'm so grateful to share the mic here with you, not just because it's been a blast, but because I know that you have
I'm gonna feed
the
you.
world's best snacks. Yes.
Gotta have a snack bag. Critical as a commentary team. I think we're gonna have to switch to liquid nutrition though, because we're talking so much that we don't really have many breaks to actually chew food. So I'm gonna pull out the liquid nutrition, hook you up with the ketone in a little bit. We're gonna keep rolling, and high level of entertainment for these folks. Big mom energy. Thanks everybody. Love you guys.
We were laughing yesterday off camera. This is my first time doing Cocodona, and it's such a tight production here, and the team just does such a great job. And I have a tendency at times to maybe linger too long in aid stations when I'm doing a race, or just spending a little extra time, just maybe enjoying it. Doing this broadcast and being with professionals in this space, the snacks and the aid stations, the transitions, if you think about it like a race, I mean, it is literally, we go off air for 1 minute and you've got to get your snacks, you've got to get your fuel, you've got to get your electrolytes, you got to go to the bathroom. I'm telling you right now, guys, this is going to make me a better ultra runner doing this. It's so fun. We've got very tight transitions here, and just shout out to the whole team that makes this possible. It's a blast. We hope y'all are enjoying it. And if you have any questions for us, let us know in the chat. We do read through this. Again, for those that are asking, Courtney DeWalter is no longer in the race. She recently shared that she has DNF'd this race. We do not know why. If we get updates, we'll share them along. But again, 250-mile race, a lot can happen. Courtney came out swinging, was riding that knife's edge. And in a race like this, things like that are going to happen. It's tough on your body. Courtney gave us a great show, gave us a great 108 miles, and she's going to bounce back from this. So if you're in the chat, that's the update. That's what we've got, and we're excited for the rest of the field. Leading woman right now is Rachel Entrikin. She's absolutely crushing it. First place female, third overall, just about 7 miles back of the leader.
Yeah, shout out to Hunter in the chat. Thank you so much, donating a big super chat. We're gonna shout out his runner, number 72, Emily Flynn, who is representing Appalachian runners and is absolutely killing it. So thank you so much, Hunter. I mean, as we mentioned, and we're gonna talk, because we have a lot of time to do it in the next few days, we are gonna talk about all of the other runners in this race. So we're looking right now, just so you're aware, at Ryan Sands on this drone feed, and Ryan, boy, it looks does not look like Arizona out there.
No,
it's misty, it's foggy, but this is footage of Mr. Ryan Sands rolling into or out of Jerome. Into yep. Jerome. So yeah, so Ryan, again, 18-year pro, Solomon athlete, tons of experience, set the FKT on the Himalayan, or across the Himalayas. But one of the things that was super interesting, listening to Ryan in the lead up to Cocodona 250, was for all the accolades, all the accomplishments that he has, all the projects that he's worked, an athlete based out of South Africa, he shared that Cocodona 250 was making him feel like a new runner again. It was an experience that was so unique, something that he was so excited for. And, there's so many unknowns in a race like this, and this terrain and different things. And so to hear even someone like Ryan Sands say that, with all the accomplishments that he's got, really, really neat. And to see him out here performing so well, one of the big things that he touched on was he wanted to sleep as little as possible. We don't know the sleep numbers on Ryan right now. Total stop time, let's pull that up and see kind of where he's at. Looks like Ryan has had just about an hour and a half.
Yeah, hour and a half of total stop time.
Yep.
Got to assume maybe a little bit of that is sleep, but he's sticking to his plan, doing a great job here, and in second overall as we watch him on the live stream rolling into Jerome. Yeah, there's a question here from Chad and asking if we think maybe, what we think happened with Courtney. We don't know. And to say that any of her strategy led to this, I think is not correct. It's a long, hard race, and things are going to happen. And when you're the best in the world, when you're an elite athlete, you are going to do everything that you can to push that needle forward. And that's what makes her so great. Right. And so if she didn't take swings like she takes, we wouldn't have the joy of watching her, and wouldn't have had the joy of watching her over the years, as she has done seemingly what others have thought is impossible. And so it takes a special person to be able to do that. And when you take big risks in a race or in life, things are going to happen and there's going to be setbacks. Courtney had a setback this week, but I have no doubt that Courtney's going to come back even stronger, learn whatever lessons that she can take away from this week, and she's going to be an even better runner than she was heading into this week.
So yeah, if you are just joining us, we've got eyes on Ryan Sands coming into the Jerome aid station. Jerome is mile 125. Basically the halfway point of this race, although a little under, because in typical running ultra race fashion, this isn't a 250, it's like a 256. gotta tack a few extra bonus miles on there, but essentially the midway point. Ryan Sands, 43 years young, out of Cape Town, South Africa. And he is the second male and second overall runner right now at the Cocodona 250 2025 edition. We have Rachel Entricken sitting in third overall and leading the women's race. We will be waiting to see, kind of what the time gap and the separation is between these top three. But Dan Green is still a few miles, maybe 5 miles or so ahead right now in the race. He did take a little time at Jerome, but not too much. I don't know what the exact amount of time elapsed, but we'll see if Ryan Sands spends any time here at Jerome Aid.
Yeah, and Jerome, for those that haven't been, is a really, really neat town. It's kind of nestled on the side of a mountain. Really beautiful views. The history of the town, so it was very rich in copper deposits, and it was set up initially as a mining camp. And when the Great Depression happened and things in American history, that town eventually started to kind of collapse a little bit, just due to the economic conditions at the time. And now today, kind of play that forward, and you can see actually some of the mining equipment here. As you play that forward, it's now a beautiful town filled with arts and historic sites that you can visit. A lot of good, restaurants in that area. It's a really fun place to go, on a Saturday and just kind of walk around the town, do some shopping. Again, the artwork and things like that. Super creative place and a lot of fun to visit. It's also there's a
ghost walk.
Yeah, there's a ghost walk. It's apparently haunted, and so as you're looking at these shots though, and the fog and the haze, and you see this small town, it's you could believe it may be haunted based on the way that it looks.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm gonna buy that. I think check out some of these if you're in the area. It'd be worth it to go visit, spend half a day in one of these spots, have some breakfast or lunch, and then see runners coming through and get out there and give them some encouragement, because that's huge. The more encouragement we can give to these folks, they're doing something very, very hard. So let's get out there in the field, whether it's Jerome or Sedona. And give everybody some love. And then we absolutely want to just line the streets and fill up Heritage Square here at the finish line when we start to see runners come in, from the start to the finish of everyone who's going to be completing this massive endeavor over the next few days. Right now, we are on track for Dan Green and Ryan Sands, potentially also Rachel Entricken, to be ahead of some of those splits, and we'll find out kind of what that estimate looks like. Obviously, we have a lot of time left and things could change one way or the other, but at this point, point in time, we are ahead of course record splits, and course record is around 59 hours. Sorry, 59 hours.
Yeah, and I will say, I'm sorry if y'all are getting tired of me talking about how great the food is, but I do remember as well, coming into Jerome last year at least, they had bomb cinnamon rolls.
Okay.
Yeah,
nice.
And I had a couple of cinnamon rolls at I forget what time I went through there, but it was probably 3 or 4 in the morning, and I could smell them from 2 miles away, and
that's a good smell.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
I'm starting to think Caleb did this entire race just for the food.
That's pretty much what I do everything in life for, actually. Just for the food. Yeah.
For food that tastes even better because you've been working so hard that it tastes awesome. All right. More amazing drone footage. This is so cool.
One of the most, beautiful times to see the desert is a day just like today. The rocks are a different color. Everything is wet. It's amazing how quickly, the greenery actually becomes green. The desert seemingly just explodes with life after rain. And we've had, a fair amount of that over the last few hours or a few days. And you're seeing that. I mean, if you've watched Cocodona historically, it doesn't look like this normally. And it's nice. It's a treat if you live in the desert to go out on the trails after a run. It's a shame that not a lot of people get to see what the desert looks like when, right after rainfall and everything again is kind of exploding with life. So it's so exciting and delightful that so many people are getting to see that today and throughout the week on the live stream. It changes the character of all of it. And this shot is just incredible.
Looks like a moody UK
majestic. Yeah,
does not look like Arizona, but it's beautiful. And that runner there on screen is moving super well. We are 26 hours into the race. It's 7 in the morning. We got coffee. We got Stoke. We got people out there doing hard things with smiles on their faces. Yep. Cherry's craving a cinnamon roll at 7 a.m.
Yeah,
I mean, that sounds good to me. So just so everyone is aware, we'll catch you up real quick on kind of the leaders here. We have Dan Green leading the race right now. We're thinking he's right around mile 128 of the race. Ryan Sands is about 4 miles back or so, all, just general estimates. In second place, we've got Rachel Entricken running in third and leading the women's field. Michael Versteeg sitting in third place male at the moment. Then Cody Poskin, DJ Fox, Adhere Ramirez, Finn Melanson, Harry Schibertes, last year's winner, Jesse Haynes, Michael Greer, Max Joliffe, and Mike McKnight. Then on the women's side, we've got Lindsay Dwyer currently now sitting in second, Georgia Porter in third. They appear to be quite close to one another, might be starting to link up here. So we're looking at Rachel Entricken, Lindsay Dwyer, Georgia Porter in 1, 2, 3 on the women's race. Sarah Ostaszewski almost hitting that 100-mile mark, as well as Allison Powell. And then we've got Shelby Farrell. Shout out to Shelby coming back. She has completed this race in the past. Catherine Edwards Anderson. And Kyla Mayer rounding out the women's field.
Yeah, we have almost...
Is this still Ryan coming into Jerome? Okay, so we've been following Ryan Sands coming into the... That's quite a long road stretch.
Yeah, it's kind of windy. Once you get on that pavement, though, I mean, it can take a beating on you a little bit. It's all downhill, but it's really nice not having any tripping hazards or anything like that you can kind of
turn off the brain.
Yeah, just any chance that you can get to do that during this race is so helpful. In a 250-mile race, and for those that haven't done something like this, and especially if you haven't done an ultra, if you're new to the sport, you think about this as just this physical thing, or if you think about the mental side, it's like, oh, it's just kind of hard. The other part of that mentally, though, is that you have to pay a lot of attention to everything that you do. You have to know where the course, turns are. You need to be able to follow the tracking flags. You've got to pay attention to the line and where you're going to put your feet and make sure that you're avoiding trip hazards and stuff like that. So it requires so much focus. And if you think about that level of focus for 100 hours, for 125 hours, I mean, it's a lot. And so that is every bit as exhausting as actually moving throughout the course. And so when you do get to a stretch of a road like this where you can turn your brain on autopilot, it really, really helps to take some of that edge off.
So someone in the chat reminded us that there is also a third Satisfy athlete, Sarah Ostaszewski, out there. So Satisfy does have 3 athletes in the field this year. Looks like Ryan might be changing his shirt. Again, similar setup to what Dan Green did. We've got, a vehicle with the back open for him to maybe go into if he wants to sit or lay for a bit or change shoes or maybe take even a rest. That is an opportunity here. We've got someone taking care of the pacer, also very important. That's Lucy Bartholomew. I knew she was going to be pacing. So it looks like Lucy has either been with Ryan or is going to be joining him for this section. So we got a little Solomon duo here, Lucy Bartholomew and Ryan Sands, surely good friends as they've both been with Solomon for a long time, getting ready to do some running together. It looks like Ryan's just putting on a fresh shirt. All right. Make note. He is now in white. Yeah. Thanks for giving us that heads up. He's eating maybe some hot food or something soft there. He's not even sitting down. That's probably a good sign.
Yeah, and a race like Cocodona is filled with kind of reality checks or little wake-up calls. I've spent the last 5 minutes talking about cinnamon rolls. And then we're looking at Ryan Sands here from a drone that's probably 200 feet away from him, and you can see his six-pack. So just quite a stark contrast between myself and Ryan Sands, but he's crushing it.
Oh, come on. He eats cinnamon rolls, too. I guarantee it. Some of us are not blessed with ab privilege like others. Yeah. This is exciting. You get, taking some photos. The Solomon crew out there to support Ryan. Does look like, I think he's still in those S-Lab Ultra Glides, but they've just gotten dirty, maybe. Because I think that's that shoe. Yeah. They were red before, but there's a lot of mud and damp ground out there. Mm-hmm. So no doubt he's looking good. Look at that spread. There's like six or seven soft flasks out there and 3 or 4 like water bottles.
Yeah, his crew definitely knows what they're doing.
More food. That's a big bowl of food. Look at this. This looks like it could be mashed potatoes or mac and cheese or something like that. He's housing some food here, which is awesome. That's critical. And I wonder if this is a strategy not to sit down, right? Just to stay standing, kind of moving around, keep those legs from stiffening up.
I think that tells me he's feeling pretty good.
I think so too. I think so too. Yeah, he's done some pretty serious long trail stuff and FKTs in the Himalayas. Not a stranger to climbing whatsoever, but also has the leg speed. This is a previous winner of the Western States 100 that you're looking at right here. Someone who is just a veteran of this sport. Ultra experienced, no pun intended, uber experienced with ultra racing, and he's having a great time here at Cocodona.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just a pro's pro, used to no sleep and struggling through those FKTs and whatnot. So he's no stranger to how he's feeling right now. And just it's fun to watch this crew just be so well put together. And everything that they're doing here, a race like this, you want to minimize kind of the nerves. You want to, minimize the distractions and you want to be a calming presence for your athlete. And so, he rolled up in here. Everything has a place. Nobody on his crew is panicked. That's good for the runner, lowers the stress level. And you can see, he's just patient through here. He's doing what he needs to do, not sitting down, and it looks like he's getting ready to head right back out. So a lot of fun. You know, as you're watching the live stream over the next couple of days, pay close attention to what crews are doing. You know, if you're going to be a crew member at some point in time, you can learn a lot of tips and tricks. And if you're an athlete getting ready for a big epic adventure, it's going to help you to understand, hey, what are some ways that I can cut down on my time at aid stations? What are some tips and tricks that I can learn from some of the best in the business or other runners that have a lot of experience in races like this? So whether you're coming out to do Cocodona 250 next year, or you want to get ready for a 50-mile race or a 100-miler or even something shorter, you can learn so much by watching the live stream here. So if you're going to plan on spending your entire day with us, you know, don't feel like you're missing out on the rest of life. You're actually educating yourself. You're becoming a better runner, you know, so just tell yourself that. If you feel like you need to stop watching the live stream, you don't. Just keep hanging in there. This thing's an ultra, just like every race. So we appreciate y'all, and we're so glad that you are with us here this morning.
And I firmly believe all of the love from people in the chat and following along is like transmitting out there on course to the runners. They can feel that love and that energy. So let's keep the stoke levels high for them, and yeah, keep encouraging them throughout this journey, because many of them are probably going to watch back to this live stream and be like, oh, this is how my race played out, and it'll be really cool to see everybody like giving them love in the chat.
Yeah. So here we have Ryan Sands leaving Jerome, just finished up. Looked like he had a nice breakfast of mashed potatoes or something similar. We are tracking him currently in second place overall, making his way. Looks like he's moving well. We're going to cut out to an ad real quick. We'll be right back with you guys. Stay tuned. Give us 1 minute and we'll get right back to the action.
Everybody has skin, and we have the skin salve for you. The salve was originally created to heal damaged skin, and it does that very well. It also is amazing at preventing friction, reducing friction. So whether you're using it as a moisturizer, a hydrator of the skin system, or going out, you're in a big race or adventure, the skin deserves squirrel's nut butter.
They call you crazy for the 4 a.m. starts, for the endless miles, for pushing your body to the brink. They might call you crazy, but that just spurs you on. Go further with Enduro 3, the ultra performance GPS smartwatch from Garmin.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RX FPY from Speedland, our first road super shoe and the first super shoe ever to come with a BOA fit system. We take fit so seriously, and this commission was no different. A cushioned trainer, then you slip the removable carbon plate in. You got all the pop of a pro marathoner. It's made for the roads, but just as good on dirt roads or gravel paths. Go pick up a pair now. Runspeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
Look at the growth of ultra running the past few years. In fact, now they have 200-mile races, 240-mile races, 250-mile races. They're growing exponentially. I've been involved in all of this along the way, and everything has been the same. Athletes, truly inspired by athletes, want to go farther and faster in the mountains. The journey that an athlete has to go through, going from the ups and downs and the highs and the lows, and how the products that they carry and the systems that they put in place, the training that they put in place in order to accomplish what 35 years ago I thought was not possible. But now It is possible. And it is possible because all the great innovation that is going on in this world, in all the areas of the industries, and now they are obtaining things that are incredible. I am so happy to be a part of this journey.
Hey, I'm Steve, Cocodona Race Director. Some parts of the Cocodona course are hot, really hot. So when we were looking for our runner shirts for the Cocodona 250, we wanted something that would protect our runners from the intense Arizona sun. Our search led us to the Janchi Sun Chaser, the perfect hoodie for a desert ultra. UPF 50 that doesn't sweat off, cool to the touch and cling-free fabric even when you're sweating, scuba style hood, integrated thumb slits. It's lightweight and super breathable. Thank you so much, Janchi. Chase the sun, but don't let the sun chase you. Happy running.
And we're back. Cocodona 250, day 2, 26 and a half hours into the race. Caleb Stevens here, joined by Corinne Chalvoy. We're excited to bring you guys live coverage. Here we've got Ryan Sands making his way out of Jerome, headed towards Flagstaff. We believe that's Lucy Bartholomew that's pacing him as they make their way again towards Sedona. Really exciting coverage today. For those just joining, Courtney Dauwalter has dropped out of the race. We do not have an update on why, but she did post that on Instagram. So we're thinking about Courtney, and as soon as we have an update, if we get one, we'll share that along with you all. In terms of the rest of the field and where things stand, Dan Green is a man on the move. He is at mile almost 130. He's got about a 4-mile lead over Ryan, who we're watching on the screen right now. Michael Versteeg is now in third. That's a move. That's a change that we hadn't seen recently. And then Rachel Entrekin rounds out the top 4. She's at mile 122.6. Second place female, who do we have here? We've got Lindsay Dwyer. She's at mile 103.9. And then we have Georgia Porter at right around that same place. She's at 103 as well.
Real close to one another. Yeah, second and third on the female side. Who knows? Might be running together, might be teaming up. And we might be, we might see some folks. There might be some changes here because folks might decide to sleep at different times. This is kind of a point in the race where if runners haven't slept, it's going to be maybe just a matter of time. I mean, I think that there is a world where it could be possible to finish this race without sleeping, but I don't believe we've seen that actually happen yet. Maybe unintentionally. But I think, at some point in time, it becomes this game of, do I sleep so that I can move quicker, and how much do I sleep? That's what we're looking at this point in time, 125 miles into the race for the leaders, and some of the middle and back of the pack still making their way to places like Camp Kippa, Camp Waumatowcheck. The cutoff last night at Crown King, which is mile 37, was around midnight. And then they have runners have until 2 p.m. today to get to mile 62 at Camp Kippa. So that is going to be your cutoff. And cutoff at Camp Waumatowcheck, mile 69, is 4:45 p.m. this afternoon.
Yeah, as we've gotten warmed up here on day 2, Corinne, what are you most excited for now that the field, we're starting to see some things kind of moving? We got the news about Courtney earlier today. We've seen a strong Dan Green, a strong Ryan Sands coming through Jerome. We'll expect kind of the next wave of participants, Rachel Entrekin being one of those, Michael Versteeg that's going to be coming through there too. As we start to see these storylines continue to develop, what are you most excited for?
Yeah, so I want to know what's going to win this race. Is experience going to win this race? Is speed going to win this race? Right? Like, is somebody who knows this course going to have an advantage at some point in time here in the next day or two? I'm super excited about both sides. I'm excited about the women's race, right? We might see these runners start to get closer and closer to one another, and I don't know. Last year we saw this race come down to the final 3 miles of this course. is something like that going to happen on the women's side? Are folks going to team up? Is Georgia Porter and Lindsay Dwyer going to run together and try to chase down Rachel Entrekin? Is Rachel going to take advantage of being in the men's pack and kind of use those folks to key off of and to keep her moving along? And then again, I think we've seen a couple things here. This has been a unique Cocodona in the weather situation and the elements that we've seen. It's also been a bit of a unique one in seeing some of the absolute front runners and favorites in this race struggle with things that, we don't know the details on all of it, but there have been some unexpected things come up and happen. Jack Scott had to drop out of the race due to potentially injury here. And you just never know what's going to happen. And that's what's exciting about it. But really, I think, is it speed or is it experience that's going to take the win here in the next day or two?
Yeah, and we had a question in the chat as well from Neil just about crew and these runners as they're traversing this course. What should you be looking for in a crew? I'll kind of start with that, and then I'd love to get your perspective as well. Like, for me, you have to have a nice mix of personality types. And you need to, I guess the first thing you need to know is you need to be able to look in the mirror and know exactly what you need as a runner, and not just like on your good days, but on your bad days, right? So when you're out on a course, if everything is going south, what type of person do you need in your corner? Some folks respond really well to people who are going to kind of give them a kick in the butt. Some folks need a little more love. Some folks need a mix of everything. And so as you're building your crew, you need to be mindful of that. From a pacer perspective, you need to understand too, because at that point, it also comes down to what's the course look like, and then who do you have in your corner that's going to be able to navigate a course like that. So if you're doing a race like Cocodona, and let's say you have 2 or 3 different pacers that are going to be working with you, you as the runner are responsible for understanding what are the strengths of the folks that you have on your team and how can you deploy them, right? So if you're the runner, you're the GM, the coach, and the quarterback, right? So you need to be able to make those decisions. It's ultimately your responsibility to navigate your race week. And so you need to build out folks around you that are going to be able to support you, provide what you need, and help you navigate that race week. Very important, but I think it all starts with what's going to help you the most and what do you need at the best points in the race and at the lowest points that you'll experience.
Yeah, I think that's a great rundown, Caleb. I would say, something like a race like Cocodona that's so long like this, I think of, create this team of people that are really good at certain things. You probably want a logistics person, somebody who absolutely loves figuring out, this is where we're going, this is probably when we need to be there, here's the directions, they're downloaded on a something without Wi-Fi, we know exactly how to get there, we know where we're going to set up, and like they are the logistics person, and then they have all the gear that you need there. You probably want somebody who knows you really well as a person, who can just almost act as your emotional or your therapy or your hype person. So somebody who is like just knows you as a person and maybe can predict based on how you're looking coming in or what you're telling them what you need from them to be able to kind of continue on in the best way possible. I'm going to say that you might need somebody like that has some medical expertise. You might want a PT out there. You might want a massage therapist. You might want somebody who has a little bit of insight into kind of nutrition and could troubleshoot, hey, this humidity has been doing something to my body for the last 24 hours. How do I remedy this? Because I'm having, these symptoms. So, it's kind of just like if you're thinking about the pro end of the field and then building a team around here, sports psych, nutrition, somebody who's a really good trainer, an equipment person. Maybe you just consolidate that down, and that also becomes kind of your crew and your team here on the ground. All right, so we have maybe some audio.
Yeah, it looks like we've got Tara Dower in Jerome. She's going to be giving us an update on what she's seeing out on the course. Tara, what are you seeing out there?
Can you guys hear me okay?
We can.
Sweet. Okay. Well, I'm not seeing a whole lot. There's a lot of fog here, a lot of clouds. But I rushed out here. I checked the live stream, or the tracker this morning, and everyone's so far ahead. I was like, oh gosh, I got to get to Jerome. So I rushed over here. Didn't get to see, Dan, it's still so early, goodness gracious. But I saw Ryan leaving the aid station. And as I was pulling in, I saw him with Lucy leaving the aid station. And he looked at me. We made eye contact as I was in the van. And it was like a look of bewilderment. But I'm guessing it's like a lot of stoke as well. I'm sure that's just like like the first view of him.
Was it kind of like, whoa, what am I in the middle of right now? Or this is so cool?
I don't know. I don't know if I was driving too fast. Maybe he was like, why are you driving too fast? I don't know. It might have been that as well.
He was
but
probably
he
like,
looked, I mean,
is
he was
that
running,
Tara
so he
Dower?
looked great.
Yeah, that could be it.
Oh, no, probably not. He was probably like, am I hallucinating?
Yeah.
But yeah, he looked
it's
great.
hard
I
to
mean,
know.
he was running with Lucy, as you guys saw. But from the views out here at Jerome, it's very foggy. We're hoping that it clears out, it burns out, and we can see a really cool view. But apparently, you guys can confirm this, but Rachel and Michael, are they like 2 to 3 miles out?
Yeah, it looks like, let's get a ping on the pin here, but that sounds like it's probably about
by the
right.
way, Corinne, I love this jacket.
Yeah, that parka. I got it behind
Oh
me.
my gosh.
It's clutch. Yeah. Is it feel
So
cold
nice.
out there, Tara?
No, not really. I think
you're
I'm just a
also
little
used to
chilly,
humidity.
maybe. Yeah. It's a little chilly for Tara, but probably not for anyone else.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we've got Rachel Encherkin and Michael Versteeg are both about 1.5 miles out.
Oh, sweet. Oh my gosh, that's so exciting.
And it's kind
This
of
is so exciting,
smooth
y'all.
mile and a half, right? Pavement. Is it
Yeah.
kind of a gradual downhill?
Yeah, gradual downhill, kind of snakes down the side of that mountain, but they're going to be on roads, so they should be moving pretty well.
Oh, sweet.
And
yeah.
we're super curious
Are
to see if they're going to be paired up and running together.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. It seemed like, just looking at the tracker really briefly, it seemed that they were close together.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but it doesn't feel too chilly. It's like, I can imagine as the runners are like getting to Jerome, like these front four, it's probably like a respite from like a long, cold, wet night. It's like, it's pretty like moist here still,
Yeah.
but it's very foggy, a little chilly, just a tad.
Okay.
Tara, do they have cinnamon rolls there this morning?
Oh my gosh, I don't know. I kind of want to go check.
Oh, you don't smell them?
Yeah, we can. No, I don't smell anything.
Okay.
I don't smell too well though. Let's see.
Maybe
We're
it's just too
gonna
early.
go on a field
They're
trip.
coming. We're asking because Caleb apparently had the most epic cinnamon roll of his life, which may be exaggerated by how hungry or deep into the pain cave he was, but apparently had an amazing cinnamon roll at this aid station.
Yeah, I could ask them. Do you guys have cinnamon rolls yet? I hear about the famous cinnamon rolls.
Yes. No, we haven't set it up yet.
Can I interview you?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Are there cinnamon rolls?
There are going to be cinnamon rolls here.
Okay.
But they're going to be waffleized.
Oh, waffleized.
Yes, that was it.
What was it?
They're
Oh my
waffleized.
What does that mean?
Sorry, big hype on the live stream for the waffleized cinnamon rolls. Yeah, they're like
Caleb
waffle
in
cinnamon
the
rolls.
studio saying how the waffle cinnamon rolls were incredible.
Yeah. Aid station captain last year, Jess Vandenbush, came up with the idea, I think. So.
Oh yeah, Jess Vanderbush.
incredible.
Who are we talking to right now? Shout
We'll
out
get
to this
this going.
aid station captain. What's your name?
Board runners.
What's your name?
Tom.
Tom. It's Tom.
All right.
Yeah, thank you,
All right,
Tom.
thank you,
Appreciate
Tom,
it.
for giving us. The aid stations at Aeroviper races are absolutely on point. Not only are they going to have, their own menus, hot food, so many options, but if you have dietary needs, you're going to roll in there and you're going to be like, hey, what's going on? I'm gluten free. And they're going to be like, let me hook you up. And you're going to have something for your needs and you're going to be taken care of.
Absolutely. It looks like we have some peanut butter jelly train, and a vegetarian bean burrito being made.
Yeah, this is all.
Thank you guys for doing this, being out here.
That looks delicious. I saw the Costco like pallets of food that were being bought for this race, and it's incredible. Shout out to every one of these volunteers out there making these delicious offerings for our runners, and I think this is all an extension and trickle down from the master aid station guru herself, Patty Curry. This is a family affair in Arvida, and Patty Curry knows how to run an aid station and set one up. And she has created this incredible environment. And I mean, these runners are gonna just dig in here. They're like, this is stuff that's gonna bring them to life and just give them what they need to continue on in the race, which is awesome.
Yeah, a lot of love for Patty Curry in the chat. She's a saint and just keeps everybody moving forward and really sets the standard for these aid stations, and the team just does such a great job.
Yeah, I chatted with her at Kendall Mountain last year, and she was telling me all about everything she does, and I was impressed, very impressed.
Yeah, she loves Colorado. She loves coming out for the Silverton Alpine Kendall races, and she is the best.
Hey, Caleb, when were you here last year?
It would have been overnight hours, actually. Today.
Gosh, a cinnamon roll overnight.
Yeah, a cinnamon roll at like 2 or 4 a.m. really hits different.
Do you feel like you just come out of the club and you were doing the late night cinnamon roll action?
I felt like I had just gotten like smashed into a wall, and it was just one of those, your body's broken and you're like, oh, this feels like, a giant spirit lift here. Tara, we've got a lot of action in the field today. Know that you're kind of getting caught up on what we're seeing out there. Dan Green has really pushed the pace this entire race, and Ryan Sands as well. We've talked a lot this morning about how different athletes are prioritizing sleep, and some are and some aren't. Some are taking more trail nap strategies versus like longer bouts of rest. For you, as someone who's so accomplished and with FKT on the Appalachian Trail, like what would your advice be, or how do you, as you look at the field, the strategy, like which side would you lean on, like longer naps or just short ones and as little sleep as possible?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I love this question. I would probably do a lot of dirt naps. I'm starting to play a little bit more with like less sleep in efforts. So I'm kind of thinking about the long trail that's like 270. And I'm thinking like, how do I want to approach that? I feel like I would do probably a lot of dirt naps. But the thing is about dirt naps, you have to have good weather because you can't just like stop when it's raining or when it's cold. I would prefer to stop like in a vehicle if it is like bad weather. So it's really dependent on the conditions. If it was like this and I wanted to take a dirt nap, I'd probably just push to the van, but I think I would just do like a couple dirt naps and hope that it works. I would probably focus more on like my caffeine strategy and trying not to take caffeine for like the longest time prior to the race too, like 2 weeks prior to the race. I just like go off caffeine, and then the race hits, and then I'll go like, I would guess like the first day, go through the first night, and maybe that next day I would take caffeine in, and then hopefully I could just keep rolling with the caffeine and dirt naps. But it's really dependent on the conditions. Like this really throws a wrench, I'm guessing, into a lot of people's plans, this weather. I heard that it was really cold and rainy last night, so I would imagine that was hard to get any comfortable dirt naps in.
Yeah. In terms of like the caffeine consumption, are you what types of caffeine? We know you're a big fan of Coke, but when you think about kind of injecting your system with that, what would the strategy be?
Yeah, I just probably would take like 100 milligram caffeine pill. Honestly, it's It's just like straight to the system. I also like Red Bull, surprisingly. I really do like Red Bull. But probably a caffeine pill just because it's like quicker. And oh my gosh, as soon as it hits your system, you're like a new person. I remember on the Appalachian Trail, I was going through the whites, terrible weather. I was so sleep deprived. I was exhausted. And I was talking to my friend Scott, and I was just like making no sense. I was like, Scott, I feel like I should probably take a caffeine pill. He's like, yeah, I think that's a good idea. I took it, and he says that 20 minutes later, I was like, oh, okay, so Scott, what's your favorite movie? What's your favorite television show? What's your favorite color? And I was just like I was like hyped up, and that lasted the entire day. So I mean, there's a lot of wonder in a caffeine pill. It's just like straight to the system.
Yeah, and it looks like Rachel Entrecan is less than half a mile away from you.
Oh, sweet.
So
awesome.
yeah, curious to see like what will you be looking for on her face and body language as she comes in, to let us know how she's feeling and kind of where she stands at this point mentally within the race.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'd probably try to find her crew here soon, but man, I feel like it's really hard to read people during these races. Like me and Corinne saw last night, Michael, like at Camp Kippa, he looked, his head was on his forehead. Somebody was rubbing his back, and I was like, oh crap, like he's definitely in the pain cave, something's going on. And Corinne was like, I don't know, like you don't really know, especially with Michael, you're not really sure what's going on. So it's hard to say, but I mean, just looking at her body language, seeing if she's like dejected or not, if she's sitting down, slouched over, or if she's standing up like Ryan was and kind of trying to be proactive and efficient with her care, I'd probably check that out. And then also, I mean, just I feel like you can tell a lot by looking into somebody's eyes. So I feel like if I make eye contact with her, I might be able to like read a little bit. Like Ryan with the bewilderment. His eyes were like
bewilderment in the eyes.
Yeah.
We're not sure if that was like excitement. What the hell have I got myself into? This is so cool. This is wild.
Focus.
This is crazy.
When I focus, my face, I'm like really focused, and I don't know. It doesn't look like, focus face. Maybe it looks a little angry. Just trying to read the situation. Yeah, it's getting even foggier here, if that was possible. It is. We are now, I think, in the fog.
We're like socked in, but is it drizzling, or is it just kind of the air is just moist?
Yeah, the air's pretty moist. No drizzle, so that's good. It's quite nice here, though. It's just pretty moist out.
And speaking of Michael Versteeg, we wondered, how he was doing, not looking great. He's in third place, no big deal. He's still rolling, like he's moving well, and obviously, he's trucking along.
He's a veteran of this race, so
yeah,
he knows what's going on.
All right.
Yeah,
do you
Caleb,
have by chance eyes, Tara, on Rachel?
I do not. Can we go on a little field trip?
Mm-hmm. Can't really.
Yeah, that fog is serious.
Okay.
No visibility.
She's gonna come up through here.
Oh wow, what a shot!
It looks like a haunted ghost town to me.
Oh my gosh! Don't say that. I know this place is haunted.
It's okay. They're friendly ghosts.
Okay. Yeah, as you guys can see, it's just so foggy here. I'm really curious what kind of view we have out this way.
Yeah, we don't have eyes on her yet from the drone shot, but hopefully soon.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, yep, we're expecting Rachel Entrecan.
There's Rachel.
Yep, coming in.
Good job, Rachel. Hey. Oh my gosh, you're amazing. You're doing so great. Wow. How do you feel?
Fine, I guess.
She says she's feeling fine. She is moving really well.
Yeah, I just ran up that hill.
She said, I just ran up that hill. She's joking. She's having a good time. Her eyes look clear.
Actually, don't need it.
You don't need anything? Okay, sweet. Okay, yeah. Good job. You're doing so good, man. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yay!
Good
Congrats
job.
on being a badass,
Oh my
dude.
gosh, congrats to you. You're doing so great.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm waiting for you to do this race.
Have a good one.
I'm retiring.
Oh, sorry.
I'm retiring.
You heard it here
The
first.
things that you
She's
say in the middle of
retiring.
this. I'm gonna just retire after I win the Cocodona 250.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Rachel.
We'll see. TBD.
Good job. Oh,
Okay,
she's looking so good, guys. Oh my gosh.
Did she just
was
drop a pack or
joking.
something, or was she not wearing a pack?
Yeah, I think she dropped it with her crew is what I'm
Okay.
guessing. Yeah, she didn't have a pack. She just had her like racer bib.
Yep.
And she was smiling, having a good time. I'm retiring after this, but who doesn't say that in the middle of a race, especially at 250? But she was super muddy. Her shoes are super muddy. Her legs are super muddy. It looks like she fell. Like there was a little blood on her knee. But I mean, that happens. It's just part of it. But she looked great.
That's awesome. I remember.
Hey, how's it going?
We got Mike in
Nice
the
to
woods
see
out there
you.
taking photos, documenting for us. Thank you, Mike. Great to see you. Yeah, I remember interviewing Rachel after she won last year, and I think something I took away from that is just that Rachel's just matter of fact. She kind of tells it how it is. She's kind of even keel in like a high intensity way. That's kind of how I'd describe her. Like you can tell she's like got a lot of like excitement and stoke in her, but she doesn't like get rattled by things. She's kind of just like, oh, this is what's happening. Sounds good. We're gonna keep rolling with it, and got a really cool demeanor and attitude.
Yeah. I mean, I remember she finished last year. She was like, that wasn't hard at all. Kind of made me laugh. I love, like, I think, I don't know anything about anything, but I feel like the best athletes are the ones that can have like a sense of humor about these types of things. Just be like, yeah, sometimes it sucks and that's okay. That's fine. And I feel like she had that attitude. Is like, yeah, this is great. This is also really hard. And I'm just going to keep going. But yeah, she looked great. I'm so stoked for her. She is 3rd overall, first woman.
Yep.
So excited. I've got
She's
such
had
a
some
cheesy
amazing
smile
training
on my
since last
face
year's
right now.
win at Cocodona too. She won the Crazy Mountain 100.
Do you mind if I interview?
I'm sure.
Oh, we're going to talk
I
to
don't know
Mike.
how much you guys know or not, but
No. So this is Mike, and Mike was, how long were you running with her?
I saw her probably 3 to 5 miles back somewhere up the hill there.
Yeah.
And then just in and out of the aid station this last half mile or so.
Yeah. How did she look?
Oh, really good. Yeah, really, really good. Her energy's super high. I think I just heard you saying she's still got her sense of humor and everything. That wasn't just the face she put on here. Like that was the case the moment we saw her coming out of the fog, like a few miles back. Like that seems like that's the real deal.
Yeah.
But yeah, when I don't know if you guys know this already, but when I first ran up to them, her and her pacer on the dirt road up there, her pacer was like shushing me, presumably for me to not tell her that Courtney dropped.
Oh, wow.
And I confirmed that is why he was shushing me. So,
here we go. I think we have Michael Versteeg coming up. Yeah. Good job, Michael.
Super interesting to know.
Yeah, so he's looking good as well. He's walking up to the aid station.
Pacerless too.
Huh?
He's pacerless too.
Oh yeah, so Mike just said Michael Versteeg is pacerless.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I heard that he was going to do this without
Yeah,
pacers.
good job.
I mean, he seems like a pretty independent dude.
Yep, you're good. Yeah, good
Oh,
job.
he does? Maybe they're not. Okay.
Yeah, so Michael is also not getting anything from the aid station. He is with a crew member walking back down.
Okay. Yeah, so we're seeing that a lot. Kind of folks just checking in and checking out here.
Yeah,
Maybe going
so
to
he's
get some
running
refills at
over
their vehicle.
he's running over to this van. He's got his red chair out. So we're going to watch what he does when he gets there.
Nice.
And his baby is here and his partner.
Nice.
They are embracing each other. His baby ran over to him into his arms.
Oh,
that's so sweet.
That's the best. I heard him saying that like last year, he was like going to make up a trick in his mind that he he was not going to be able to see his daughter unless he finished the race. And so it was like,
I
he must
remember
finish
him
the race
saying
so that he
that.
could see his daughter.
Yeah.
I've done that before in races. Use your kids as motivation. Heck yeah.
Have you gotten your best times at races, Corinne?
Oh yeah. I mean, CCC. I was like, just get to the boys so they could run through the finish line with you. And it absolutely pushed me harder.
I've seen that finish of you finishing CCC. It was very with your kids.
It was the best. Those are the memories you remember for sure.
So it is sprinkling just a little bit now. We are inside of a cloud at the moment, but it's just like a little bit of sprinkling happening. And it looks like Michael, he is sitting. He is with his crew and his partner and their child.
That's awesome.
So
back to Mike, quick question, Tara.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just curious if Mike knows, it sounds like Rachel did not want to, it sounds like Rachel's pacer did not want Mike to divulge the information that Courtney had dropped. I'm curious if there's
that's what it would seem.
Yeah. Any more details behind that or...
is there any more details on the
I was about to get out of here.
Yeah, I came over to you. Is there any more details on the pacer not wanting Rachel to know about Courtney?
Oh yeah. No, they Rachel's pacer told me that they want her to keep believing that she's hunting for a while, and I think said they want her to get to Dead Horse without knowing, ideally. I'm pretty sure that's what he said. And so, yeah, it was funny because then Tony Hill, who's doing the Chronicles, he was up there too, and up on the road back there, and he didn't get like he hadn't been shushed, and he was like filming the Chronicles, and he was like filming, and I could tell the words were about to come into his mouth, and I was running right next to him, and he's like, he's like, so you may not know this yet, and I was just like like, and she didn't say she was on the other side, so I was just like, and
good work.
and we I think we dodged it. She might have some suspicion, I don't know, depending on how with it she was, which she seems really with it, by the way.
Yeah, so with it.
But we spun it into just basically there's people that she can hunt that are still within reach, so she keeps taking care of herself.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Which there are.
She's third overall.
So she doesn't know then at all that she passed Courtney? Not just that Courtney's out of the field, but that she passed
I
her.
assume she knew she was that high up, but
sorry, Caleb, what was that?
I'm sorry. So does she not know at all that she passed Courtney? Not just that Courtney dropped, but that she also passed her at Mingus?
Yeah, that's what it would seem. She doesn't know that like Courtney's in the race at all, like not even ahead or behind.
I think she assumes Courtney's still ahead of her.
Okay.
Actually,
Oh.
wow, that's a good question. They didn't
wow.
mention knowing that Courtney like went down for a nap or anything, even.
Yeah.
But I think as far as she knows, at least Courtney's still in the race, and possibly still thinks or believes that Courtney's ahead of her.
Wow, incredible.
That's super cool. They're using it as a strategic weapon that,
they
like,
were
when it's needed.
Coming out off of the Mingus section, I guess once they hit the dirt road up there, like it just seems like they went through hell overnight. Like they were so grateful to hit the dirt road and be out of the mud, and like Versteeg was just silent up there, and he's just like, that was a really rough night. But he was really grateful to be on the less muddy dirt road.
Yeah. Well, Rachel looked a lot more muddy than Michael did, though.
I thought so too. Dan wasn't very muddy earlier either, but he said he took like a full shower at Mingus. I wonder if maybe
Dan did?
Yeah, like an actual shower.
Whoa, I missed that.
Yeah, so I wonder maybe Versteeg took a shower at some point also, and maybe Rachel didn't, or maybe Rachel just found some extra mud. I don't know.
Hey, Tara, does Mike have any idea if Rachel has slept?
So her crew was parked just outside the 8 here, and she showed up like still ready to go, like no nap. Like Dan took like his crew, like essentially also forced him to take a 10-minute nap down here. Rachel isn't even talking about sleeping yet. She said she slammed some caffeine overnight and is riding that for a while, but she got to her crew down here and was just like, let's go in and out. And then obviously you saw her come up here just to check in. And Versteeg, on the other hand, is looks like spending some time with his crew.
Yeah, it looks like he's spending a little time over there. He's still sitting. He's got a whole crew around him.
All right, Tara. Well, thank you for this awesome coverage.
Thanks to Mike,
the awesome,
too.
Yeah, and Mike, all the awesome
Thanks,
insights. We are gonna head out for a short ad break and a commentator swap. So, yeah, thanks for everything, Tara, and we'll check in with you here in a bit.
Sweet. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. That was Tara Dower checking in live from Jerome. Again, we're going to take a short ad break. I'm going to be hopping off the air here. Corinne will have a new co-host, but thank you all for joining this morning. I'll be back on later this afternoon to help diagnose all the coverage of Cocodona 250. Corinne, you've got some exciting stuff ahead of you as we continue to watch runners come into Jerome. So we're going to go ahead and head on out. Anything?
Yeah, thanks, Caleb. Awesome job this morning. We're going to keep it rolling. Some fresh voices. I'm going to be joined by friend over here, Troy Meadows, who I do a little side podcast with. We know each other well. I'm excited to commentate with him. And then we will have Caleb back again. You know, we got to take our own breaks, get some food, get some runs, do our stuff. So thanks, Caleb. And we will be back in just a couple minutes.
If logistics were the backbone, volunteers would be the heart and soul of an event, and we need you to come out and be that heart and soul. Volunteering at Cocodona means that you get to become part of the magic. As runners make their way from Black Canyon City all the way up to Flagstaff, we need you, your community, and everyone's support to get those runners to the finish line. In 2026, we'll have volunteer roles ranging from aid station captains and assistant captains, aid station volunteers, course marking and sweepers, sports therapy, medical, live stream, and a lot of staff roles too. So if you're interested in getting involved with the race, please visit cocodona.com/volunteers. There's some information about volunteering in 2026, and most importantly, a little button that says, I'm interested in volunteering in 2026. You'll just give us your info, and then once volunteer shifts open next year, we'll give you a shout. Please come out and join us. It's an amazing experience, a great week, and it's really awesome to support the runners. If logistics were...
Welcome back. Thank you so much for being here. I am Corinne Shalvoy, and I am joined by Troy Meadows on this fine, what day of the week are we in? Tuesday morning? Yeah.
It is Tuesday.
Tuesday morning. So thank you guys so much for being here. This is the Mountain Out, I almost said it, Mountain Outhouse. It's the Mountain Outpost and Aravaipa running coverage of the 2025 Cocodona 250. It's been an amazing and exciting, first 24 plus hours. We're into 27 hours of this race, and there's been a lot. There's been a lot that's gone down in a small 27 hours. I'm getting a refill on coffee. Thank you, Senior Marion over there. I mean, this is exciting. What do you think about what's happening right now? Like, we're going to recap it, but initial thoughts when you woke up this morning and saw the updates. Troy, what are your thoughts?
This is ultra running.
This is ultra running.
I woke up and it was like, obviously, like the bombs just going off as far as like trying to figure out what was going on while I was getting ready to come into the studio today. And I mean, it, as surprising as it is, it's kind of whenever you toe the line for something as massive as a 250-mile race, there are so many unknowns. And I don't want to say it's like not surprising because I picked Courtney to win the whole dang thing.
As did so many people.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, like if she had the day that we know that she's capable on this course, like that's like a safe bet. But at the end of the day, like, you can only control the controllables. And obviously Courtney's smart. She has a good reason for why she decided to pull the plug. And, I wish her the best in the rest of her season. And maybe we'll see her out. Hopefully, what I really want to see, Corinne, is her in a onesie, clapping and cheering on runners later on in the course.
I would not be surprised in the least if she goes out there and cheers on her Solomon teammate Ryan Sands, who is absolutely crushing this race. Yeah. So let's recap for everyone. If you are tuning in, for the first time today, we have Dan Green leading the race.
This man is on an absolute tear right
this
now.
This guy, Dan Green, who is wise beyond his years, in his first 250-mile race, bringing leg speed, bringing I would say a really level-headed approach and attitude to the Cocodona 250, and it's panning out so far. He is around 5 miles ahead of second place, which is Ryan Sands currently. Ryan is out there getting paced by Lucy Bartholomew at this point in time in a misty, maybe a little bit cooler, damp kind of Jerome Prescott area. That's where they're at right now. Rachel Entrekin sitting in third place overall. And we just learned, because Rachel just came into the Jerome aid station, we learned that they are intentionally not sharing with Rachel that that Courtney is number 1 out of the race and number 2 not in front of her still. So for all intents and purposes, Rachel is of the mind, and we're going to find this out in the debrief afterwards, that she is chasing Courtney still.
Yeah, she's hunting, right?
She's hunting Courtney still. And they're going to use that as a strategic move, right? To maybe wait until one of the later aid stations where she needs a little boost. Oh, by the way, Rachel, you're leading the race in the women's field and you are third place, and Courtney Dauwalter is no longer in this race. And that injection of excitement and energy is going to be strategic and is something that the crew and pacers are going to use with Rachel, that I think is super smart and super interesting.
Yeah, I love that. I love that strategy. And I mean, obviously it's like, she may find out along the course, but at the end of the day, it's like, then she gets the boost then, and the crew still has the opportunity to use that knowledge strategically. And honestly, it's at this point, it kind of opens up. Obviously, the women's field is just the race is kind of opened up, right? And there's a really interesting chase pack behind her, and I'm interested to see how it all shakes up. And it's still early. I mean, at this point, we're like, call it halfway through the race.
Right. So much can happen. We have no idea what's going to happen, but we're going to speculate on it because that's what we do as commentators. Those two individuals in the women's race that are chasing Rachel Entrekin would be Lindsay Dwyer, who you're pretty familiar with, and Georgia Porter. They could be running real close to one another, maybe together. Looks like this is still follow cam of Ryan Sands and Lucy Bartholomew running out of Jerome in what appears to be Clarkdale. That's, I think, the town right next to it. So so Lucy's way ahead, and maybe that was a request from Ryan. Hey, get out 10 yards ahead of me and just let me follow you.
Yeah, smart move. And not a bad person to bring in for pacing duties. If you're Ryan, Lucy is obviously like wise beyond her years. And this is in my opinion, this is a good move for Ryan. Say, hey, pacer, get out there. Lucy, get out there and set a pace. Don't let me get out of sight, but kind of drag me along a little bit, because we're halfway through. Sleep is at a minimal, and it's time to keep charging. So Dan's not slowing down. So
true. And then sleep is really going to start to factor in here. I mean, we saw that Ryan had only about an hour and a half of stoppage time. Now that's maybe an hour and 40 minutes since that last stop. Question is, we don't know if he has actually slept or not. We also don't know if Rachel slept, and I think just from the kind of the chatter with Tara Dower and Mike McMonigal there at the last aid station, it sounded like maybe she hadn't slept. So what do we think of that? What do we think of that strategy?
I mean, I've never ran more than 104 miles in a race. So, but I have had to take a dirt nap before. And I will say, if I'm going to do it, I like to time it when the sun comes up, as the sun comes up. So I kind of get that circadian reset. And I'm wondering, that's the one thing we don't have eyes on these runners like 24/7. So I'm wondering, how much time did they spend just curled up in the fetal position on a really wet trail and just close their eyes? Because I will tell you, 10 minutes was a game changer for me as far as trying to suffer through the last 15 miles of 100.
For sure. Yeah. No, as I've heard Arlen Glick say, it's a tool. It's absolutely a tool that you can use to your advantage. Right now, we're looking at Dan Green, race leader, moving super well.
Yeah, nice camera shot too. I want to add, as I came into the studio today, you can't see Elbert. Like, there is literally 200 yards up the mountain. It's just sunken in cloud cover. So.
It's crazy weather. We're just The Pacific Northwest descended on Arizona for this week.
I thought I was going to come from the Beast Coast to like really hot, dry weather, and not the case. So.
And then shout out to Michael Versteeg. He is currently in third place on the men's side. And last we saw, he was at the Jerome aid station, just having a little bit of a break. He's doing great, rocking the 666 bib. We've heard rumor that this might be his last Cocodona. You never know if that's actually the case, but he is obviously trying to go out with a bang here. Heard from a good friend, Jameel Curry, that he was going to, be working on kind of his aid station transitions a little bit more this year, being more intentional with those. Seems to be working for him. He's doing well, despite kind of showing some signs of either fatigue or, like a little bit of maybe pain at some aid stations. He's crushing it right now. And then he's got Cody Poskin and DJ Fox chasing him. And then we're going to learn a little bit more about this Adhere Ramirez, who is the runner behind the two of them.
Yeah, it's interesting how the men's field has just completely shaken itself up as let's just say the pace was hot off the front of this.
So hot.
And I spent 6 hours yesterday morning kind of watching it, going, this is unbelievable. I'm excited. I was wondering, what is it going to look like when I get back to the studio on day 2, and it doesn't surprise me that this is kind of what we're looking at in the men's field. Is there's a handful of people who didn't go out quite as hot, but they still kind of kept everyone in striking distance. But those guys, Ryan Sands, Michael Versteeg, Dan Green, they're all in the mix, and everyone else has kind of fallen back quite a bit. So.
Yep. Just a little bit on Ed here, or Ramirez. Looks like 39 years old. This appears to be his first 200 plus mile race. However, he absolutely crushed Mogollon Monster last year, which is a Hard Rock qualifier, the only Air-Viper race that's a Hard Rock qualifier. Supposed to be a beautiful but very challenging course. He got second in that race, ran it in 23 hours.
No big deal.
That's awesome. And then he did the jackpot 24-hour and took the win there in 131 miles in 24 hours. So he did a nice little 131-mile effort in February of this year to tune up to the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, I've got actually Mogollon on the list this year. We'll see. We'll see if I can toe the line there. I'm excited about that race.
Okay, Dan Green is at our next aid stop here. This is Dead Horse Ranch? Yes. He's just making this look easy. Every time I look up, he's at another aid station.
He's going to go for the shoe. It looks like he's going to go for the shoe change.
He's in the Solomon. That looks like the S-Lab Ultra Glide. Taking off the shoes.
Honestly, he doesn't look that tired.
Well, I think one thing I've learned, I've gotten to know Dan a little bit in like the last 6 months to a year, and I think, he's even keel.
Yeah, he's steady Eddie.
He really is.
Yeah. Well, representing the Beast Coast, gotta say, you can get yourself pretty durable running on the East Coast trails, and it's just like it. I'm a little baffled that he looks very, very with it, at least right here while he's hanging out in his crew spot, and
get
he's
this
like,
blanket off of me.
I don't need no blanket. Let's just get some. Let's just do some foot care and get me back on the road. Is kind of the vibe I'm getting here. Really, really cool. The man's gonna put on his own socks at mile 100 and where are we at? Mile 100 and
we're at 134.
134. Okay.
Thank you to our cameraman or woman out there, whoever is behind the camera. Shout out to Kevin, giving us the footage that we all want. It'd be super interesting, Kevin, if you can hear us to, maybe after Dan leaves, to get a little debrief from the crew. That'd be awesome. So we can find out kind of how Dan's doing, what's going on.
Yeah. Did we ever get confirmation that he took a bit of a cat nap at Jerome?
It didn't look like it.
Yeah,
we saw him in the back of the vehicle, but then we saw him really like put his shoes on and get out of there.
Because that was kind of when I was rubbing the salt out of my eyes and kind of looking at the live stream for the first time. Was he was already in the van. So
yeah.
Look at that hat change.
New shoes. That's, okay, fresh pair of Hoka's. One advantage of being
non-sponsored shoe athlete.
Not having a shoe sponsor, which probably won't last for long for Dan, but is that you can switch in and out of brands.
Yeah, take notes, brands. So, kind of not bad, right? With the Solomons to one side and then the Hoka shot to the other.
We're covering all bases here.
Yeah, I will say he's going gray on gray, which I'm a fan of. The way he's kitting out for this next section.
Yeah, this is race leader Dan Green getting some fresh socks and shoes on at the Dead Horse Ranch aid station, mile 134. Throw that pack back on. It's got the poles in tow. And Dan is about to head out for about a 14-mile stretch. So yeah, he's got a few miles ahead before he's gonna be able to see crew yet again at the Deer Pass Trailhead. Got the roll recovery.
Little leg roll out there, kind of get everything, loose. Try to loosen everything up. So
Dan Gray now instead of Dan Gray in summer.
Solid in the chat, Summer.
He's still repping a little bit of the green. He's transitioning from green to gray. He is looking great.
Fist bumps and out.
Oh, and pacer. Yeah, new pacer. You're heading out. I've got to imagine that Dan is aware that he is leading this race.
Yeah, I'm sure he knows he's the hunted right now.
Yeah.
So
that's why you need a pacer. We go this way, right? No, this way. Didn't look like it took any time for him to transition like into a run out of that aid station.
No, he moved right. I'll be honest, I'm always just impressed with what these athletes can do. As someone who lives in the middle of the pack, and at this point, the ultra shuffle is real for me. If I'm 27 hours into anything, the stride looks pretty atrocious. So,
but you get it done.
Yeah, 100.
Let's go, Dan.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a little over probably around 3 miles, 2.5, 3 miles on Ryan right now. And I'm interested to see kind of as the day goes on, like what happens with that gap.
Caleb Bone is letting us know that Dan slept 10 minutes at Jerome.
Okay. Love that. That, like I said before,
quick 10 minutes.
The 10 minutes when the dawn breaks is kind of that. To me, that's where, if I was going to adapt a sleep strategy here, that's kind of where I would be trying to take any kind of rest break. So,
yeah, so we're eyes back on Jerome. Michael Versteeg could still be in this aid station. He was hanging out at a vehicle just around the corner here. It looks like it's drizzling. Very socked in.
Yeah, visibility of 20 feet, 30 feet.
Yeah.
Corinne, what, besides, what's going on with the women's race, what has been your biggest surprise so far?
I think, I don't know if it's a surprise, but I kind of just love how gutsy people are running this race.
Yeah.
Like between Harry and Courtney, I think it's awesome. You know, it's like people are going for it, and in a 200-mile race, it's, you know, they're kind of approaching it like it's 100. They're spending 2-3 minutes at 8 stops, which is, you know, nothing. I think it's exciting to see that kind of strategy deployed in a 200, and thank you to everybody doing that, because we're going to learn, you know, what some of the bounds are. We're going to learn what works and doesn't, and then we're just going to get better and better at this distance as a whole sport. So I think shout out to people for going for it.
Yeah, and it's
what surprised you, Troy?
I mean, you're hitting, you know, on something that like I said, I was kind of gobsmacked yesterday watching the pace that people were going out on. You know, the weather is an interesting factor, and you know, you can never predict the weather, but I don't think let's just say I imagine there was a lot of heat training going on leading into this race, and and now runners are running in what I mean, besides the almost freezing rain that they got last night, this is ideal running conditions in my opinion. You know, misty, like I don't mind the humidity because I'm coming from the East Coast, 47 degrees, so it's like t-shirt and glove weather for me, and just, you know, enjoying it. You're not like the elements. To me, the elements aren't a factor, but I also come from a place where like I'm used to kind of running at 100% humidity. So
yeah, a couple things on that. I think number one, like the heat training is not lost. Like they're not, just because it's not hot, right? The blood volume gains from that heat training hopefully help those athletes adapt more to their training, like build more blood volume overall, so that they come into this race, more fit. So it wasn't all for naught, but yes, it is a shift. And then I think like the humidity, we saw Michael Versteeg, who appears to still be there at that aid station, mentioned to Jamil yesterday, but hey, this humidity, I didn't account for it, right? So you maybe don't want to drink as much because it's cooler, but you need to because it's super humid and you're sweating more than you think you are. And then you also have to keep yourself dry. You have to keep yourself from going hypothermic. Like you really do need to adjust. And I think some people might, do that better than others. But there do needs to be like in time adjustments made.
Yeah, I mean, I can attest to what Mike's talking about there too. Is somewhat like when I moved from California back to the East Coast like 3 years ago, it probably took me like 6 months to get used to the humidity. You know, I moved like kind of the middle of the summer, and I went from Sonoma County, which is like kind of nice and dry, for lack of a better word. The temps are always decent, and then to go to a place where it's like 85 degrees and 85% humidity every single day, I was just like, yeah, that it took, besides the roots and the rocks, that took a lot to get used to. And you can stay cool, but it's really hard, you know. I mean, there's no need for topical cooling, but you just don't really feel like you're cooling off because you're constantly wet.
Yeah.
You know, so if you get hot, if you're running hot, you definitely feel that.
So this is a visual of Dead Horse Ranch. Your race leader, Dan Green, just left this aid station. And we're going to be expecting Ryan Sands in there next. He is running in second place. We've got Rachel Entricken running in third overall and leading the women's race, yet she is not aware of it. She thinks she is still hunting individuals, including Courtney DeWalter, who did end up dropping out of the race at mile 108. We don't know the details, and we're going to let Courtney tell that story when she would like to. However, Rachel is leading the women's race. Michael Versteeg is running in third, male, fourth overall. Then we've got Cody Poskin, DJ Fox, expecting Edhir Ramirez, Harry Schibertes, Max Joliffe, Jesse Haynes, Finn Melanson, Mike McKnight, Michael Greer. Right now, your second place female is Lindsay Dwyer. Then we've got Georgia Porter, and those two could be very close to one another.
I mean, they could be literally step for step. Yeah. And I think that's what I think is really interesting, is the women's battle for second place right now is to me looks like the race within the race, at least if you're following little flags on a map. I would love to get some more I would love to get eyes on that part of the race right now, just to see how those runners are. So
yeah, we should be able to see them maybe coming into Jerome here in a bit. Shout out to everyone following along. This has been a super exciting Cocodona 250. A damp, drizzly, socked in, foggy Cocodona. Sun might make an appearance later today. We'll see. And then just continuing in the women's field, right? This is halfway through the race. So much can happen. We need to probably be paying attention to the individuals who are sitting in like 4th through 10th. That would be Sarah Ostaszewski, Allison Powell, Shelby Farrell, right? No, those individuals are no stranger to this race or this distance. And then we're going to be also following along and keeping track of Catherine Edwards. Someone who I just noticed has fallen back a bit, who was way up there earlier on, is Pau Rios, who was in the top 5 for a good while and looks like he has fallen back a bit. Spanish runner who lives in Canada. Other women we're going to keep tracking: Kaylee Demerjian, Brianna Cornell. Shout out to Brianna, awesome artist who lives in Flagstaff, running home. This is, I believe, her first Cocodona. You know, we got names like Kevin Russ, who everyone learned about from the Chipotle Challenge when he was battling with Jamil Curry for the entire month of January on a quarter-mile segment.
Nothing like putting in a 700-plus mile month to get ready for Cocodona, right?
Totally. Maya Detmer, Kyla Mayer, Anna Nosik, Rachel Buzzard. Shout out to all of those runners. We are hanging out here in Jerome with Michael Versteeg. Want to also give some love to everyone who is helping out. Volunteers abound, drone pilots, follow cams. Thank you to everybody who is making this coverage possible and making it happen. We also have Tony Hill putting together amazing little snippets and chronicles, as we call them, to kind of catch everybody up on what's been going on and show you some footage from, we're consolidating that down into a highlight reel, and we've got 4 of those, so we're going to be showing you those throughout the day. All right, we're going to get one of those rolling in just 2 minutes here. This is number 2, Chronicles number 2. Yeah.
It's great conditions though, I'm not pushing or anything. So, I am running faster than I was expecting. I'm just burning calories like crazy, more than expected, probably to keep warm, I guess. I was just starting to feel a bit dizzy, probably the cold, but with the wind coat I'm fine now.
Joy. Just clicking sticks, baby. Going up. Getting to the end and enjoying the middle. How far away are we? How far back? How bad is it? How good is it? I don't know. I have no idea. I did no real pacing thoughts before this, so I'm just gonna take her as she comes, I guess. It's not too bad, I guess. It's tough to run through this brush, though. It's kind of like real dense. I wasn't expecting that. I was thinking it would be a little more open. Huntington, West Virginia. So,
why are you doing this?
You know, I love Arizona, and I've done Javelina twice, Black Canyon a couple times. And I just love running. I love training. And it was kind of, wanted to do it for a while, but everyone's like, oh, use your speed while you got it. But I'm like, you know, I'm not gonna wait another year, I'm just gonna do it. So I've been able to train how I like and just run a bunch and run with a bunch of buddies, and hopefully it pans out for this, but that's why I'm doing it.
Yeah, so beautiful. Versteeg, a little with Max, just shooting the breeze, you know.
Oh, the guys in front look like they're flying.
They are.
Enjoy. Thanks, man.
Hilarious weather. I'm at least very used to this. Yes, more hail. Hey, we're out here. We're trying real hard. I did, in very dramatic fashion, faceplant right into a cow patty. I'm not even kidding. Some kind of omen.
I think it'd be awesome, and that was the hardest that's ever been for me. Like, I'm really cold and I'm just like oozing sweat. I just don't ever sweat, you know. I'm like in the desert. That really got me. That was wild.
This is amazing up here, dude. Freaking these clouds rolling in. It is so surreal. I feel as good as I could have ever hoped. So we'll keep it going. But that little spill that was the first little wrench of the day. So I think we're all good. I don't see any blood. You know what? I was praying for triple digits, but dude, I can't be sad about this, man. This perfect, crisp mountain air. This little mist we have. Dude, yeah, all blessings. Catch you later. You too.
Honestly, physically good, but cold.
Yeah, this is gonna be a very weird year. I can use some tools that didn't expect to use, but I brought anyway.
I'm trying to hold my poles in the center, they're so freezing the middle.
Oh yeah.
This is wild. Yeah, I can't feel my hands, that's about it.
Oh, I put it all on.
With the jacket.
Yeah, gloves. I'm feeling toasty.
This is wild. I did so much sauna training, and this is what we get. My hands are numb. This is kind of fun though. Makes for a very unique year. I was a little frustrated back there when my hands froze up, but this is kind of cool. In 23 when I did this, it was like 90 degrees and was just cooking all day, so.
Got really cold out there. You know, how many tortillas can you fit in your pocket? How about four wraps? As many as you can carry. New game. It is Cinco de Mayo. This is end theme. I was so looking forward to this aid station. It was so cold up there. Actually, could someone with working fingers? Thanks. Yay, running time! Finally! A road. I love roads. This is my jam. I got so cold. I couldn't feel my hands. My bag opened up. It was like everything's going down.
How you feeling?
Pretty good. I mean, I'm trying to chill a little bit for day one. Just, yeah, looking forward to seeing my crew in Whiskey Row. Then, yeah, pick up pacers and stuff. Gotta get there feeling good. A little worried about like Camp Kippa at night if it's cold. This year, I'm really excited to hit 1,000 miles. Yeah, 2023 I had really big expectations, but I say this is my final year running Cocodona, so I kind of just want to like really enjoy it, soak it in, see a lot of friends, and have a good race. But yeah, we'll see how it plays out. It got a little wet and cold out there, and I should have probably brought a rain jacket for that section. But otherwise, good. Yeah, I just am like define it, but it was like, yeah, where they feel like rock solid and painful. Couldn't open gels. I had to like break my pulse down with my teeth. So that was fun. I'm from Flag. Nice. I'm running home. That's right.
You know, I've hit the ground running. I feel good. I'm hoping my shirt will dry by the time I get to Crown King, maybe? Hey, hi. A little wet, but you know, sun's coming out. Feeling better. Savannah, Georgia. Flagstaff. Gonna run home. The hardest part is my house is a half mile off the Trinity aid station. Really? Yeah. Yes. That's like my main trailhead. That's awesome. I'm gonna get there and be like, finish line? Oh.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Mountain Outpost and Air Viper Running's coverage of the 2025 Cocodona 250. It's exciting. We are on day 2. We are 27 hours into this race. We are right now looking at your race leader, Rachel Entrekin, as she makes her way through Clarkdale. Rachel is not only leading the women's race, she is sitting in 3rd overall. You know, she's already thrown down a cool, 125, probably at this point 130-ish miles. She's headed to Dead Horse Ranch, which is mile 134, and we saw her at Jerome. She was in great spirits, smile on her face, kind of typical, just seemed very alert, very with it, and like she is not slowing down anytime soon, so this is super exciting. It's nice and green and wet and humid out here in Arizona. And yeah, it's going down. Cocodona 250, 2025.
Yeah, it is.
Troy.
I'm Troy Meadows.
Troy Meadows.
This is Corinne Chalvoy, and we're going to be with you for the next couple hours. I'll tell you, I'm really stoked to be sharing the mics with you, Corinne. We do a little segment on my podcast, the Midpacker Pod, called Trailing Indicators. And so I feel like this is just a live version of that, where we're going to banter for a little bit and talk about a race that's going to go on for days and days. So.
Totally. Somebody in the chat said, wait, is this Midpacker Pod? No, this is not Midpacker Pod. This is not Ultra Uncovered. This is not Trailing Indicators. This is Aravaipa, but we collab all the time. We jump into other things. We are all fans of this sport, and we are super excited to be here with you guys. 7,000 of you joining us. It was really cool. Earlier yesterday, we had people put in the chat real quick where they were tuning in from. Would love to see that. What's the time in your time zone right now? Why are you here? Let us know where you're tuning in from so we can shout out some of the locations, and then we will continue our coverage and give you a bit of a recap on what's been going on lately.
Also, I'd like to know total hours of live stream consumption that you've done as a member of the chat. Let's go.
Who's been here since 5 a.m. yesterday? Through the entire night too. And we're gonna we'll go through 10 p.m. tonight. We'll go off but have static cam for a little while, and then we will start 24/7 coverage.
Yeah, look at them coming in. I'm like, it's coming in so fast in the chat, I can't even try to rattle it off, but I think we've already hit half the states in the union,
as well as Sweden. And I love the international flair. I mean, we have a historically, deep international field here this year, and it really has turned into a global stage for Cocodona this year. So not surprised that we have people tuning in from other countries. Shout out to Florida, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma, Wyoming,
Ohio,
the Bahamas, Gunnison, Colorado, Costa Rica, Conifer. Yeah, some of the Colorado folks are cheering on our leader, Rachel Entrican, who is new to Colorado, but obviously making that move and training out there has been something that has benefited her. Oh, tons of Connecticut, Serbia.
Let's go. Gosh, I saw Puerto Rico in the chat.
Poland.
France, Canada.
The UK.
Some flag locals.
So awesome to have you guys with us.
Yeah, I love the vibes here with the race too. It kind of, obviously it's completely different, but the fact that this course runs through so many like historic towns, and you have to kind of, it goes through the downtown of a handful of these places, and on a lot of the towns on the course, and it kind of has that, the European vibe where you're really connecting the communities together through the route, and yeah, it's a nice little mix. Obviously, it's the vast majority of this route is either single track or fire road. But yeah, they definitely have to get on the sidewalk and asphalt for a little bit.
Which might be a nice reprieve, right? As we'd mentioned, from paying attention to your footwork, just a little bit of a different surface under your feet can be helpful and a nice change. All right, let's recap a little bit what's been going on just to fill everybody in on the leaderboard here. We have got Dan Green out front in this race. Dan Green out of West Virginia, representing East Coast, Beast Coast, running a wicked fast pace. He's leading by, it looks like it's diminished just a bit. He was ahead by 5 or 6 miles. Maybe it's gone down to around 4 miles at this point, with a hard charging Ryan Sands behind him. Then we've got Michael Verstegen third on the men's side, but Rachel Entrican is in front of Michael Verstegen at this point. So Rachel is leading the women's race and sitting in third place overall. Heck yeah, let's go, Rachel. We've got Cody Poskin, DJ Fox, Adhir Ramirez, Harry Schubertes, Max Joliffe. So a handful of other men that are kind of in that 110 to 120 mile range. And then on the women's side, we've got Lindsay Dwyer, Georgia Porter, Sarah Ostaszewski, Allison Powell, Shelby Farrell, all making way and sitting in that top, 5 or 6 on the women's side.
Yeah, and it looks like, Sarah and Allison are running very close together. And it's cool to see Shelby kind of grind her way up through the field, honestly, over the course of the night.
That's awesome. We knew she was back to take this on again. She was a finisher of the first edition of the race, but then also went through some some injuries recently in the last year and is coming back strong. Super grateful to be back in health, allowing her to do this. A little bit of an update on the notable drops so far in the race. We just recently learned that Pau Rius, who was up in that top 5 kind of position for quite a while on day 1, he has officially decided to end his race. So Pau Rius from Spain, living in Canada, has ended his race and dropped officially. We've also had Mika Thews drop fairly early at Crown King, and Courtney Dauwalter decided to call her day around mile 108. We also had Jack Scott from the UK drop. His drop appeared to be injury related. We saw him really holding his high hamstring in one of the aid stations earlier on. So really disappointing, but all of those runners, just courage and kudos to them towing the line and getting out there. And as we all know in this sport, you never know what's going to happen. But we are wishing them the best and hoping they are already on the road to recovery and getting a little bit of rest after the big efforts that they've already actually done.
Yeah, I mean, to say the field kind of got gutted overnight is a little bit of an understatement.
I mean, who would have thought that the most carnage we would see in an ultra is going to happen at the Cocodona 250 for people, I don't know, going for it from the gun. And, we talk a lot about that people are figuring things out in this sport, and they're starting to nail nutrition and they're starting to nail pacing. Well, 200s are still in the evolution of that. Like, it is not figured out. The sleep is not figured out. Like, there are so many variables that people are still really trying to dial in this kind of a distance when you're talking about multiple days, that it's a puzzle, and you're never gonna 100% figure it out. But we've got a couple people that are looking really strong and solid at this point in time.
Yeah, and here are 2 of them. I think is this not Lucy and Ryan here on the screen? I know we're about to cut back to the drone, but yeah, I am so impressed with Ryan, like showing up with historic Ryan A game here at Cocodona after taking quite a bit of a break from really racing. But I mean, he's a legend of the game and been doing, he did a lot of multi-day stuff early on. He's done a lot of expeditions in South Africa. Feel like he had the perfect place to train for this race, kind of stay home and put in big days and then show up and make it happen. I know he spent a couple weeks here kind of getting ready.
He's been out here for a bit, getting on the course some for sure, and definitely taking this seriously. I believe he is coached by Jason Coop, who's put him through a heck of a training regimen getting ready for this. And I think, Jason's someone who has done this race, so knows exactly, what it entails. So obviously that prep is important, and Ryan is just,
Is that Mr. Field Deck in the background there? Yes. Nice. That is the marketing director. The marketing director for Aravaipa is rocking the iPhone, trying to keep pace. Love that.
It looks like some good smiles and Matt. Careful, Matt. Don't fall into a cacti.
Keep it together, buddy.
And this is cool. I spent a lot of time with Lucy, prior to Black Canyon last year, prepping for the race, and we ran a lot of the course together. And like, Lucy's just this really bright light and really brings this kind of cool energy. It's like I don't know. She's just got a great like attitude and spirit about her that like I could see her and Ryan really being a great pair in tackling this. And Ryan too just looks like he is focused, and also like his form is great.
He looks good.
He's moving super well. So I don't know. What do we think they're talking about?
How good real food's gonna taste like at the end of this. I mean, that's pretty much when I'm 27 hours deep into anything, like all I can think about is the beverage of choice and the food that I'm gonna eat. And they're still they're halfway done. Still so long to go.
Yeah. You may wonder, are you actually looking at a race in Arizona? Yes, you are. This is a race in Arizona. It is green. It does rain. I don't know what the weather's like right now in South Africa, but I mean, they got to be enjoying these cooler temperatures, right? This looks like ideal running conditions to me.
I'm telling you, 49 degrees and overcast. I'll take that every day of the week over 85 and sunny.
Yeah. You are looking at second place Ryan Sands and pacer Lucy Bartholomew out there cruising along.
And grinding away.
Making their way to Deer Pass.
And this is kind of like on the course profile, it's a steady grind up, but this is kind of, traversing to get up to the plateau as they kind of close in on flag. And this section in particular, if you're looking on bumps on a map, it looks relatively runnable. And this is like a place where I feel like if you have legs and you're at the front, you can really either close the gap or put a bit of distance. So. Oh,
this is Cody Poskin. We've got Tara Dower out in the field. Cody Poskin, 23-year-old, looking a little wet.
I'll come up and look later.
How long are you gonna nap for?
I'm hoping to just fall asleep, really. If I fall asleep, then we'll probably go 30 minutes.
Sweet.
But I'm hoping it brings my quads back to life.
Heck yeah.
And hopefully in that 30 minutes the sun comes out and all the mud goes away.
It's starting to clear up a bit.
Just a little muddy, yeah?
How was overnight?
It's fine. Just rained the whole time.
Yeah.
The cow field sucked. It's just muddy, but here it is all muddy again. So it is what it is. I mean,
that's why we do it.
Yeah.
Well, good job. Yeah, see ya. Have a good nap. So that was Cody, number 45, 23 years old. He's looking really tired, but and really out of it, but he kept his sense of humor. He said it was really wet and muddy overnight.
And
he said he's going to nap. Yeah, he's going to nap. He said he's going to try to fall asleep. If he can fall asleep, then 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And then he's going to come back up here and get some food at the aid station. But
perfect.
Just was hanging out. He's like just lounging.
Yeah, he definitely had the 1,000-yard stare.
He said his quads were feeling it too.
Yeah, he did mention that his hopefully the nap will wake up his quads. Not sure really what that means, but we'll hope that for him, I guess. But yeah, he's headed over to his cruise vehicle. Looks like they are set up in an SUV. He is leaning on the vehicle, on the crew vehicle. So hopefully he can get a nap and kind of restart his system.
Thank you so much, Tara, for those insights.
And it's clearing up here too. He's hoping that Cody said that he hopes that the sun comes out by the time he's done with his nap. So we can only hope that for him.
So Tara, question for you: did Mike Versteeg leave?
He did. Yeah, I would say the last time we talked, he left maybe 5 minutes after we signed off with each other last. I didn't check the
and we
time
haven't
on
seen
that,
DJ
but
Fox
yeah,
yet.
No DJ, but I would imagine he's close behind Cody. And Cody is taking off his shoes right now, kind of getting sand off his socks, eating something. That's good. As soon as you stop eating, that's when things go wrong. So it's always good to check out how people look and if they're able to consume food. And yeah, he did have that 1,000-yard stare, but we love it.
I mean, well earned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, he just ran through the night and it was wet and cold and rainy.
Yeah.
Makes sense, right?
Totally. And folks are going to be welcome to, so you said he's going to get some maybe hot food there. He's just going to let everybody know.
He's going to come up.
Amazing aid stations here.
He's going to come back up to the aid station once he's done napping and try to get some hot food. He's kind of hearing.
Do we know if the cinnamon rolls are ready yet?
Oh, that's a great question. Let me ask my friend Tom that I met here at the aid station.
Or we heard there's cinnamon roll waffles, some kind of combo there.
When do the the cinnamon roll waffles happen?
Ooh,
when is the time for that? They're wondering in the chat.
Where's Tom? He's making those, right?
Well, right now we're working on making the meal part of the
Okay.
thing, and then we just recommandeered some electricity because we have to have electricity for it.
Oh, yeah.
So I think he's working on it.
Okay.
We'll holler at you.
Yeah, they're gonna holler at me.
Get up in the chat.
Yeah.
I mentioned that it's not like it's quick to make them. It's just like a few minutes.
Yeah.
So like if someone really wants some, I think we can make it right away.
Yeah.
But we're on taco.
Well, once the generator's
They're on
on and
tacos.
everything else, so we're still kind of managing the setup.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you guys
Cool.
for
Thank
all
you
you
guys
do.
so much for doing
We appreciate it. Yeah,
Tara,
I know
do you
everyone's
think you
really
could maybe-
excited for the cinnamon roll update, but they're starting the meal first, and then they're going to move on to the cinnamon rolls.
Would it be possible to get some of those cinnamon rolls delivered to the studio, Tara?
Yeah, I'll get right on that after my field reporting duties.
And the recipe, but they're working on chicken tacos per the menu, so those sound pretty good too.
Oh my gosh.
That's what
I just
maybe
had some
Cody's gonna be looking forward
Doritos.
to when he awakes from his nap.
Yeah, those sound so good. Warm meal. It's very like dreary out here. I feel like that's a good word for the weather out here. Just dreary, wet, a little sleepy area. Looking at the view here, it is starting to go away as the fog is coming back, unfortunately. Oh, and we have DJ Fox here. He is number 47.
Yep.
Yeah, he's got a blue jacket. He's got his Ultra Spire pack, his Ultra Spire quiver with his Lecky poles. He's got some mud on his leggings. He's walking up to the aid station right now. We'll look into his eyes and see how he's feeling. Good job, DJ. Hey, good work. You look great. You got a smile on.
Yeah.
Can I get a fist
Might as
bump?
well.
Good job.
All right, this is second place Ryan Sands. Is he rolling into Dead Horse? Yep, coming into Dead Horse Ranch, mile 134. Ready? All right, and we think maybe DJ Fox is already out of Jerome. I don't know if we still have Tara. She might be able to confirm that. This is super interesting, but I think it's like super smart. Every single time I've seen Ryan Sands at an aid station, he changes his shirt. That's really smart. He's trying to, I mean, he's going to prevent chafing. He's going to stay dry. He's probably going to feel a little bit more refreshed. Like that seems to be, he's also changed his shoes a lot of times. He changed them at Crown King. He was one of the only people who did a shoe change at Crown King 37. So heck, clean those feet off, keep things feeling good, fresh new foam in the shoes.
Yeah.
Pro moves right here.
Yeah, and the foot game is so important when it's wet.
Yeah.
I know. Like you gotta be on top of changing your socks. You gotta be on top of, you know, like to your point, fresh foam is nice.
Fresh foam, fresh, just a fresh feel in there. Wonder how many pairs of shoes he brought. We've got some Red Bull being represented in some what appears to be like Red Bull water bottles, aluminum bottles. Yeah, Ryan is a Red Bull athlete. He's back to this. Yeah, this has been a staple of his. We don't know if this is like mashed potatoes. Kind of looks like that. Or like some kind of porridge. Something. Yeah, grits. Could be something like that. He looks like he's been continuing to eat well. He's been eating a lot of real food at every single aid. Maybe working on some bandages or
What place is Brian in?
Hmm?
Yeah,
Brian
doing
is
the foot
second.
care.
yeah, foot care. Foot care happening. This is awesome. Tara, are you still with us?
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Hey, did DJ Fox leave?
Yes, he did. Yeah, I asked if he
Okay.
was going to eat something or hang out with his crew, and he said he is in and out. No nap, no nothing. He
All
is
right,
in
so
and
that's
out.
going to
He
be a
looks great.
change here. We're going to have DJ Fox moving ahead of Cody Poskin at this aid station in Jerome.
Yeah, so Cody, there's some buses that just pulled up. It's hard to see, but I think he got into the vehicle to sleep. Yeah, it looks like his crew is preparing his stuff, and he's probably trying to take a nap right now. And DJ left. He looked great. His eyes look clear. Didn't have the 1,000-yard stare, but it's so early. It's still so early. There's still so much race left.
Yeah, so thanks for joining us. You guys are awesome in the chat. We love having you here. You're giving us life here in the commentary studio. As we're looking at Ryan Sands doing a stop here, we are super curious. What is your favorite aid station food? Throw it in the chat with an emoji, or just what are you always looking forward to, or seems to be your go-to when you are arriving at an aid station? Let's see what people are going to out there. I think bacon can sometimes be amazing, as well as pickles. What about you, Troy?
Bacon and pickles. I am usually like a potato chips and Coke kind of guy. If I've got to do solid food, like quesadillas over PB&Js. But yeah, bacon is good.
Duck butter. Wow. Nutella pancakes, quesadillas, walking tacos, watermelon. And multiple people shouting out tequila. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Avocado wraps, Oreos.
Sushi.
Yeah, we've seen Andy Glaze is a big sushi fan. Definitely potatoes, pickles.
Pierogies are good.
Pierogies. Dates, salted potatoes. All right.
Watermelon and avocado.
Tears of my enemies.
Shots of tears of my enemies.
Pickles and Coke, milkshakes. Yeah, I haven't seen as much milk being represented in this year's Cocodona, but I did see Finn Melanson with a like a glass jar of milk. Apparently that tasted really good to him last year. So
1 year at Grindstone, it was broth with the mashed potatoes.
Oh yeah,
mixed together.
Soften it up. Absolutely, the warmth, the butteriness. Love that. Love
salt.
that combo.
Add a little salt to the mashed potatoes.
Can we get a delivery of mashed potatoes, morning mashed potatoes here with ramen broth? Somebody just said that, Taylor Budd. Apple juice, salty stuff, miso soup. I could see that really tasting good.
Pierogies fried in bacon grease. Let's go.
Wow, we're getting very specific there. That is a gourmet. All right. People are checking in for the leaderboard. We're going to give you an update as we watch Ryan Sands here at Dead Horse Ranch. He is sitting in second place, doing some shoe changes, putting some, looks like maybe some sunscreen, I don't know, or just some moisturizer on the face, like getting freshened up. This is Ryan Sands out of South Africa, who is running in second. We have Dan Green in the lead of this race. Dan Green is from West Virginia. He is 28 years old. He is running his first 200-plus mile race, and he is absolutely crushing it right now. Who's sitting in third, Troy?
Miss Rachel.
Entrican.
Entrican?
I asked her last year when I interviewed her.
Entrican.
Yeah, Rachel Entrican sitting in third overall and leading the women's race. Michael Versteeg is moving right along in a fourth overall, third on the men's side. Cody Poskin is taking a nap at Jerome. DJ Fox has passed him because he did not stop at Jerome. So right now we have DJ Fox ahead of Cody Poskin. That's on the men's side. Women's field right now, and we don't have eyes yet on what's going on exactly between our second and third runners, but Rachel is in the lead by quite a bit. Then we have a gap. Then we have Lindsay Dwyer and Georgia Porter fairly close to one another. We're not sure who's in front of that right now. There is a bit of gap in coverage before we're going to get eyes on them coming into the next aid station. But those would be the next two in the female race. And then we would be looking at Allison Powell and Sarah Ostazuski, followed by Shelby Farrell and Catherine Edwards right now, according to our trackers.
Fun. Yeah, the women's race is. I'm really intrigued by the battle that's going on with Lindsay and Georgia in the women's race. They seem to be within 0.2 of a mile of each other for the last several hours.
Yeah. Could be running together, could be working together, could be encouraging one another. Yeah, we had some notable drops so far in the race. Looks like Ryan is exiting Dead Horse Ranch, so leaving Dead Horse at 9:05.
Yeah, and it's interesting because that Dan Green, Ryan Sands gap seems to be just staying really consistent around that 3 to 4 mile range, depending on when the trackers are updating. And interested to see, kind of like I said earlier, how this plays out over the next, call it 100 miles.
So Ryan Sands is leaving with a new pacer. Looks like Lucy's current shift is over. She did a great job, and Ryan's got a new friend out there with him on course.
Man, Dan and Ryan are per the tracker, are running the same pace. They're updating the same time. They were updated 3 minutes ago. And so this is literally the war of attrition is on. It's like who has the resilience, who has the durability. Who can hang on.
Yeah, we also don't know if anyone is connected to Dan or Ryan's crews. It'd be super interesting to hear like how much sleep they've actually gotten. Have they taken a few dirt naps? Like, we heard that Dan slept for 10 minutes at Jerome, but like, what is the total sleep accumulated like for each of those individuals? Because at some point, it's also going to become like one of them might have to stop and take a little bit of rest.
Yeah, to me, it's not a if, it's a when.
Yeah.
Of like, when does the body say I need another 10 minutes or more? And it looks like I know we got the confirmation that Dan took 10 minutes at Jerome. Based on what I've seen, it doesn't look like Ryan stopped yet, but that doesn't mean that he hasn't. So and here we got a static cam on
Dead Horse Ranch.
Yeah, Dead Horse Ranch. I'm trying to think who we're looking at here, runner wise, but
no, this is mile 134.
This would be all probably maybe crew waiting.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I don't think we've got a runner in there right now. It's like a campground area. What is up, everybody? I am Corinne Shalvoy. This is Troy Meadows. We are stoked to be here with you today, talking about the Cocodona 250. What's harder, commentating for 5 days or running for 5 days? They're both hard.
I have no reference on the running part, but I do enjoy spitting into the mics. It's gonna be a grind. My call times are every day. You know, we got shifts. I got a double on Friday.
A double.
So
is it a field in studio double or is it just an in studio double?
It's in studio double.
Oh man.
With like a 6-hour break.
Okay.
So I feel like I'm getting really good commentating training in. You know, I'm doing my doubles. I'm getting the work done. So
that's amazing. You're crushing it. If anyone wants to follow their runner, check out the live tracking that's pinned in the chat. We've got all runners there, and that is the best way to get, some info on kind of how whoever you're following is going. I know Ariana, your mom is about a mile from Camp Kippa. That's awesome. I don't know that we have a camera still at Camp Kippa. It seems to be down because we do have to kind of move those cameras along. But I'm sure your mom is out there crushing it. Tell her she's amazing, and follow her on that tracker. We might have some coverage of the middle and back of the pack kind of as we go on, and there are cameras out there. They might be getting some footage that ends up showing up later in the Chronicles, the Cocodona Chronicles that are being put together by Tony Hill. Thank you so much, Tony, for doing that. Those are amazing. We have 2 more of those to roll through. So yeah, if we have a little bit of dead time, we might queue up number 3 in the Cocodona Chronicles here in a bit to show you guys some recaps of kind of what else has been going on in the last 28 hours. Okay, this is the waffles.
Let's go.
The cinnamon.
They are.
They
made
the
'em.
cinnamon roll waffles.
Yeah. So should I do like a live testing of these?
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, hold on. Tara Dower is currently in the field at Jerome. We have heard that these are the best cinnamon roll flavored waffles that exist. Caleb Stevens said they brought him back to life in the Cocodona last year. Tara is going to do a live taste testing. We got a little, is that whipped cream?
No, that's.
I think it's that sugar cinnamon
icing.
sauce. Yeah,
Icing.
yeah.
Oh. All right.
Okay, here we
let's see
go.
what we got here. Tara's digging in.
Crispy, sweet. I like this mode of making the cinnamon roll because you can put the
There it goes.
No, cinnamon roll down.
It's okay. It's okay.
Leave no trace.
I like
Tara,
this
leave no
mode
trace.
because I'm gonna eat it. The pockets, the icing goes into the pockets. So I think this is revolutionary. Also, I got to talk to Cody Poskin's crew chief, I suppose. And Corinne, I heard you talking about him earlier.
Yeah.
And how you're like, how the heck did he get into? He's 23. How the heck did he hear about ultras? And apparently his crew chief was like, yeah, he just does what he wants.
Wow.
So he did cross country in high school and then moved on to, he was going to run for a school, I think, Mississippi, but then apparently he didn't get on the team. And then he ran a marathon and they're like, I guess he did really well. And they're like, who do you run for? And he's like, nobody, I run for myself. And then he moved on to the 50-mile distance. And he obviously keeps adding to his resume. He's just going up in distance. And apparently he had 2 people pacing him, but he didn't have anyone for Mingus. And they found a pacer for him overnight. He was going to take a nap at Mingus, but he decided to just keep going. So that's why he's taking a nap here. But he did have to find a pacer last minute. And he seems so cool. He's so chill. He's not eating a lot. His crew chief did say that he's not eating a whole lot. He is eating fruit, which I know from Hard Rock, the fruit was clutch. I ate a lot of fruit out there. But he's drinking a lot of liquid carbs. I'm going to try more of this. It smells so good.
So that's an update on Cody Poskin, who's currently taking a little nap there at Jerome, while Tara Dower enjoys some of the amazing aid station fare that can be found on the Cocodona 250 course. We've got the cinnamon roll waffles, complete with their own little icing that just falls right into those pockets and crevices. So I'm glad you got some breakfast, Tara.
Oh my gosh, me too. I brought some muffins I shared with Andres here and Mike. So I had some Doritos, but this is so much better. It's warm.
Nice.
Are you guys nice and warm at the studio?
Shalvoy, Troy Meadows and Tara Dower bringing you some coverage here. What's up, Tara?
Oh, I was just asking how it is at the studio. Is it nice and warm?
It's good. It's good.
Not
We got a
rainy?
little bit of dead space, coverage wise. Super curious to hear what's happening with the second and third women, where Lindsay Dwyer and Georgia Porter are at. Are they together? Has one pulled ahead? That's kind of the suspense that's building right now. But yeah, no, it's going well, and we just appreciate you being out there in the field, and appreciate all of the volunteers who are keeping everybody satiated and hydrated and warm and all the good stuff.
Yeah, awesome. Great. Well, when you get an update about them, let me know. I'd love to know.
Yeah, we will for sure. We should be seeing Adhira Ramirez, who we'd love to learn a little bit more about, maybe come into that aid station there at Jerome anytime now.
Yeah, I'll keep my eyes open for him.
Yeah. If anyone knows Adhira, or if he goes by Ed, yeah, let us know. So out of 7,000 people out there, somebody's got to know.
These are incredible, guys. Thank you so much.
Man, that feed jacket is legit, Corinne.
It is. It's a good solid parka. Yeah.
If only we knew someone.
I mean, I'm just gonna be selfish and take credit for. I actually pitched this idea to the feed. I said we need jackets that are like swim parkas. My mom and dad got me like an actual swim parka because every time I finish an ultra, I'm freezing. No matter what the temperature is. Like my body shuts down and I need something. They're like, Corinne, my parents call me Corey. You gotta have one of these jackets. And then I started working at the feed and I was like, guys, we need to make these jackets. We have all these amazing athletes out in the field. They're going to use this. They're going to wear it before races, after races, in the middle of hundreds.
During field commentary.
Jeez. Yeah, this is hey, if Mike's no, he's not there anymore. I was like, Tara, have somebody take some photos. Do a little quick photo shoot in the rain with the parka.
Yeah.
It is comfy. It's
I
like
think,
fleece inside.
Yeah, I think he moved on. He's going to go try to catch more of the field. But I see a lot of people looking at me and they're clearly jealous. It's jealousy. I see it in their eyes.
You can get one of these. They're for sale on the feed site. Just saying.
Little promo.
You too can rock one of these.
So you guys said that who's next?
Yeah, we should be expecting Adhere Ramirez.
Okay. Adhere Ramirez. I am keeping my eyes open for him. It's kind of hard because we have this little curve over here, so I don't see them until they're like right here, but they have like this whole walk up and they have to come to, sorry, the mic was away from my face. They come all the way up and they loop around, so we like watch them come around and then they just have to like get to this aid station area and then they can turn around and then go find their crew. And that's what DJ did, I think. I think he like came up here, kind of same with Rachel, same strategies. They come up here and then they leave to get whatever they need with their crew. So
yeah, and there's no opportunity other than a vehicle to get into like a warm inside a location at this. So some people are doing the vehicle stop, but some people are just like, nah, I'm not going to spend too much time here.
Yeah, there is like a little bit of cover here, but probably the crew vehicle is what they want. Take a nap.
That is a solid aid station setup right there. Hot food.
Yeah,
going.
they're awesome.
Anything you could.
They're
need.
making more of the cinnamon roll. Can we get a close up on the cinnamon roll action?
Just a little bit about Ed, who's going to be coming in here, Tara, just so you know, as we get visuals on amazing hot food and cinnamon roll. Oh, they're in that waffle maker over there. Yes. I think that. Oh, that looks good. Some people are asking for this recipe. I don't know if they want to divulge it or keep it a Cocodona secret. Might be able to sell it. I don't know, but if there's any,
honestly, I think it's just a cinnamon roll pressed into a waffle maker, and then it looks like it's Annie's
cinnamon roll batter.
Cinnamon roll, Annie's specifically.
A tube, a can of cinnamon rolls. Yes. I mean, we could go savory options here. We could throw some biscuits in there.
Little bacon. Little
bacon on top
with the cinnamon roll waffle.
Ugh.
Let's go.
Tara says ew.
Wait, are you putting the cinnamon roll in first and then putting the uncooked bacon on top of that?
You're crumbling the bacon on top of
crumbled bacon.
On top of
okay, so it's cooked already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if you're pressing like raw bacon into the cinnamon roll.
No. That'd be crazy. So as we wait for Ed to come in, Adhere Ramirez, I was just looking a little bit over his results. So as we mentioned earlier, Adhere got second place at Mogi on Monster last year. tough 100-miler Aravaipa Hard Rock qualifier that happens in September. He took second place at that race. So this is just recent results. And then he went and did 24 hours at Jackpot and ran 131 miles in February of this year. So some excellent training, it appears, to then jump in, did a little quick 50K tune-up called Trail Trashed Ultras out in Henderson, Nevada. He might be from that area, or we'll find out where he's from, but did a little 50K tune-up third week of March, and now here he is doing amazing out at Cocodona.
Yeah, putting in the work, man.
Does appear this might be his first 200-plus mile race.
Tara, are you still with us? Hey, Tara, are you still with us? Can you hear us?
Guys?
Yeah, I got a question from the chat. I know you were signed up for this race, and obviously Western States is the A goal, but is being here, doing this, seeing the vibes here make you want to toe the line next year maybe?
Yes, it does. It's so cool. As long as the weather cooperates, I don't care, actually. It doesn't matter. It can rain, it can snow. It makes it funner, more fun that way. So, I don't know. It's a pretty cool vibe. Just to be clear, I was not signed up, but I was pondering if I wanted to do it.
Well,
yeah.
That was the rumor on the streets was that you were going to do
requests.
Cocodona this year. So.
Oh yeah, I would definitely do it. I would love to do it this year. Would have loved to run with Rachel or Courtney, Georgia, any of the ladies. Lindsay Dwyer wrecked me at, I think it was like my third or fourth 100 miler at Umstead. She beat me in the last 5 miles sprinting. I was like, oh my gosh, she's so good. And her training leading up to Cocodona was impressive. Lots of volume.
Yeah, shout out to Lindsay. Her twin sister is actually my neighbor in Asheville.
Mm.
And so I got to do, and we shook out. I did a shakeout run with her during packet pickup. It was cool to connect, and yeah, she's so humble too. Like as a runner, she's just kind of full-time teacher, full-time runner. If you look at the training that she logs, and so yeah,
peak week of 164 miles, 25 hours, and 22,000 feet of climbing. Those are kind of like Zach Miller type numbers right there.
Yeah, dude.
Which is extremely impressive. And
yeah, that's wild.
Like Rachel. We've got eyes on Rachel Entrikin real quick here, Tara.
Oh yeah, great.
Just so you know,
she
we've
looks
got
great.
a little visual of her running.
Awesome. Yeah, I can see her on our screen. She looks so good. I mean, like we were joking when she came up here. She gave me a hug. Was totally clear-minded. No 1,000-yard stare. She looked great. And she looks great. Incredible. Oh my gosh. Is anyone else pumped about this? Is it just me?
I think everybody's pumped about this.
Andreas said he's pumped too.
We're all pumped. Go, Rachel.
Yeah.
Get it, girl.
Do you guys know how far she is? If she, course record pace, do you guys know where she is in relation to that?
We need some Liam Aid Station Fireball stats for that. We will be trying to find out.
Sweet. Now I'm wondering if he is you said Ed here. I wonder if he is with his crew right now because he hasn't come up. And I did see somebody walking out with those famous cinnamon rolls. So I wonder if he is down at his crew and then maybe he's going to come up here after he does whatever he needs to do
Yeah,
down at his crew
the case.
area. Yeah. Yeah. And still Cody is sleeping as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. The weather looks great there in Jerome, that drone shot. Almost looks like it's clearing a little bit and burning off. Yeah.
Yeah, slowly but surely, I think the sun is coming.
The sun is coming to give these runners life. Going back to Lindsay Dwyer's training, yeah, consistently high mileage, and then she had this super solid 3-week taper where she went from 164 miles to just 102, and then 53 the week before the race, and now here we are.
Solid. Yeah, when I spoke with her, she said that durability was the name of the game for this block. Is like, how do I get the body ready to cover the distance when I've never ran more. I think her biggest race is 100 miles. So
yeah, makes sense.
Dude, Rachel is on the move.
Rachel Entrekin plugging along, solid steady pace here. And she is over halfway through this race. Her next stop will be where Tara Dower is at Dead Horse Ranch. No, sorry, Tara's at Jerome.
Yeah,
she's
that's
hanging
right.
out at Jerome.
Yeah.
We do have a camera at Dead Horse, and there's crew access.
Yeah, it looks like from the... she's probably a mile away.
You can tell how humid it is. Her hair's pretty soaked.
Oh, it looks like there's... Maybe it's me. It looks like she's got some rain or something coming down.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I couldn't tell if it was rain or like a mix from the feed.
She's moving so great. This is Rachel Entrekin, race leader on the women's field, also running in third overall. No pacer right now.
Yeah, and I don't think we haven't talked to her crew since, but I'm seeing some messages in the chat. Yeah, unless someone's told her on course, she does not know that she's running in first place right now.
Thanks, Matt. Matt Feldick, it's raining out there. We appreciate you, Matt.
Coming in hot from the field.
With the profile pic, very corporate looking with the tie.
My name is Matt Feldick. Yeah, did she leave Jerome with a pacer? Did we get confirmation?
Maybe she's dropped her pacer. It's hard to know.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I mean, in this situation, Troy, would you have a hat on? Like, I know some people are just not hat people, but if it's raining?
I don't run without a hat.
Yeah.
So that's.
I mean, I'd want a little brim. I think Dan and Ryan were both wearing lids. Yeah.
Brimming it up.
They'd fog. Glasses would fog.
Yeah, the one race that I forgot to bring a hat, it was overcast.
Mm-hmm.
It was Quest for the Crest, so long day out there, and you look at the pictures and you can just see the tan line on my head, so I'll never make that mistake again. All my race pictures, I'm like two-tone.
Nice.
I know. Well, when you have sick Janji hats, you got to wear sick Janji hats.
Packable, don't weigh anything.
Oh, look at her with the smiles.
Dude, whenever I see Rachel running, I feel like I'm looking at a person who absolutely loves running. Like, she just loves doing it. She loves being out there for a really, really long time. She just looks like she's just in her element, and like she absolutely 100% wants to be doing this, which is awesome. That's so cool.
She also said at the last aid station to Tara that she was retiring after this. So,
Yeah, but two things can be true at the same time. You can be retiring and enjoying what you're doing.
Yeah, 100%. And you can definitely hold two contrarian viewpoints in your head at once. That's for sure. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, Dan Green is still in the lead. He looks like he's got a 3 or 4 mile lead on Ryan Sands, who's obviously in second place, and then Rachel Entricken is running in third place overall, first female, followed by Mike Versteeg as third place male, and then the podium as it stands, and obviously I'm expecting there's probably going to be some shakeups here, but Rachel's in first, Lindsay Dwyer is in second, and then Georgia Porter is in third. And I need to look at the refresh, but it looks like Lindsay might be putting in a little bit of a gap on Georgia, as both those ladies have been almost from the live tracker. It looks like they've been running almost step for step for, I'd say, the last 50 miles. Okay. Georgia Porter just hasn't. Lindsay just updated her tracker, and Georgia Porter updated a minute ago, so they probably are still pretty close together.
Yep. All right, we are getting some intel and some stats to tell you guys. I'm gonna take a look here, and we are gonna get an idea of, from a timing standpoint, where Rachel Entricken is relative to Mika Thews. Thank you, Liam Aid Station Fireball. Mika hit Dead Horse last year in 33:57, so just under 34 hours elapsed. And Rachel, gonna just find her Dead Horse split. (9:28 a.m.) Oh my God, I'm bad at public math. 9:28.
6 hours plus.
Is that right? What's 33:57?
Oh, just under 6 hours.
Wow. She could be hours ahead of course record.
Nothing like running 5+ hours ahead of course record pace.
I mean, it's what happened for like 6 guys on the men's side last year. It's just totally happening like in the sport. I mean, a lot can happen either way. We could see that increase. We could see that decrease between now and the end of the race. We also are pretty sure that Rachel Entricken does not know that she is leading the women's race, and that Courtney is no longer in the race. So that we heard that maybe at this aid station they were gonna tell her that. So this is gonna be super exciting to see. Like, does she get that information, and how does she respond to it? Somebody's talking to her. I don't know if we have audio out there.
Yeah, it looks like she's got to be really close to Deadwood right now.
Yeah. I didn't know that.
Oh, I heard it. I didn't know that. So Rachel Entricken coming into the Dead Horse aid station, mile 134, and we think she was just informed by crew that she's now leading the race. Yeah, we think that Rachel Entrekin's coming into this aid station around 6 hours ahead of the split from last year's female leader. Absolutely demolishing it. Let's give some love to Rachel in the chat. Oh, what kind of emoji? I feel like Rachel's just like, what would she want us to be putting in the chat? How about just to like put your hands up? Huh, I didn't know that. I'm leading the race? I didn't know that. Yeah, throw that emoji in the chat for Rachel and we'll tell her. She looks like she's just having a casual conversation with a group of friends right there. Let's go, Rachel. Oh, thanks, Troy, for the little mid-packer pod. Huh. Yay, here they come. I love how everybody has different hair colors.
Oh, there she goes, right to the van.
Hashtag Women Can Movement. Thanks. Shout out to Women Can. If you want to show Women Can some love, go check out the Bree Cornell, who is out there on this course. She designed a shirt for us. Go support her if you want to show her some love.
Oh, the man Gus Gibbs standing right in front of the van here, right in frame in the white button up. Shout out.
So we are unsure if Rachel has slept yet.
I was actually just going to say, if you find out you're in the lead,
oh, God.
that Courtney's dropped, and you've got, call it a 2-hour gap, do you take 30 minutes right here,
But I don't know. I would want to know after I woke up so that I could be excited, so that I could get that information. Like, wait, I woke up did I just have a dream? I'm leading the race. I'm ahead of Courtney. I'm like, Courtney DeValter dropped out of the race. I'm ahead. Like, is this a dream? Let's go. I feel like that would be information that I'd want to know after I slept.
Yeah, I'm just saying that if I was in that situation and I found out, I'd be thinking about it going, sleep would be really good. Like, because if you're hunting, she's in hunting mode, right?
So
she's
she can relax?
Yeah, she can say like, let me actually rest.
Okay. Well, maybe we can try to get some info from our cameraman out there or woman who is getting this coverage. Maybe we'll get a little intel from their crew if possible after this. Thank you. Alexandra Mayer is going to be wearing the Women Can shirt at the Foxborough Aid Station. Okay. Yes, I love it. Love it. Take a picture, please. All right. We are eyes on Dead Horse Ranch, mile 134, third place overall. Rachel Entrekin coming in. We'll see how long she takes here, if she decides to nap. And we think she was just told by her crew that she is now leading the race on the women's side.
What else are we taking out of here? Gloves? What else are we taking out of the pack?
Is she in there?
Yeah, she went into the van.
I'm not.
It was like, I don't think she broke stride into the van.
She just jumped, ran right into the van.
Oh, just empty bottles. All right, we're going caffeinated front. Oh, caffeinated on heart.
Caffeinated on heart. The heart side of the vest.
I like that.
Water.
Right side.
Caffeinated on the heart.
Here, poles. Are you taking poles? Yep. Poles are staying. Huh? Poles are staying.
Looks like 3 500 milliliter soft flasks going into that vest. Yeah, I'm guessing she's not going to sleep. Maybe she's changing
did you see what I did?
or something like that. But this looks like they're getting this pack
really
ready.
easily melted on.
Candy. No candy.
What's that?
No.
Yes, candy,
Put
no
the
candy.
candy in the vest.
Okay, that looks like
I didn't see that bag.
like a
Where it is.
homemade flask of maybe mashed potatoes or something.
Is it under the seat? Under the bed? What are you looking for in the UD bag? Okay. Okay.
Uh-oh. Do we hear an ah?
Van's not big enough. We got multiple sets of gloves in here.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Just in case you're way too big.
Okay. Are we going? Are we taking?
We got some scratched shoes making an appearance.
Are we taking this set of gloves out? Are they wet?
No, not the batch.
Hey.
Yeah, boy.
My gloves are coming out.
You want South Patches?
Looks like we've got a pacer on standby here.
Your pack's still heavy. You gotta eat.
I still can't get over how big the packs are.
Yeah, they look pretty full, but I think it's probably a good move because, you know, you don't know, it might start hailing on you.
Totally.
They also have a bit of a long stretch right here.
You would have done the same thing.
Yeah, 14 miles.
I'm trying to get you to sleep.
I'm trying to get you sleep.
Kathy, so put those somewhere in the bag. So when she has normal stretch.
Here.
We have eyes on Rachel Entrekin's crew. Rachel Entrekin leading the women's race and third overall is currently at the Dead Horse Aid Station and in this van.
Do you have hand warmers? Can we take?
Oh, Versteeg. Sun's out, guns out. Sun's not out, gun's still out.
Michael Versteeg. 4th place overall, 3rd place male. Moving right along. Love to see it. Shout out to Satisfy, who is helping out with the Fane Ranch Aid Station. Always puts out an amazing spread of food, soft, comfy chairs, designer shirts, etc. That are, yeah, it's always a vibe right there. I actually haven't been out there. I've just seen it on camera, but they do an amazing job with that aid station. So shout out to Satisfy. Multiple Satisfy athletes running the Cocodona 250. We got Michael Versteeg, we got Max Jalief, and Sarah Ostaszewski, all representing Satisfy.
Yeah, I have the Fane Ranch as not a must-do stop while I'm here, but I'm trying to figure out how to work it within the schedule between getting the training in. So it's...
you can go out there and do a run out there.
I know.
Those guns should be banned. Versteeg's moving well, looking good. All right, so we're going to give you a little more info on kind of how these runners are moving here. Thank you to Liam Aid Station Fireball. So looking at the Jerome to Dead Horse split, so we're talking about from mile 125 to 134, right? Around 8.7 miles, 9-ish miles. Dan Green, your race leader on the men's side, ran that in 1 hour and 54 minutes. And Rachel ran it in 1 hour and 45 minutes. Rachel is 9 minutes faster in that section than Dan. So Rachel is obviously feeling great. She, we were talking about how well Dan is running, and she ran this 9-mile section 9 minutes faster. That would be a minute per mile faster than our race leader. Question is Rachel Entrekin gaining on Dan Green and Ryan Sands at this point in time? She is, as we had mentioned, about 5.5 hours faster than Mika Thews was last year through this aid station. And, you know, personal splits. I'm here 8 hours sooner than I was last year. She put 8 hours on her own split from last year at this point in the race. So she's having a day. Rachel is having a day, and we're wondering if and when the sleep is going to come in to play and how much she'll do. But right now, man, Rachel's crushing.
Yeah, and here for it. Like I'm excited to see how this plays out, because if she can kind of just hold this together, you know, records are going to get broken at the Cocodona 250 this year. I think on both sides of the field.
It is currently looking like it. Right now we're showing you a little stretch here. Michael Versteeg is running down this trail in Wash, and as you can tell, this is not a smooth surface. We are absolutely trail running. He did just transition onto a road, but that being said, majority of this course, right? This is rocky. Oh, that looks nice and buttery. Got some good, undulation. But man, Michael Versteeg moving well despite looking like maybe he was struggling a bit earlier. He's cruising.
Yeah, and I mean, rumor is this is his last year running. At least that's what some of us have been told, and that's a pretty strong why. Mm-hmm. You know, knowing that, you know, he's given a lot to this race in general of year after year, and to know that this may be the last time that you toe the line, or at least that's what you're telling yourself. It makes putting one foot in front of the other just a little bit easier when things get really tough.
For sure. Yeah, people calling out that AJW is at around mile 83, 84 of the race. Skate a mini ramp if Jeff shoots hoops. If Jeff shoots hoops. Yeah, so is it Mingus that where there's no, where are there's a basketball court. Oh, maybe it's Men's Park. There's basketball courts that famously, Jeff, I'm losing my brain, Goldberg plays hoops at. People are saying that Mike Versteeg should do a mini ramp. Sure. Let's throw it in there. Shout out to AJW mile 83 of the race. How's Callie Vinson doing? I'm sure folks want to know that. She's around mile 62. Just as a reminder, the cutoff for Camp Kippa. Oh, Camp Kippa would be the next cutoff at 2 p.m. this afternoon. That's mile 62. So people have until 2 p.m. to get to Camp Kippa, mile 62. Meanwhile, our race leaders are more than double that into this race. Mile 134. Looks like Rachel is out of her van.
It's like I'm running 200 miles.
55. That gets lighter if he eats food.
Depends on the data.
Okay. 269 if it's my phone.
Do you have your phone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just gotta go.
Okay. Okay. Bye.
All one piece.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
No problem. Okay. We are ready. Holy crap. All right, Joel.
And she's running.
Yeah. Yeah, now I have to finish.
This is race leader Rachel Entrekin, living Dead Horse Ranch, mile 134. Currently sitting in third place overall.
Yeah, now we're back to Mike. He's a couple miles outside of Deadwood.
Dead Horse.
Sorry.
Deadwood is an aid station as well. That's on the Western States course, but that's okay.
It's also probably the best series about the West ever
Nice.
produced.
Yeah,
so.
Deadwood.
Yeah, Dead Horse. Pardon. Thank you, Corinne.
All good.
I do want to say we've got over 7,000 of you hanging out, watching the feed. We've got 931 likes on this stream. Go ahead and take a second and let's hit the like button. and give a little love to Mountain Outpost.
Shout out Mountain Outpost, bringing this amazing coverage.
Oh yeah. I thought you said.
All right, we are back. This is Michael Versteeg coming into Dead Horse. Michael's sitting in 4th place overall right now, 3rd male. We had Rachel Entrican leave this aid station. She is in 1st on the female race and 3rd overall. She is 5.5 hours ahead of first record place from last year. And
Mike with the kiddo.
yeah, the kid, his daughter's making an appearance at all these aid stations, which is awesome. I think we've got an interview. We're going to talk a little bit to Cody Poskin's crew, just get some insights into like what's going on in Cody's world here. So I'm going to throw it out here to Tara Dower in the field at Jerome. Tara, what you got for us?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
We can.
Loud and clear.
Oh, sweet. So who am I here with?
I'm Augie, and then this is Cody's mom, Brooke. This is his friend Mark, and this is Callie. She's with Mount the Coast, his shoe sponsor.
Oh, sweet. So could you tell us about the overnight pacer that jumped in?
Yeah, that was Callie. So he actually, we had 2 people lined up to come pace him, 2 of our friends from high school, and they dropped out like a month ago, something like that. Yeah. They're from Utah, and they paced him for the Black Canyon. That was a little bit ago. So he was without a pacer until he got to the previous aid station.
Oh, wow.
So Callie jumped in. Callie jumped in. I'm sorry. Callie jumped in.
Pretty spontaneous.
Yeah,
she jumped in. She said,
"Can you let us know how that was with him? How was he doing overnight?"
He was great. He's moving really, really well. Yeah. Just positive attitude. He did slide down an embankment once, but otherwise he was doing really, really well. And just keeping a positive attitude.
Sweet. So how was he after his nap? How long did he nap for?
He napped for a little less than 30 minutes, and he said he felt worse after waking up, but he's chugging along.
Yeah.
He said he wanted to eat a little more food because he wasn't really doing that. So he ate a bunch of watermelon. He had a bite of a cinnamon roll, an orange, bite of a sandwich we bought him, and slurped down a goo. So.
How did he react to the cinnamon roll? What was his reaction? We want to know.
He couldn't really chew or swallow it.
Yeah.
So he had to take a big drink of water, and then even then it was kind of difficult.
Oh man,
So
dang it.
the
Okay.
watermelon was a little easier for him to get down.
Okay, so like pre-soaking these cinnamon rolls probably would be a good idea.
Yeah, probably.
Dipping them in a little water.
Yeah, that might help a little bit.
Okay, good to know. Yeah, Corinne.
Tara, I want to know what mom thinks about her son, 23-year-old, doing this event.
Yeah. So they want to know, like at 23 years old, how did he end up here in ultras in a 250 miler?
Pretty much he will do anything he brings his mind to do. He ran cross country and track in high school and wanted to run for his college. Wasn't able to. He tried to walk on and they wouldn't let him try out to walk on. So he ran a marathon and won his first marathon, and then it went from one marathon, and then he just started ultra.
Wow.
Loves to run.
When he told you he was going to do his first ultra, what was his first ultra, by the way?
The mid-state massive, I believe, was his first one, and he won that one.
Okay. And when he told you he wanted to do an ultra, what was your reaction?
I think he's crazy. I knew he could do it. I mean, he had his own crew out there. A friend of his flew in and crewed him for that one. But if Cody sets his mind to something, Cody can do it. I mean,
love that.
He
What's
climbs
his training
mountains,
look
he
like?
kayaks. He's going to do a triathlon in November. So he's...
Wow.
If he wants to do it,
He
he'll
can
do it.
through hike. I through
He can through hike.
I through hiked the Colorado Trail
Oh,
with
did
him.
you? Oh, so
Good
cool.
story about his trail name, Burrito Boy.
Burrito
So
Boy.
he was doing a 14er. He had no tent, right?
Yeah, he sent his tent back.
He had like a tarp, storm up on the mountain.
That's not
so
a
he
good
wraps himself up in the tarp.
So yeah.
Burrito Boy.
I love that. Do you guys know do any of y'all know what his training looks like currently?
He pretty much doesn't really, if he feels like running a long run today, he runs a long run. And if he wants to run a short run, he runs it. He runs almost every day. Very few days that he doesn't run something. He'll ride his bike to work sometimes, and then he'll run to work sometimes. And it's just kind of what he feels like doing.
Wow, incredible.
Oh, you can probably answer that better than
Yeah,
me.
I'm
then.
doing our hours together this morning.
Yeah.
He said he averages like 70 miles a week year
70?
round, which I think was pretty stout, but all on pretty much roads.
Wow.
With very little vertical.
Because where is he at right now?
Missouri. 95% of his training he says is roads. So
Not near the Ozarks.
No.
Right in central Missouri. St. Louis area, so central-ish.
Yeah. Wow. Incredible. That's so cool. Well, thank you guys
He
so
mostly
much.
trains alone. That was
Wow.
really interesting. So
Yeah. Well, great, y'all. I hope all the best for the future. Dead Horse is next for y'all?
Yep, that's where we're heading.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, I can take it.
That's
Thanks,
awesome.
guys. Thank you so much. Nice meeting y'all. Have a good day. Yeah, so that
Thanks,
was
Tara. They're
Cody.
crushing it out there.
Yeah, no, they are. It seems like a really good crew. I love like his mom is here, his friend from the Colorado Trail is here, a jump-in pacer. Augie, I think his name was Augie with the Lions hat. Reppin' football. Reppin' sports.
Yeah, this is awesome. He's like already uploaded to Strava and is taking some crowns on segments out there during the Cocodona 250.
I mean, he's got to like upload it before everyone else, so he gets those crowds.
That's hilarious. So Burrito Boy, whenever we see Cody Poskin in the future, we should probably throw a burrito in the chat.
Burrito emojis for sure.
Yeah, for sure. So he likes to win his races. I heard there he won his first marathon, won his first ultra. So it's probably like, why can't I win the Cocodona 250? Let's go.
Yeah, and it was funny. They were like, it was kind of funny because he like wasn't able to get on with his like school's team, and then he like wins ultras and marathons, which is incredible.
I think
Just
that's
like, well,
the
I'll do it
best
my
way
own
to
way.
be like, you guys missed out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I love that. And he is,
Don't let me
I
on the
should
team,
say,
I'm gonna
he
go
actually
crush.
left. He actually left the aid station area. What would you say, like 20 minutes ago? He had a nap. He slept for, like Augie said, he slept for like less than 30 minutes and then felt worse waking up, which makes sense. Let's be real. It makes sense. It's a human
Yeah, it makes
response.
Yeah. It might take him a minute to get back into the swing of things and be like, wait, I'm in the middle of a race, but yeah, he'll get there.
Yeah, I think so.
Cool. Are you going to hang out there for a little bit longer, Tara?
I don't know. I am waiting on orders from
All right, we'll
the
see
Almighty.
if we want to follow the women that are going to be coming in there at Jerome, or you moving along, but we will be in touch with you. Right now we're going to do a little commentary swap here in studio, but thanks for the coverage, Tara. Amazing job. We will be checking in with you, I'm sure, either in a little bit here or at your next spot, and yeah, go get some more
Sweet.
cinnamon
Thanks,
roll
guys.
waffles.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
All right, back here in the studio, we are going to do a little bit of a swap on the commentator front. I've been here since 5 a.m., so I am Corinne Chalvoy. I am going to take a little break. You're going to be continuing on with Troy Meadows. And yeah, it's been a blast to hang out with you guys this morning. I can't wait to see what unfolds over the next few hours. Stay tuned for all the awesome coverage, and we're going to roll to a quick ad break here. We will be right back with you.
I'm a pledge for the wild kind of town. I don't mean to brag, but people often tell me I'm beautiful. Maybe because I'm nestled at the foot of the tallest peaks in Arizona? Ponderosa pines, trails, stargazing. Yep, I have all that too. let's set a date. Bring the bikes and your hiking shoes. Oh yeah, I'm good with kids too. Yup, that's me. Flagstaff.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RXCCD from Speedland, the road super shoe made specifically for the Cocodona 250, an uncompressed SCF midsole, single BOA fit system, a removable carbon plate, made for the roads, but just as good on the gravel, sort of like the GS, but in a lighter, more streamlined, faster package with just enough cushion for this long and arduous race. Go pick up a pair now. Runspeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
All right, and we're back. I'm Troy Meadows, and I'm joined here with
Greg Verrigan. Good morning, Troy. How are you doing today?
I'm all right, man. I'm all right. I'm enjoying the weather, enjoying watching the runners do their thing, and yeah, really excited to see how everything starts to unfold as we're kind of beyond the halfway mark with some of the front runners, and the men's field is it's we got Dan Green, Ryan Sands, and Michael Versteeg rounding out the top three, and then for the females, we got Rachel Intrakin, excuse me. She's third place overall, and then there's a battle in second place with Lindsay Duer and Georgia Porter.
Yeah, some big changes overnight.
Yeah, the carnage is real.
Yeah, that weather front really came in. I can give everybody an update because I ran from our Airbnb here in Flag down to Fort Tut today, and it is overcast. It is actually brightening up a bit in Flag. Medical was there, and I ran to the course markers, so that was really fun. Got to say hi to a few people. We'll just say thank you to John and Marissa, Medical at Fort Tut, for being out there. And yeah, looks like we got Dead Horse Ranch. Looks a little gloomier than it does here right now.
Yeah, this shot is actually right in front of, you can see the dash of Rachel's van, and then that was her crew kind of walking around the van there.
Yeah, she is crushing it. She did not back down from Courtney and continuing to push the pace. This is incredible to see.
Yeah, and I think before we cut to break, Corinne was saying that her splits to Deadwood are right under 6 hours faster than course record holder Mika last year. Or I think, than the course record.
Yeah, she is absolutely crushing it. I saw her across the years in December, January, and she was doing the same thing with a giant smile on her face. So May not have quite the giant smile at this point, this far in, but she is still out there doing fantastic.
Yeah, here we have the Sky Cam brought to you by Janji. Just such epic drone shots that are coming in from the drone team, and really gives everyone a really, really sweet perspective of what the trail looks like for everyone. Either this looks like it's probably coming out of Jerome.
Yeah, and you really see how the landscape changes here. Just all the openness now, dropping down on your way up to Sedona through that valley, and a little bit out of the tall pines, out of the storm, hopefully.
Well, you can see the dusting on the top of the mountain there to the frame right, and yeah, last night was pretty rough.
Yeah,
it was in Flag, at least it was in the mid 30s and raining all night.
Yeah, very heavy rain. Lots of puddles out on the section that I ran, so not the course, but the section down to Flag. But we've also got some brightening here, so that is promising for everyone who's out there. And, you know, especially for our middle of the packers, it could have been a quite cold and rough night. So it's interesting to see how the mandatory rain jacket, that definitely came in handy for a lot of people. And hopefully people are staying warm and not getting too chilled out there. Looks like, yeah, temperatures here in Flag, it is predicted to get warmer and sunnier later as the week progresses. I know I'm looking forward to trying to sneak in a climb of Eldon tomorrow and check out those conditions and check out that trail.
I think we'll be doing that together.
We should be doing that together. That was the plan.
We have the same shift, so I'm excited to go check out Pete's Meats. They'll probably be set up by then, and then go check out the high point here in Flag.
Yeah, we'll get, you know, it's pretty exciting that all these different shifts and weather things, a lot of things at play, and some big lead changes overnight, or at least since the last I was here. It's been really cool to track it. Oops, on the live trigger there. And just the pace of everything. Like, Harry started off super fast. Courtney and Rachel super fast. And then we've got Dan and Ryan and Rachel and Versteeg still pushing that pace.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Dan and Ryan really picked up where Harry left off, as far as just really moving good, moving strong. And I'm really we're still so early, but I'm very excited to see what happens between, you know, in the men's field and in this 1 and 2 in these 1 and 2 spots where Dan is moving really strong, but so is Ryan.
Yeah. Okay, and then you can see the weather difference. We're back to Jerome with Tara out there.
Does look
Tara
like it's
Dowd, our field reporter. Hey, Tara, how's it going?
Hey, I'm good. How are y'all?
Oh, doing fine, sitting here at Carhenge.
Nice. It's cleared up here, as you can see. And I think we should be seeing Harry in a couple minutes, unless he stops with his crew. And I'm wondering if that's his crew down here. Like, it's kind of like a minivan, SUV. Not white van, the one next to it. There's like a seat
next to it. Okay.
So, yeah, I'm wondering if that is his crew.
I remember his crew was on early yesterday before they were heading up to Bumblebee, chatting with David. I just don't know if that was their vehicle they were at or a different one, but yeah, definitely can see the clearing. That is very nice, and there are lots of people trying to buy that jacket you're wearing, so seems to be keeping you warm and dry.
It's very warm and cozy. Thank you, the feed. Courtney, did you guys see that post of Courtney running in it? My friends told me I look like one of those football players when I was wearing it, and I stopped wearing it for a while because I was embarrassed, but then saw Courtney wearing it. I was like, okay, this is like the coolest thing ever. I'm gonna start wearing it again.
Nice. Yeah, we can get you a football helmet somewhere. There's tons of thrift stores around. You can have the whole thing. Keep yourself protected.
Should get some elbow pads for it.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised there's not more costumes given the nature of this race. We had the through hiking guy. That's been my favorite so far. I don't know his name, but the flashy yellow jacket and the green sleeping pad.
Oh, that's his costume. He's dressing up as a thru hiker guy.
Or he is a thru hiker guy. It's kind of hard to tell.
What if a guy was just like, yeah, I'm going to do this route. And then he's like, oh, I'm in the Cocodona course. Cool.
Yeah, I'm just out of place here right now. All right, we got
This is great. Everyone's helping me.
Everyone's helping me. This is fantastic. It's like trail magic all day long.
So much trail magic. I love this.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I'm going to view a Mingus camp here right now. As you can see people milling about, getting ready for folks coming in. You got some Aravaipa staff in the background there. And you can see there's the variety of offerings of food at the aid station, as well as all those drop bags in the back. And let's actually find out, what is Mingus Camp? What is their food specialty? See if I can pull that up here real quick. I heard all about the cinnamon rolls with bacon wrap on them and how those are going to be created. Did those get a name yet?
So to be clear,
No,
I was suggesting we
yeah.
add bacon to them, but it was just cinnamon roll waffles with the classic icing.
You said that you had uncooked. It wasn't uncooked bacon on top. It was cooked bacon. That's important to know.
Cook the bacon, sprinkle it on. Yeah, a little sweet, a little savory.
I have a feeling Harry is coming. We have some people kind of jogging towards the aid station area. So I have a feeling we're going to see him soon running up here, making his way to Jerome aid station. Maybe we can convince him to grab a cinnamon roll with no bacon on top.
Do it. Do everything you can. Gain a new vantage point. Oh, I hear voices back there.
It looks like he is headed straight for the crew vehicle instead.
With his whole crew, look at that.
Yeah, he's got quite the entourage.
Yeah, is that the biggest entourage you've seen so far today?
Yes. He wins biggest entourage award. But he still has to come up here to the Jerome aid station to turn around. So we're still going to kind of get a view of him. If not, I'll holler.
Yeah, and we can see that the big Sprinter van's got the awning out. Is it actively raining there right now?
Nope, it's not raining. No moisture.
Okay.
It's just a little dreary. Yeah, I have a feeling it's going to clear out nicely. Yeah, and so I was talking to some Jerome aid station personnel here, and it was a little dramatic of a setup for the aid station this morning, but they managed to get everything up and it's smelling great. There's a lot of food out. They got a resupply. They got the cinnamon rolls.
Yeah.
It's popping.
That is, okay, yeah, and then we got here chicken tacos and pancakes seems to be what their specialty items are. Now, whether that's for right now or later on in the day, this could be later in the day.
Is this chicken? You said chicken pancakes?
You could have chicken. I mean, I'm sure you could make it. It's chicken tacos and pancakes, but the way that everybody mixes everything together nowadays and the conversations that I've heard the past few hours, I'm sure someone will do that. Tony
You use the
Bib
pancake.
number 66. Do it.
You use a pancake as a taco shell.
Yeah, you're going exactly where my head went. Tara, take the taco, add a pancake, taco pancakes.
Okay, breakfast pancake taco. Breakfast taco with a pancake.
Looks like we got
with
noodles
those
in the bowl
famous
there
eggs
for Harry.
from Camp Kippa. Yeah, we have a great zoomed in shot here of Harry and his entourage, his crew.
Yeah, Harry was doing great. He had some of the fastest splits. Well, the fastest splits ever. And let's just check on his pace here. You know, I mean, he's still up in contention. There's still a lot of race left. He's still got a chance.
Yeah. We do have a crew member whacking, I'm guessing his shoes on the sidewalk to get this caked on mud off. He is really going at it with those shoes. Give him a good whack.
Yeah, and that's a really muddy section you come through, and that is that just
a red
perfect
clay
conditions, red clay. Yeah, an extra 3 or 4 pounds on your foot, potentially. At least it feels like.
Yeah, I was talking to a local.
Oh, go ahead, Tara.
Yeah, I was talking to a local, and he was saying how like having really lugged heavy tread shoes in that last section they just did probably wouldn't be the best idea because the mud just gets caked on there.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, it looks like Harry's like refueling, eating a bunch of solid food, sitting down, kind of really doing the hard reset here. I'm interested to see how he looks leaving the aid station after a pretty long night.
Yeah, I'm also interested.
Yeah, because we've got him in 7th right now, a little bit ahead of Max. And 125, yeah, I mean, they've all still got a chance. At least the last we've got on the tracker, Dan's got around a 3-mile gap right now. Last time the tracker ran off. Again, subject to GPS and internet, of course. Wow, and what's the temperature like up there? It looks like 9 Celsius, or would that be like 50 roughly Fahrenheit? High 40s?
Yeah, I just put on gloves. My hands are a little chilly, but I brought 2 right-handed gloves. So I've got one that looks a little cattywampus. But yeah, it's a little chilly enough for gloves and a nice big parka.
Okay, and any type of
But I would
breeze up there
imagine
right now?
no breeze. It feels pretty static. But what was I going to say? I forget, but yeah, it's pretty nice. I would imagine for the runners, it feels pretty good right now. Like if they're running, I'd imagine it feels really nice.
Yeah, it is pretty ideal running conditions and a nice way to warm up after going through last night. I know these are conditions I run in pretty frequently, and it can be really sweaty if you've got all your rain gear on. So see if Harry deals with any chafing or issues like that.
Do you guys know off the top of your head if Harry did take a nap somewhere over the night portion?
I do not know what Harry's sleep situation has looked like.
Wow. Okay, and I've got some stats here from Liam has sent them here. Harry arrived at the Jerome parking lot about 29 hours, 12 elapsed. Last year, he arrived there at 29:16, so he's pretty much exactly on his pace from last year.
Wow.
Which even with the go fast and all the stuff that's happened since, he is still at a cooking pace.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah, it just speaks to the training and the ability that these elite runners have. We've got our John G Skycam now coming in, seeing the gorgeous valley on the way to Sedona. That is one of my favorite trails to run where they are right now. And who have we got? Can we see any numbers?
We'll know for sure the guy with the best.
Oh, I think that's Dan Green. So we got Dan Green as pacer.
I mean, so much you have to be crazy steady and it's
cruising.
Tara, what's the vibe like at the aid station now? We've got the leaders coming through.
I might be back up.
Are they is like nervous energy with the crews, or are they pumped up to see people?
No, people are just chilling, honestly. Everyone's pretty laid back. I haven't seen anyone like super anxious. Besides seeing a video that Mike McMonigal took of Rachel's pacer basically telling Mike in the moment, don't say anything about where she is in the field. Besides that, everyone's like really laid back and chill. He was just like trying to like communicate without communicating right to her face that she was in the lead for women. And I wonder when she discovered, if she has discovered yet, that she is first woman. I think they're trying to hold off telling her. Her crew were holding off telling her until Dead Horse. So I wonder if she knows by now, and maybe that's giving her a little extra like encouragement. I know that they just wanted her to feel like she was hunting instead of being hunted, which I think either way, she seems like she would be encouraged by. I don't think either way she would be discouraged.
Yeah, we can confirm, Tara. They did tell her at at the last aid station.
Do we have like a read on like how she reacted to that?
No, she jumped right into the van, and I feel like she did a little bit of a wardrobe change, and she was in the van for like probably 10 or 15 minutes. So there was a lot of talking going back and forth with her crew. So I'm not sure if she actually slept or not. But she got out of the van. The crew was outside loading up her pack, and I mean, she just trotted right out of the aid station. So she was still moving.
Yeah, dude, she is doing so well.
Yeah,
she's
she
got a
still
big
had
old
it.
smile on my face. So cool.
Yep. And looks like Dan Green here, the shot that we have in the feed currently, he's still moving along, but it seems like his pace has slowed just a little bit. Though I know that he's kind of in this long grind. Like, it looks flat, but everything he's running right now is going to be basically slightly going uphill. But yeah, shout out to the drone pilots who are bringing us this shot of Mr. Green doing his thing.
Well, yeah, you can really see how the weather is changing too and starting to brighten everywhere. Hopefully that brings some motivation to the people in the middle and back.
Yeah, you can see Dan stopping to kind of stretch out a little bit, stretch his legs. He's got his pacer. I think he's also trying to stretch, but he's also scraping some mud off. But this is a good stretch to have a pacer, because it looks like there's quite a few cattle gates that have to be opened and closed, and that's pacer duty.
Yeah, and the important part too, keep the cows in no matter what they say. Somewhere on a trail in Moab I saw that. I don't remember where, but you're running along the middle of nowhere and then trying to do not let the cows dictate what to do at the gate. And I appreciated that. They're coming in really close to Sedona too, so hitting all the energy vortexes and tourism of that. Yeah, I'll do a quick thank you to all our sponsors. Speedland, we got the Cameron Haynes shoe right here on the desk with us. John G, Knack, Ultraspire, Tailwind, Catula, Squirrels Nut Butter, Satisfy. I'm sure a lot of squirrels got used overnight by people and probably will continue to be for the remainder of the 100 or so miles. 125, I guess, that our Dan's got left to go.
Terry, is there any updates on Harry? Is he still sitting in the chair and there in
Yep,
Jerome?
Harry is still sitting in the chair. Looks like his crew, they all look pretty excited. It looks like they're joking. So I'd imagine like the energy he has is reflecting that as well. I know that when I'm like not in a good mood, my crew tends to like not be in the best mood. When I'm in a good mood, they are in a good mood. So I'd imagine it's probably high spirits right now. The sun has come up, I mean, a while ago, but like it is up. He's at a good aid station. He's getting some good food in. So I'm imagining he's pretty stoked right now. But I'm excited to see when he comes out to the actual aid station, look into his eyeballs and see how he's feeling.
See, yeah, it looks like he's got a decent gap between him and the chasers behind him. Max, Finn, and Jesse are all within about a mile of each other from what we've got. So
yeah,
that's pretty good. And then we've got Lindsay Dwyer. Looks like is at 112. So that would be somewhere around 10 miles behind where you are right now, Tara. So sometime in hour and a half, maybe 2 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder what her strategy is going into this race. We've been talking about this a little bit, but she had quite the training block for this race. And so I know she's like very competitive, very fast. Never seen her in this distance. I'm really interested to see kind of how she goes ahead with the rest of the race.
Well, technically, the route kind of plays to her strength once she gets up on the plateau, and it becomes more of a runner's race, right?
Yeah, there's the big climb out of the west side of Sedona, the over Hangover, which I'm very excited to see people on the Hangover Trail. That is one of my favorite trails. And then just kind of up and down after that, rolly. And then, of course, the Eldon Climb, which is still socked in, but we're hoping that is nice and sunny and warm. We got the Hawaiian vibes going on to bring out the sun and warmer weather.
How's the weather up there in Flagstaff?
Well, Greg, you were just out recently. When I came in the studio a couple hours ago, it was very dreary, and it was this weird inversion layer where about 300 feet up, it was just cloud. It was super clear underneath, but it was literally just a wall of cloud that you could not see through. Like you couldn't see, you could see like a third of the way up Eldon, outside of town.
Wow.
Yeah. When I came here about 45 minutes ago, same thing. Eldon is there, but it definitely cleared. About 7, I started my run. I ran down to Fort Tut, and it was raining, but it stopped on the way, and it definitely was getting brighter. There are some big puddles, so it could be muddy as runners get through here, but it hasn't done anything since 7, and I took off my rain jacket. So hoping that starts clearing out, and there's a little bit of a breeze, but yeah, it's like mid 40s right now.
Do you guys know what the forecast is? Do you know what it's supposed to be like today?
It's supposed to progressively clear up, like across the route, as the afternoon moves on. I mean, that front was supposed to come in, yesterday and through the night, and then you're gonna get that dip in temperature for the next day or two, and then the temperatures are gonna slowly like rise up as everything clears out.
Yeah, here for Flag, we've got 73 as a high and clear by Friday. And we got clear.
Oh, nice.
What's showing right now is clear skies and a high of 67 for Thursday. So it looks like cool overnight, high 30s, and then just moving forward. So that'll be nice. Get the mid packers and all the other distances. Hopefully, can avoid some snow but still have that cool, fast running weather. Yeah, for you and Jerome there right now, we got a chance of showers in the afternoon. But kind of
hopefully I can skedaddle here before that.
You might hit 60.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's pretty perfect for being able to run kind of fast, minus the mud and the tiredness.
Yeah, I'm hoping you're still at least in Jerome when Lindsay goes by. I know getting to see you would be a nice little jolt for her.
Yeah, I would love to see her. Do you guys know how far Georgia is from her? From Lindsay?
I was gonna mention this. It looks like Lindsay's starting to open up a bit of a gap. It has about 1.5 miles, I'm guessing, to 2 miles on Georgia right now. So it looks like Georgia either Georgia's going through maybe a little bit of a low patch and Lindsay's just steady on, or maybe Lindsay put a little bit of a push in.
Yeah, and then from Georgia to Sarah O, looks, about the same 1.5 to 2 miles. And yeah, Sarah to Allison's about the same. And actually, Shelby has moved up and is right behind Allison.
Oh, wow.
Shelby Farrell.
Yeah, she moved up quite a bit, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have Harry. His crew member kind of helped hoist him up out of the chair. We all know what that's like, getting up out of the chair. He's got a rain jacket on. It looks like he's putting on a down blanket. He's putting a down blanket around him, and I wonder if he's going to come up here to the aid and give the crew his down jacket and then get his pack, which is a great idea. Like, less time with the pack, the better. Because, like, no matter what, like, how much weight you have in there, that weight is gonna, like, at this distance, it's gonna feel pretty heavy. Yeah, so as long as you can be without that pack. So he is making his way up here, actually walking really well for just sitting for 10, 15 minutes. Yeah. He's really moving. And his crew is joking around.
Yeah, you can see their energy, so that's really cool to see, to keep him going and motivated.
Yeah.
Looks like rough numbers on the tracker. Cody's about 3 miles ahead of him at the moment. Hitter's about 4. And still 125-ish miles to go.
Oh, we got a bathroom break. Does anyone have the bathroom timer?
Bathroom timer. I'll start one on my phone right now.
We were talking last night, me and Corinne were talking about the longest bathroom breaks. Was it me and Corinne? Or me and Chris? I think maybe it was me and Chris talking about the longest bathroom breaks. Chris took, I think he said, 1.5 hours because the only warmth there was in the bathroom. So that seems to be the record during an ultra, 1.5 hours in the warm bathroom.
Wow. Go Chris Warden.
Hopefully.
Yep.
Hopefully Harry doesn't take 1.5 hours.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't know bathroom timer was a thing, but we're setting precedents,
Yeah, hi.
Well,
it's all time. I mean,
how
the way that they're
embarrassing.
going, it could come down to seconds.
I would hate that. By the way, nobody ever do a bathroom timer for me in a race. That would be the worst.
Well, it looks like we've got the Janji Sky Cam here bringing us back some awesome footage of Mr. Green just hiking his way up this looks like a pretty steady, grindy kind of grade. And yeah, he's still moving pretty well, but this is the kind of grade that I imagine he was charging on yesterday early in the race.
No.
So.
So you can see we're just hitting 29.5 hours elapsed for this race. Tons of things have happened already. Tons of things still will happen.
Looks like he's 5 miles back.
5 miles.
5.
So Tara, looks like is Harry? Is he still taking the bathroom break?
Yep. I'll let you know when to stop the timer.
Okay.
We're all anxiously waiting. His whole crew is around the bathroom. Like, aid station people, we're all anxiously awaiting the arrival of Harry out of the bathroom, a new person.
Yeah.
Well,
this is my worst nightmare.
Get the cameras on you too.
I mean, I can tell you.
Hello.
Sometimes that's all you need, though. It can be a really good reset for you.
Yeah, and this is a good
bathroom
place,
break.
If you do need a mental reset, you're by yourself. The door is shut. There's no cameras on you. It is a good place to just take a minute, breathe,
And if he's in the bigger one, those bigger bathrooms are so nice. The porta potties that are like the larger ones, the ones that are like, you know, one person, you can fit like 4 people into like the larger one. So I'm sure he's just enjoying it. Oh, he's out of the bathroom. Stop the timer.
3:07.
Hey, how's it going?
It's Tara, right?
Yeah.
My wife and I raced you at Umstead,
Oh, sweet.
like years ago.
Oh, yeah, that iteration did not go well.
And then you fucking crushed it.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Lindsay Dwyer.
Yeah,
Yeah, she also raced it. Got second at that.
My wife.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Oh no, sorry.
Matt's in the field.
She's at the.
Do you mind if I interview you real
If you
quick?
want, I was gonna do some gels and.
Oh yeah, whatever you need to do. But if you have like a minute or two.
Yeah, I'll come back.
Okay, sweet. What was your name?
Matt.
Matt.
Yep.
Nice to meet you.
Everybody
So,
knows you.
Well, that was Matt. That's Lindsay Dwyer's husband, and
Yep. Okay.
yeah, that's the race that Lindsay crushed me at. She spanked me. But we have Harry coming up here.
Open up there, yeah.
How's it going, Harry?
Walking pretty good.
Yeah, how's it going?
I get interviewed by Harry.
Oh my gosh, how are you doing? Do you mind if I just ask you a couple questions?
Oh no, not at all.
Yeah, how are you doing?
Lovely.
Yeah, you look great.
Yeah, I got a good sleep yesterday and just picking things off. you know.
Yeah,
I kind of burned myself yesterday a little bit, but
it happens.
you take risks and see where it falls.
I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it always takes that one person to like push the field and like.
How
push
is the rest of
limits.
the field? I don't follow, so like I don't know. How is the rest of the field doing? Good.
Yeah, they're doing
Yeah,
great. Everyone
everybody's-
looks good.
Great.
Cody looks a little tired, but otherwise everyone looks really good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rachel was doing great. Courtney dropped.
What happened?
Not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
The mud, I will say, the mud is disgusting.
Yeah, I saw your crew member just smacking your shoe.
Oh, I can't wait to wash it in the creek. Yeah, like in 6 miles.
Yeah. Well, awesome job. You're
Thank
doing
you.
incredible.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out here. You should have
Yeah.
ran.
Yeah, that's what everyone's saying.
You know?
Maybe I need to. There's a lot of pressure.
Do the double, you know, Cocodona Western.
Oh, yeah. Is that a traditional double? Is that the Cocodona Western?
I'll start it, I guess. No, I'm probably the last one that would do it, but yeah. Yeah.
Well, good job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
How's
you.
fueling going? Everything going well
that
there?
sucks.
Yeah. Okay.
That's one thing I've learned. My
They
fueling
have
sucks.
cinnamon rolls here cooked in a waffle.
That doesn't sound
No.
good.
Okay. Right.
No.
Yeah.
No, broth and noodles. That's all it's been going.
Yeah.
So,
Well.
and applesauce. Applesauce is always good.
Yeah, I heard that works for Cody as well.
Okay.
The applesauce, quick shot of applesauce is really working for him.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Sweet. Well, good
Yeah.
job.
Yeah, thank you.
Hope to see you in Flagstaff.
Oh, I will.
Yeah.
I will crawl out there. Yeah.
Oh,
if I have
I
to.
love that attitude.
Yeah. It's a little bit more than or less than halfway, but
Yeah. How do you feel that we had a bathroom timer going for you?
wait, what?
Yeah. We started this thing called bathroom timer.
Oh, you should have timed me at the Mingus because I fall asleep in there.
No way. Was it a
Yeah.
bigger porta potty? Yes.
It wasn't a
The
porta potty.
bigger
It was
one?
actual bathroom.
Oh, yeah. So it's
yeah,
probably
and I
warm.
almost fell asleep.
Yeah. Sometimes
yeah.
that's what you need to restart.
Yeah.
Good toilet sit.
I'm gonna touch the tent and I'm gonna.
Yeah, go for it. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, shout out to the crew for
Turn and burn.
getting him back on the hunt.
Yeah. I'll see you guys.
Yeah, good job, man.
Yeah.
Good
Thank
job.
you.
Keep going.
Wow. Well, that
We
was
got
awesome.
Harry
This sounds
leaving.
Great and
Oh my gosh, he
Very
sounds so
bubbly.
great. Oh my gosh.
He looks really good, all things considered. And Tara, way to ask the hard hitting questions out there at Jerome.
Good job, Harry.
Thank you.
See ya. Thanks. Yeah, it seemed that, fueling wasn't going super well for him, but at least he got a nice nap in the bathroom. At least he can say that, right?
yeah. Awesome. Well, thanks, Tara. We're going to cut to a different shop and we'll come back to you shortly.
Sweet.
As things
Yeah, bye,
develop.
y'all.
Okay, and we've got some information on the course conditions from Lucy Bartholomew. had a great time slipping and sliding in the mud. So as you saw Harry knocking off his shoes and talking about the mud, that definitely is going to have an effect on people coming into the Jerome aid station. You know, the last thing you want to do here is slip and try and catch yourself, you know, pull a muscle, something like that. So we're excited to see what happens in the next little bit. I can't quite tell who we've got here. I can't read the number yet.
I think so. I think this might be DJ Fox. Yes, that is correct. Yeah, and that's the one thing that I think will be nice for more the middle and the back of the pack is as the rain stops, the sun comes up, that Sedona mud will become tacky but not sticky.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, you're kind of running on hero mud as opposed to slopping through quicksand.
Yeah. Yeah, save a lot of energy on that, especially for everyone. I mean, so, you know, anybody behind Harry is going to be hitting that in the same conditions. You know, we could be all the way down to, well, probably will last for a while until the sun comes out. So that'll be interesting to see the mood of people coming into Jerome as they've just come through slippery mud.
Yeah, no, agreed. And DJ's moving really well.
Yeah, that's a good pace. And it even looks like he's choosing the more solid spots on the trail there, reading the room. For a quick leader update, we got Dan Green is currently leading the race, followed by Ryan Sands, Michael Versteeg. DJ Fox, who's on the screen here, is currently in fourth. And in rough numbers, about 11 miles back from Dan.
Yeah, we have, and then what, Cody Poskin is rounding out the top five right now.
Yeah.
And then in the women's race, you know, Rachel Intrikin is definitely leading. She's got a pretty sizable gap on second place. Lindsay Dwyer. Georgia Porter's in third. Sarah Oskazuski in fourth.
Oh, and Shelby's moved up.
Followed by Shelby Farrell, yeah.
That is great to see. Shelby's had a heck of a time recovering from that injury at Black Canyon last year, and she is absolutely crushing it. Go Shelby. Got to see some of her crew. That would have been Sunday night and chat with them briefly as they were going down to meet up. So we'll see if we see them as she makes her way to Jerome. But yeah, for the women's race, it looks like Lindsay is maintaining that 1.5 mile lead. Or no, sorry, it's stretched to a little more than 2 right now from the latest update.
It may be more than that because Lindsay's tracker hasn't updated in 7 minutes and Georgia hasn't updated in 3. So that's the fun part about trying to prognosticate about where people's places is and timing and mileage is where's the GPS synced? When has the tracker reloaded for each individual athlete? But yeah, here comes Mr. Fox into Dead Horse Ranch. I believe Mike Versteeg is still in this aid station, at least per his tracker that hasn't. Well, the tracker hasn't updated in 53 minutes, so we'll see.
Yeah, I've got all his crew with him. Looks pretty good, all things considered.
Yeah, I wonder if some of these layers are going to come off and stay off.
Yeah,
because he's in tights and a hard shell. So,
yeah. Damn, that is a long section to be in tights. Got some breathing going on. Doesn't look to be too sweaty from the camera angle. Okay, so Dead Horse 8 is at mile 134. And then leaving from Dead Horse, you're going to be heading up to Deer Pass, which is a 14-mile section with about 1,600 feet of climbing. And it's also got the Arizona primrose habitat during that section, so that is a no passing zone to keep that protected. And yeah, I've got to know, good place to let your feet dry out a little bit if you can. And these are, yeah, some of the trails in the Sedona area, or between Sedona and Cottonwood. So when you can see them, you've got great views of the amazing formations around Sedona.
And I believe we're looking at, is that Ryan Sands? I believe that is Ryan in the red kit, the red Solomon kit, and he's moving.
Yeah, he's got a pretty aggressive pace from the pacer.
Yeah, definitely. And we were seeing Ryan do this with Lucy too, where he had Lucy in front of him, kind of in, still in visual contact, but quite a bit ahead, and asking her to set a pace for him to try to match.
Yeah, and it looks like there's about just over a 2-mile gap between them right now. Their trackers last pinged at the same time. Yeah, so any chance you can get to pick up 30 seconds here or something, the way that the aid station stops can go.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan is hunting right now. Based on the pace that we saw Dan have, Ryan is moving really, really well.
Yeah, looking back, we got Tara Dower in the field at the Jerome aid station. And it looks like our next group, which will be Max and Finn, are around 4 miles. A little bit under, a little bit over in, so yeah, within the next hour, we'd expect them in Jerome, and if Tara's still there.
But yeah, Ryan's on a mission right now. He is moving really, really, really well. This is a really awesome shot to see from the John G Skycam. Shout outs to all the drone pilots we have out in the field.
And all our live stream producers, directors, hosts. I know there's an army of volunteers with cameras out there too at different aid stations, so thank you all of y'all. As well as thank you for the regular volunteers and all the staff and contractors putting this race together.
Looks like we've gone back here to DJ Mr. Fox in the Dead Horse Ranch aid station, and the jacket's going back on.
Jacket's going on, yeah. We can see the crew is in a mix of stuff too, so.
It looks like he's getting a little bit of a foot massage there. That's a solid crew when they're handing out foot massages at the aid station.
Yeah, sunscreening up and getting ready. I mean, this section through Sedona is very exposed, total exposed. So, it really, once it starts warming up, and or if the sun comes out, you can just get baked out there. So, nice to see people taking care of themselves ahead of time. Yeah, this has not been very long that has been the aid either.
No, it looks like he's getting ready to get it. I mean, his crew's holding his pack. They're like, get those shoes on. Let's get you out of here, boy.
Yeah.
Looks like there's some sort of wrap.
Yeah, and this next section from Dead Horse to Deer Pass, like we said, it's going to be pretty exposed, but it's almost a 30-mile stretch of single track. So that can be really, really nice for picking up speed. And you got the views of Sedona. So that'll be really, well, hopefully, if people are still looking around and appreciating the scenery at this time. And then if you're on the leaderboard tracker with the map there, you can see there's decent gaps are expanding, but you can also see the big herd in the middle of the pack is going to start hitting many of those aid stations now. So we'll thank all of our volunteers and the mind-boggling amount of food and preparation that goes into having all these runners hit different aids.
Oh, love this crew shot. Hand feeding DJ while he's tying his shoes. They're definitely trying to get him out of this aid station as quickly as possible.
Oh, we got someone else coming in here. I saw the pacer. And where are we for this shot?
I think we're coming into Mingus here. Yeah, middle of the back of the pack. Kind of what you were saying. That's interesting. Yeah, you'll look in there, you'll see, there's a dozen runners here in the aid station doing their thing.
Yeah, I got lots of smiling faces and people watching on the live tracker as well. We got 2 pacers. Where's our runner number? We can give an update on that. Oh, there's an aid station volunteer, Lindsay, in the background I can see, friend of mine. Hello, Lindsay. You probably can't hear me. So yeah, now we're back to the John G Skycam, and that is Ryan, and you can just see. It looks like they've gotten faster from the last time we saw them.
Yeah, he is gobbling up the miles right now.
Good turnover.
This is really exciting to see. Just moving and grooving. And he's got his pacer out in front in all black. Ryan with the black Solomon vest and the red Solomon shirt. And this looks like, it's hard to tell, this looks like it's a slight downhill, and they're moving really, really well.
Wowza. Try to see how well people are moving at somewhere around mile 143 for this shot we've got right now. 29 hours into an event. I don't think I'd be doing that, would you?
Oh, definitely not. He is. These paces are really, really cool to see. Yeah, Ryan's definitely closed the gap a little bit. I mean, Dan had a solid 3.5, 4 mile lead on him. It looks like Ryan's closed that to somewhere in the 2.5, 3 mile range. So, and now, similar to what we were seeing with Dan, the pacer's in charge of closing the gates, the cattle gates, and then the pacer catches up and starts to set the pace, and you can see the pacer look at his watch there, and the pacer's trying to get into whatever that groove is that Ryan said, this is where I want to be. So
yeah, and in terms of female 1, we've got Rachel, looks like she's about 4 miles back, so she's also chasing. I mean, she's got a decent lead right now on Lindsay Dwyer, but again, anything can happen, and we saw it last year with Mika. So we'll keep tracking along. Some type of communication going on there as they get back out and running. Looks like they've slowed a bit from what they were doing, but still moving very, very well. I'll take a quick second. Yeah, thank you, John G, for presenting all the stuff that they are. Got some very comfortable clothing and seeing lots of people out there wearing it as well, not just elites, but throughout the field. And we got Satisfy as a sponsor. I know Fane Ranch. There are many, many people looking forward to that.
Yeah, those vibes are hot at Fane.
Fane, yeah. We've got Knack and Tailwind, Ultraspire, Squirrel's Nut Butter, our coffee, which we are drinking here in the live stream studio. That is great.
Yeah, shout out to Cooperative Coffee Roasters for providing me a bunch of beans to bring out here to make sure the live stream
stays awake.
Highly caffeinated.
And highly caffeinated, yeah. Yeah, well, I am very appreciative, so thank you. Oh, and Speedland. We got Speedland.
Yeah, can't sleep on Speedland.
Yeah, it looks like Cameron Haynes is still out there doing well. There's a lot of people tuning into this to watch him.
I think it's nuts he started this race with a broken foot, but that's Cam style.
Yeah, I mean, he's still trucking along. We got him somewhere mile 106 or so. So, not giving up, just keep hammering.
Yeah, a big shout out to Bare Butt Wipes too. I know they've got the wipes for all the runners at every aid station, and they're like single use. Yeah, really awesome, oversized wipes, great for like cleaning your feet, cleaning your face, among other areas for when nature calls. So,
yeah, that is good. And I see a lot of comments. This is gorgeous single track in the we'll call it the Sedona area. There are tons of trails, so if this is something you're going to do as a family vacation, you can definitely run many of these things. And I personally am excited to see the hangover section. Have you run that? Explored that?
Yeah, I can't say that I have.
Okay, it is epic.
I spent like 3 or 4 days in Sedona many years ago, and I think the only thing I was doing a lot of running early in the morning. I couldn't tell you what trails they were on. Yeah. But we did do the hike up to Keyhole.
Oh, sweet.
With the wifey and get a chance to look out across the whole plateau.
Yeah, so we got an update from Aid Station Fireball. Ryan put almost 10 minutes into Dan on the section from Jerome to Dead Horse, so he is booking, and we'll definitely be tracking to see how much he can gain in that section from Dead Horse to Deer Pass.
Yeah, I mean, based on just how Dan looked when we saw the drone on him through this section and how Ryan's moving, Ryan is a man on a mission.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can really see the greenery out here too from that little bit of rain that's popped it, so that is something that will help. I know it would help me for seeing the vibrancy at this part in the race, so we'll see if that can play some type of psychological role for people. Well, yeah, and to go back through the top 5 men and women at the moment, we got Dan Green in the lead, followed by Ryan Sands, DJ Fox, Michael Versteeg, Eder Ramirez, and Cody Poskin. And then for the women, we have got Rachel and Trekken has a pretty decent lead right now, followed by Lindsay Dwyer, Georgia Porter, Sarah Ostaszewski, and Allison Powell. Looks like Allison and Shelby have leapfrogged a couple times, and that could be an interesting battle to see. But again, plenty of time left. We're 29 hours elapsed, or just about 30 hours elapsed. And, if you're just tuning in, for anybody who is in the race, you have 125 hours to complete this. So there are plenty of people that are not on screen now that are making their way along this big grand adventure, and they've got until Saturday morning at 10 a.m. here in downtown Flag to finish. And it looks like we got almost 7,000 people in the chat right now. So thank you everyone for joining us to keep track and keep dibs on all these runners out here doing their thing. But yeah, the big story really so far has been the weather, the blistering pace at the start of the race, and then some notable drops.
Yeah, I want to give a couple shout outs to some of the people working hard at the back of the field. Bib number 210, Dayan Sinha. 293, Robbie Chaney. Bib 161, Leanne Hood. Bib 294, Christopher Romp. 264, Stacy Doisty. 206, Annie Dave. Alyn Davis.
Yeah, Alyn is a deaf runner that's out here, so that's really cool to see.
That's awesome. Bib number 300, Carmen Zendejas. Bib 185, Lori Bowen. Bib 297, Samuel Elkins. And bib 213, Elizabeth. Is it Russ? Yes. Sorry, it was cut off a little by my screen. Elizabeth Russ. And she's currently running DFL.
Wow. All right.
And most of these runners are sitting about 6 miles from the camp,
Wamatochik aid station?
Aid station, yeah.
Sweet. All right. So we got Ryan Sandus on screen now. We're just going to disappear for a short ad break, but we'll be back very soon. So thank you very much for joining us.
If logistics were the backbone, volunteers would be the heart and soul of an event, and we need you to come out and be that heart and soul. Volunteering at Cocodona means that you get to become part of the magic. As runners make their way from Black Canyon City all the way up to Flagstaff, we need you, your community, and everyone's support to get those runners to the finish line. In 2026, we'll have volunteer roles ranging from aid station captains and assistant captains, aid station volunteers, course marking and sweepers, sports therapy, medical, live stream, and a lot of staff roles too. So if you're interested in getting involved with the race, please visit cocodona.com/volunteers. There's some information about volunteering in 2026, and most importantly, a little button that says, I'm interested in volunteering in 2026. You'll just give us your info, and then once volunteer shifts open next year, we'll give you a shout. Please come out and join us. It's an amazing experience, a great week, and it's really awesome to support the runners.
All right, we are back with Cocodona 2025 coverage, hour 30. I am Greg Verrigan.
This is Troy Meadows.
And we're here live in the studio in Flagstaff, and we've got a view of Dead Horse Ranch for you right now, and it actually looks quite threatening in the background once again. That looks black and ominous.
Yeah, as we've said many times, the weather has been the factor here.
Yeah, snow on the course. Pretty cool start to the race. Blistering pace set by some of the big names who are out there, and now we're still seeing people on course record pace. This is fantastic. And we're hoping that they're going to stake down those tents because they could be blown away in a little while here. For a quick recap of our race leaders right now for the women, we've got Rachel and Trekken in first, followed by Lindsay Dwyer, Georgia Porter, Sarah Ostaszewski, and Shelby Farrell. And over on the men's side, we've got Dan Green, followed by Ryan Sands, DJ Fox, Michael Versteeg, and Eder Ramirez. But yeah, the weather's played a big role in this. We had a lot of rain. We were watching yesterday over at Milk Ranch, watching people pick up aid in that big, long section, that big uphill, and people were smiling, people were getting wet, and then snow and cold temperatures overnight. So definitely played a role psychologically for things. And now we've got some of our leaders rolling through the mud as they are approaching, what is our next aid station here? Deer Pass aid. Looks like our leader, Dan Green, is about 2 miles out from that. So Should be getting there in the next, say, 20-ish minutes. Maybe 30 minutes.
Yeah, and for those of you following the back half of the top 10 in the men's field, looks like both Finn and Max are running pretty close together. And about, say, 2.5 miles from the Jerome aid station. And I believe we still have Tara out there doing some field commentating for us, so it'll be nice we'll be going back to Jerome in a little bit to check in with those guys when they come into the aid station.
Yeah, we've got a live view at Mingus Camp aid station right here. You can see that's mile 108, a little over 108. And you got lots of families in the background there, volunteers there. Nice fire going in the background because it was a cold, wet. You can see based off what people are wearing how magical the conditions are in gorgeous, sunny, desert-like Arizona. As we've got a whole bunch of people on their 250-mile adventure from the Spine to the Pines. I'd like to thank our sponsors as well for this. We've got Speedland, John G, Knack, Ultraspire, Tailwind, Catula, Squirrel's Nut Butter, Satisfy, Community Coffee Roasters hooked us up with some coffee. We've got Mountain Outpost and Aravaipa as well, of course.
Yeah, and shout outs to Mountain Outpost for bringing the stellar coverage here.
Well, we got, there's Ellie, Aravaipa Timing. Just saw her disappear off the screen there. Oh, and thank you for your donation, Chris. Much appreciated. Yeah, the vibe looks pretty good there at Mingus. See lots of smiling faces. It's like a lot of gear changes. Can't get any bib numbers right now to see who we are looking at, but as soon as we do, I can let you know some of these runners who are there. No, looks like let's use Pacers right now. But, we'll just talk about that. Right, Pacers, it's such a key role for this race. There are some challenging sections, and at least for this, you're already 100 miles in. Your mental capacities might not be at 100% anymore, and just having a buddy with you can really go a long way. So thank you to everyone who's out here pacing, crewing, supporting all the different runners who are out there. It can be a long week for everyone, and their support is so worth it and so appreciated. Still just got some pacers there. Somebody with a bib, please walk by. That would be great. And the big story in the weather. Currently, where we are in Flag, it is overcast, but it is predicted to clear out and get sunny. Possibly by the time the lead pack gets here, but what the forecast has got, and everybody knows Siri is never wrong, is that it's going to be sunny and clear by Friday. So anyone who's in contention for dead last, or those people towards the back of the pack, hopefully you've got beautiful conditions when you're up here on the Coconino Plateau. But we do have reports there was some snow on Eldon. At the moment, you still can't see Eldon or Humphreys Peak, the highest point in Arizona, from here. So we'll see how that plays in as our leaders are setting some pretty bonkers splits. And it looks like as the last tracker update we've got 2 minutes ago, Dan Green is just under 2 miles from the Deer Pass aid station, and Deer Pass aid is at mile number 148. So he's got just over 100 to go once he hits there. Still trying to get a bib number of anybody who's in there at Mingus Camp, but you can see after you've been out all night in the cold and the wet, it can be quite inviting to be there, just sitting by a nice fire, staying warm. Okay, I just missed I can see the bib, but can't quite read it on that side of the pack. going on. And then since we've got Mingus Camp here, we'll just give a quick update on this. What you're going to encounter leaving Mingus, you're going to Jerome. So it's a 17-mile section with nearly 1,800 feet of climbing. And there will be a Highway 89A crossing. So, you know, keep track of what's going on there. And as you get into Jerome, you'll pass the start line. So we've got the 125 is starting tomorrow. That'll be another big adventure for a lot of people. I'm sure there's a lot of people arriving. We've got packet pickup for that going on today. People getting into Jerome and beginning their adventure on tomorrow. Tomorrow at 7, I believe, is the start time for that. So we'll have some cameras and stuff for that, and a lot of things going on.
Yeah, I think that's what's really cool about the Cocodona dynamic is that, you know, there is the crown jewel, the 250-mile event that goes on here, but there's kind of a distance for everyone because you can run 80-something miles across Mingus Ridge. You can run 125 miles. You can do the Flagstaff Crest, which is 39 miles.
Yeah, there's a ton of options. And, you know, if you are watching this and thinking about pondering still a maybe for Cocodona 2026, that registration will open on May the 20th. So you've got a couple weeks to think about. Actually, that looks like 2 weeks from today. Time to think about it and see. And we'd like to thank Endurance HQ for your donation. Thank you very much. All right, still more Pacers in the background. Somebody with a bib, turn around. I'll give you a shout out. Or not, but you know, like, people here, they're hitting Mingus, mile 108, you know, you're tired. You've had a cold night. So most people still got their layers on. Looks like just Pacers are probably the warm ones right now. And at this point, you know, your body's tired. You're definitely feeling something in your body, maybe some chafing. And this is when it can start to be really hard to eat, if it hasn't been hard to eat already. So super grateful for all the aid station volunteers with all the solid food as well as all the snacky options who are out there. And then you can see all the different crews that are showing up with all their accoutrements to help their runners out and get them some of their favorite nutrition, electrolytes, sparkly waters, whatever else it might be, just to keep everybody going. Still got Dan Green in the lead. It looks like he's about 1.5 miles from aid station. Oh, that's bib 160. Who is number 160? That is Dante Dugan from California. Just rolling into Mingus Camp.
Want to give a shout out to Lindsay Dwyer's sister Audrey. She's a teacher in Asheville, and she's her class has been watching the live stream for the last 2 days. And also shout out to all the teachers out there on the course and off, because it's also Teacher Appreciation Week. So, and Lindsay's also a teacher as well. So yeah, shout out to all the educators out there.
Yeah, and you know, there's lots of people that are doing this that are not professionals, that have day jobs or multiple day jobs, and you know, it's a big endeavor. So kudos to everybody. I think that was 129 that just walked by. Let's see who that was. That's Jennifer Parrish, looks like from Washington. Lake Stevens, Washington. And again, we're 30 hours in, so all these runs that we're watching and any run on the course have 125 hours to complete this. Now that it will obviously include sleeping and stoppage time, but you know, we'll be here till 10 a.m. Saturday morning watching these runners, keeping you entertained and giving updates as we can. Well, yeah, for a quick leaderboard update, Rachel Entrekin is the first female, and she is cruising in 3rd place overall right now. And looks like she made up a little bit on Ryan Sands. But Ryan and Dan are pretty much moving at the same pace from what we've seen on the tracker. Ryan's got roughly a 2-mile lead as of our last update. Oh, it's updating right now. Yeah, 3 minutes ago. conditions right now. Just pull up and see what it's doing at Mingus Camp.
Yeah, I imagine it's been a solid, like, just cycle in and out of the middle of the pack through Mingus right now.
Yeah, this is when those aid stations really get overrun. Have you ever been in an aid station? You get there, you're like, oh, what's the big rush to get all this food ready? But then all the, there's a trickle of the elites, and generally they don't stop. They'll maybe need some water, or maybe like some elites don't have a crew, so they'll get something. But you get a trickle, then a little bigger trickle, and then all of a sudden there are people everywhere, and everything is running out at the same time. So there's a lot of management, a lot of logistics that go into this. And we'd like to thank everybody who's volunteered for it. You might have just seen the volunteer ad, but if you're thinking about doing a race, thinking about getting into ultras, just looking to meet new people, feel free, check out, it's airviperrunning.ivolunteer.com for volunteer opportunities with Airvipa here in Arizona or in California, Colorado, or a few places on the east. Or, check out your local trail group. Your help is very much appreciated. You're part of a grand adventure for people. And it's heartwarming to see. So we'll thank everybody who's there in the background, who I'm sure have been there for hours already getting stuff set up. All right, and for some more of the top 10 men's field, looks like we've got a few of them who are going to be heading into Jerome Aid Station imminently here. Finn Melanson, Max Jaleff, and Jesse Haynes. Those three are all within 3 miles of Jerome. And then from Jerome, they'll have that nice long thigh-crushing descent out of Jerome. Yeah, we got... Ooh, who's our dancing guy in the background? Got some activity on the live stream at our Mingus Cam. Maybe he even heard that. Thank you, dude. And it looks like a jean jacket, so way to go. Come talk to us. Yeah, get the party started. Lindsay, start dancing or something. That is my friend Lindsay with the blonde hair there. So if she's listening, she can do it. We got Blundstone dancing. Dude, this is awesome. Somebody put the music on. Somebody do something. Lindsay, wave at the camera already. Oh, we can't hear what they're doing out there. But, you can see, and, we're done with that for a minute. The vibe of the aid station can really go a long way. I've spent a lot of time at aid stations. And for people who are doing something like this, especially if you're doing it on your own, or even if you're not, the mood of the aid station can really go a long way to helping you race. And all it can take is a smile from a volunteer, encouragement, something like that, to keep you going when you're deep in the pain cave, when you're not feeling good, if you're puking. I know I've personally given all kinds of gloves and personal stuff to people to keep them going. So, it really is, you really see the part of the community coming out to do that, as well as the community's all 6,600 of you watching on the live stream here. So yeah, that denim clad Yeti, that was fantastic.
Yeah, it looks like Finn's getting on about a mile away from Jerome. So we'll be cutting to Jerome here in a couple minutes. Well, maybe not.
No Jerome.
Jerome Cam is out for the time being. Apologies.
Well, yeah, and there's there's the front of the pack. There's also the middle and back of the pack where I generally am. So, it looks like according to the tracker, we did this just a little while ago, but we've got people 60 miles. So moving to a solid 2 miles an hour. Pace. One name I recognize down there, Aylin Davis, who's a deaf runner. So that's been interesting. I don't know if anybody's been watching the Cocodona Instagram page. I know there's a little post on her. But hey, dude, this is awesome. Oh, and there's another volunteer now. That's Kimberly and Lindsay talking over there. Maybe they're paying attention. You're welcome.
Cocodona's got talent.
Oh, we could totally do something like that. That Ken guy yesterday. If anybody wants to be entertained, it was sometime yesterday morning around 9:30, 10, so maybe 4 or 5 hours in the live stream. We had Ken live from the field with his snow machine. And if you want to have some entertainment in your day, go back and rewatch that. Because if he had a mic for the entire time, that would be solid gold.
Looks like we got Mike Monagle in the chat. Said he just spent about a mile with Lindsay. F2 at about mile 114.
Dan? Okay.
She's been in a very low patch for hours, she said, but working hard and trucking forward with the pacer.
Yeah, we got a Dan Green sighting. And as I say that, they just dropped out into the wash. But you can see the trail up there, and you can also see how the terrain has changed. Oh, there they are, and pretty much in the middle of the screen. Zooming in a little bit more. And, the terrain has changed a lot. We're still in that huge single track section. It's around a little bit more than 30 miles out of that part of the course, approaching Deer Pass. And it is gorgeous to run. If you ever get a chance out there, this is one of the more runnable sections of the course, and making up time. They look to be moving really good. Might be a photographer in the middle out there. And we'll thank our photographers, Howie Stearns out there, Scott Rokas, and Anastasia Wild. So they're doing a great job. If you've seen any of the Facebook or Instagram posts with the bibs, that's all them. You can check out their work and support those guys. And yes, there's a lot of shrubbery out there. I'm sure there's somewhere to hide. Oh, wow. And Eder Ramirez from Vegas. Running backwards to chat with people. Look for something. Not sure what's happening there, but somebody's talking to him clearly. Looks like heckling him.
He may be in the process of dropping his pacer.
Yeah, well, it looks like Ryan has made up some ground on Dan over the past little bit. What was a 2 mile gap? What we've got now is just over 1.5. So could have a lead change up here at some point. We'll see. See how it goes.
Yeah, it looks like we've got Eder about maybe half a mile from the Dead Horse aid station.
Yeah, it looks like off the tracker DJ Fox has left that aid station, so he's on the way. And you can see the great trail marking with the log indicating do not go this way. Or that probably isn't trail marking, that's probably the Sedona area blocking trails off. You know, it is a very popular area out there for trails, used to be for camping, and that is a forest management issue, BLM management issue out there.
Yeah, Eder's moving good. It looks like he probably knows the aid station is close. He's excited to see his crew. Kind of get a little bit of a reset. I found it's, you got to be, it's really important to not spend too much time with your crew in the aid station when you're running in an ultra, but there's something really nice about just getting 10 minutes with your people, having someone actually take care of you when you've been trying to manage yourself for some time, because usually crew spots are like every other or every third aid station, so there's usually like 20 miles plus between getting to see them.
Yeah, there's that big section last night of 32 miles with no drop bag and 41 with no crew that many people who are out there would have hit in the middle of the night. So, that can be a rough patch, but it's always for me, energetic to see my crew no matter what state I'm in and see smiling faces. Oh, thank you, Aaron. Much appreciated. Okay, and in the third and fourth battle, Rachel and Trekken, that just updated mile 141.6, and we've got Michael Versteeg 2 minutes ago at 140.4. So Versteeg still in the hunt. Trying to pop in that number 3 spot. I mean, he's 140.4, we're roughly 7 miles back at Dan right now.
I believe we're back to Dan Green.
Back to, yeah, and there's Highway 89A going out of Sedona. You can see the underpass. Or no, that's just a tunnel. Looks like you crossed the highway.
I like keep feverishly refreshing the tracker here as just the distance between Ryan and Green just keeps getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah. And there we go. Edder's coming in the aid. And big thank you to all the volunteers out there. You can see the bin of firewood for those folks who'll hit this at night. A nice warm place to stay. And then, we thank all the medical people out there too. MedStar Solutions is out there. I was able to chat with a few of them at Fort Tuthill this morning on my run. Just a big thank you. There are many people making use of their services, getting feet looked at, getting things taped. And wow, just look at that pace he's got. It looks like we have a live stream or a follow cam in behind too. So thank you for whoever's out there trying to keep pace.
Yeah,
camper van stopping on the side of the road.
And if you just went, we just saw him go through that tunnel under 89A. So he's really close to the aid station. Deer Pass it looks like Deer Pass is maybe half a mile from 89A.
Yeah, and then at the previous aid station, which is Jerome Aid, it looks like Finn Melanson is imminently approaching there. He's about the same, half a mile into that aid. And that would give him roughly a mile and a third, mile and a half, quarter separation from Max Jolliffe. You can see that's still a good pace.
Oh yeah, he's cruising. You can see cars, so he's obviously getting really close to the aid station.
Yeah. And that's a nice trailhead, or some nice trails over in that area too. I have parked there and read that sign.
Well, we'll see what his strategy here is in this aid station. I imagine he's going to get some updates that say that, Ryan's closing on him. So we'll see if, how much time he takes here in order to kind of reset and get ready for the next stretch.
Yeah, you can see looks like a sleeping setup in the back of that minivan, it appears to be. And there's Howie Stern taking photos. Howie does a great job everywhere he is. You can check out his stuff.
Oh, big plate of hot food right there. Oh, I see a biscuit. I see eggs. I see pancakes.
Wow.
Let's go.
Yeah, that protein would be great right now. And something warm. The temperature's not super warm right now. This is pretty good weather for running through there. Looks like he's, maybe going to stick in the gear he's got. Looks like he's going to get his feet looked at. It's super important to take care of your feet before things become a problem. That update we got from Lucy Bartholomew after pacing, that it was a very muddy slip and slide section. And then, when these trails aren't wet, it is quite dusty going through that Sedona area. So always good to let your feet air out a little bit, maybe get your crew to back off a little bit, and take a chance to have a little break. He looks to be in good spirits, caffeinating up and getting everything ready to go there. But yeah, that's 30 and a half hours in. So Dan is at, where is my thing here? So yeah, Deer Pass would be mile 148. So yeah, just over 100 miles to go for that part of the race. And you know, just crazy to see these splits and how fast people are moving on everything. It gets faster and faster every year. Oh yeah, definitely. It looks like we're gonna have a shoe switch too, because I'm sure by that point there's some very wet shoes. I want to get rid of any chance of blisters happening.
Oh, Dan Green with the mighty good breakfast.
Yeah, I'm getting kind of hungry now.
Here at 11 a.m. second breakfast, 11:30 second breakfast.
Yeah, I mean, I could do something entirely on breakfast. Breakfast for dinner is about my favorite thing. And you can see as well, all the people that Dan's got in his crew, everyone seems to have a job, and garbage going one way, shoes going the other, drinks going the other, someone getting clothing options. You know, this is, seconds can count. And you know, even though it is 250 miles, the way things have gone, it could come down to the last little bit, which would be even more epic with all the weather and everything else we've had today and yesterday.
11 C's.
Oh, it's like might be going for a sleep break.
Oh, this is interesting.
Wow. This makes me wonder if this was planned when you get here, stop for a certain amount. Oh, because what is it? Okay, hour 30. And we've got from Deer Pass, the next section is 14 miles with 2,300 feet of climbing to Posse Grounds. So, you know, this could be a good strategy to get a little rest, make the big climb. And then from Posse Grounds to Foxfire Ranch, you know, we do have a big chunk of vert coming up. That's almost a mile. Over a mile? 23:35. That is over a mile. And we got Tara back on the live stream. Tara, can you hear us? Wave if you can hear us. You changed. Not yet.
How about now?
Switch to
Yes, now I got you.
Oh, sweet. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes. What's happening?
Sweet. Yeah. Just drove here so quickly, and we set up just in time to see Dan come in. He looked great coming in. You guys saw he slammed that Mickey D's breakfast, those pancakes and the syrup, and then he's taking a nap, it looks like right now. But he looks great. Good attitude. And I did overhear him saying that he said, it's hard out there, boys. So I'm sure, like, even though he's making this look pretty easy, it's still pretty difficult for him. I mean, obviously, what is this, 160 miles in?
Yeah, 148 or so for the aid. So he's made
right.
a good lek. And then, you know, we did get an update. Lucy Bartholomew checked in after her pacing check with Ryan Sands, and muddy slip and slide was the report for the previous section. So, you know, you watched Harry's crew knock some mud off, but that definitely would have taken a toll.
Yeah. So I'm watching his crew here. He's got like a really dialed in crew. But they're talking about the footwear, and it looks like he was wearing Hoka's before. I'm not sure. He's got like a couple different pairs of shoes, like varying degrees of shoes. He's got Hoka's, Solomon's, and he's got Ultras. So it's quite
interesting,
the display of footwear here. His crew is preparing him for the next section.
Yeah, quite the different variety of footwear too, with drop and no drop.
Yeah. Well, the Ultras he has are 4mm. These are
he's got the
I believe
forwards.
those are the the Ford Experience.
Yeah, and Terry, I think it's an interesting strategy. Obviously, he needs to sleep when he's tired, but Ryan's been closing the gap, and maybe he's been feeling that, and he's like, I need a reset so the legs can come back to me, because Ryan has been charging and closing quite a bit of the distance between them since Jerome.
Ryan's within a mile now, it looks like.
He has been closing the gap, but I mean, it's still a very, very long race. I mean, we still have like 100 miles left, so still a long ways to go. A lot can happen.
No big deal. Just 100 miles to go.
Yeah, only 100 up and over a mountain. It's currently snow covered. At least there's no creek crossing at Oak Creek this year. It's a mere walk in the park. And Tara, have you run any of this current section or the upcoming sections?
No, not at all. Not one bit. Not even a minute. Oh, sorry. I believe those ultras were his pacers, not his shoes.
Not his.
Yeah, confirming. He's putting on those shoes right now, the pacer. So we're not his footwear. I think he's got some Salomons, some Hokas. I think that's what he's rocking right now. But I'm wondering how long he's going to nap for. I think maybe he's been in the van for maybe 2-3 minutes. I don't know if you guys have a timer on that.
We will start one right now. So we'll make a note, add 2 minutes to this. And for your weather report, we got the bathroom timer and the sleep timer so far. What's it looking like to the north from where you are there through Sedona? Are those clouds lifting? Does it look like they're precipitating?
Sorry, I'm losing you guys a little bit. I'm going to try to move around a little bit, see if I can connect.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Just asking. Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah. How's the weather looking along the course? Are those threatening rain clouds or clearing?
You know, they look slightly ominous, like slightly aggressive, but I don't think, I'm keeping the good vibes. I don't think it's going to rain. I think it's going to be great weather into the finish. I think it's going to clear up completely and it's going to be sunny. That's what I'm hoping for at least.
I see a little bit of blue sky as the camera pans around. Oh, and here we go. So 45. Got a cam on runner 45.
This is Cody Potskin. Moving pretty good.
Oh,
Looks like
Cody,
his
23.
Yeah, it looks like his quads came back to him, Tara, after he got a chance to warm up after his nap. He's moving really good.
Yeah, he was fun to talk to. I'm sure that nap gave him new life.
Yeah, and it also looks like it's drying out on the course there from the last shot we had of this area. Was that Dan that we were watching go through here? You definitely see the color change between the various stages of mud. And we're back to our John G. Skycam. Half a mile out? Okay, we just got him on the John G. Skycam here, so this is neat to see.
Okay, sweet, yeah.
Yeah, so Ryan Sands is just coming up to the 89A tunnel. And that would
so
put
it's
him
kind of
into...
interesting.
Oh, go ahead, Tara.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I love this kind of dynamic where you have two crews. It's the only two crews here because it's Ryan and it's Dan's race right now. They're at the front. So there's only two crews here and you can just see like two groups. There's a Dan's group over here. They're in a huddle. I'm expecting, at the end of it, there to be like a, whatever that is. I don't know what you call that. And then you have
break.
Break, yeah. And then you have Ryan's crew here. They're kind of like analyzing the crew, analyzing how Dan's feeling. I think that's an interesting dynamic in ultras. When I go through an aid station, just a little pro tip for you guys, I try to look like I'm the best runner. I feel the best. I ham it up. I'm like, I am feeling so good. So when you get to an aid station, like the other crews that are watching, they're gonna be like, oh crap, like she's feeling good. So I wonder if that was part of the strategy for Dan. Because Dan, I mean, he looks really good running in here.
Yeah.
Obviously he is taking a nap right now. Yeah. So
yeah, the
pretty
poker
stoked
face
to see how
is
this plays out when Ryan gets out.
Yeah, and we can give an update for statistical. Thank you, Liam, with that. Dan is just over 2 hours faster than Jeff Browning was to Deer Pass last year. And that's when Jeff was in first place. And holy cow, Dan is just under 4 hours faster than Howard's winning time in 2024. So we'll see how this pace plays out over the next little bit. There's a big chunk of climbing that they're going to go into over the next two aid stations.
And Tara, you should be getting eyes on Ryan, I'd say here in the next like 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes
looks
open. Don't see anything yet.
Yeah. Okay. And then Rachel is 5 and a bit miles back from the aid right now. So, an hour and a bit.
Hour and a bit.
Yeah. Say hour 20, hour and a half, based at our current pace at the last tracker.
How are you?
And then Michael.
Good.
Michael Versteeg's about.
How was your pacing section?
2 miles back.
Yeah.
It was a night.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was really cool. It wasn't what I thought. I thought I was signing up for, pacing in a desert, sunny, I was like, oh, sunrise is going to be so beautiful. And it was just that.
Yeah, this is wild.
I know. Well, yeah, it feels like nothing I'd seen for Cocodona. So I was like, I feel like I've been falsely advertised.
I heard that the mud out there was quite thick.
It was insane.
Yeah?
I mean, Ryan, who I was pacing, was getting frustrated and I was getting frustrated. And I was like, don't show your frustration, Lucy, don't share it. Don't spread it. But yeah, it made it. But what it did do, I felt like it was like wearing ankle weights, when you got onto non-muddy stuff, it was like, little
wow. It's like putting on super shoes.
Yeah, exactly.
Whoa.
Yeah, we hit some asphalt and Ryan just took off. And I was like, I think this is working for you.
Yeah, I saw you guys leaving Jerome. Like I was pulling in. I had just missed Ryan. And I looked, we made eye contact. And it was like bewilderment. How was he after the night portion?
Yeah, we really had to do an attitude 180.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think he was getting pretty just kind of like, this is hard, this is cold, this is long. And it was just kind of like, yeah, it's all those things, you know? So let's just like sink into it. And, we started to roll through with pacers and just kind of like find a groove in it. And yeah, he's an amazing athlete and does so much of this stuff. I was like, dude, across the Himalayas, I think you can do that.
I looked that up yesterday. I was like, dear goodness.
I know. We were
1,100 miles, wasn't it?
Yeah. Frostbite. They're like living on nothing. I was like, you get buffet to buffet out here.
Yeah, so it looks like we have Ryan coming in. Thank you, Lucy. Appreciate it. It's nice to see you too. Yeah, so we have Ryan running in.
Ryan!
Good commentary from Lucy.
Ryan looks really good.
He does. The man on a mission.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely.
Let's see if Ryan stops for 11Cs here.
Yeah.
Or if
Let's see if we get to
Yeah, well, we're roughly 10 minutes into Dan's nap right now.
Okay. Yeah, we'll check out what Ryan does here.
Yeah, his crew looks pretty stoked.
Looks like he's offloading trash right now. See if he gets a shoe change or possibly a sleep.
Yeah, Corinne was saying when she was watching over his last couple aid station swaps, is he's done a lot of foot care and he's changed.
He's using the bathroom, so we're just gonna turn the camera away.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, it was a quick one. We're all good. He's back.
No
it was
need for
a
for a timer?
Vaseline.
Hey,
no,
Allie.
it was a Vaseline. They said hi.
Who's they?
Who's they? Who said that?
Greggy. Met you at Tony and Nicole's house.
Greggy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He says hi.
Thanks
So
for
it looks
being
like
out
we
here,
do have a shoe change. He had a Vaseline
pretty
application. He got looks like a little breakfast sandwich and a mixture. Maybe those look like grits he's eating.
Carb loading.
Yes,
Yes,
he's
we're
been
putting on
doing
a new
either
pair
the
of
grits or
shoes.
porridge, shoe change, and a shirt change at like the last 3 aid stations. So
We're throwing the grits. Or is that avocado? I think we're taking the avocado out of... No, he's spooning it into his mouth. Avocado is being spooned into Ryan's mouth.
Riveting.
Yeah, too bad.
But from here, it looks like he's in really good spirits. The crew looks very focused and dialed.
Yeah, I love the insights from Lucy where she's like, bro, you crossed the Himalayas on nothing, living on nothing. All you have to do is run buffet to buffet here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And was that sunscreen? Like, is it any warmer
Yeah.
where you are now than it was up at Jerome?
No. I mean, it's a little warmer down here, but yeah, that was sunscreen going on the lips, the face. It's going around the neck. And he's eating really well, which is a great sign. Like I've said a couple times, once they stop eating, that's when you have a problem. But he is really good with the eating right now. He's spooning what I'm guessing grits into his mouth pretty easily.
Is there any kind of sleep setup in Ryan's vehicle there that you can see?
There's just a sleeping pad rolled up. Doesn't look like we're using that though.
Oh, here now we've got Rachel on our John G Skycam.
Oh,
she
sweet.
also looks moving very well.
Okay, sweet. How far is that out, you think?
It's hard to tell
Maybe a
from the
mile?
drone, but
Mile and
from
a
the
half?
tracker,
We're looking 4.5, 5 miles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and she's moving really well too.
yeah, looks to be enjoying that nice single track.
Yeah, and between the last three runners, Dan, Ryan and Rachel coming through, I think both Ryan and Rachel will probably look a little smoother, a little bit better through this section with their pacers.
Good job, Ryan.
And from the sounds of it, it looks like Ryan's out of the aid station, and we have a new lead change at the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, and we're coming up on 15 minutes. Dan has been asleep.
Yeah, and he's
There's
running
Ryan.
right now. He's got a great pace. I'm just running straight out of the chair, which is wild.
Yeah, wow.
Like they're blocks, huh?
Jeez.
Wow,
That is great. So for a quick preview of the section they're going into, there are a lot of turns at single track junctions. So we're hoping that everybody can stay on track, because it would be awful to get turned around somewhere in this maze of trails. But it's a 14-mile section with almost 2,400 feet of climbing. So to get to that mile 162 aid station at Sedona Posse Grounds, that is a significant chunk. And then it's going to be some pavement too, so that'll definitely allow for some faster turnover, get people moving. But it can be hot out there, so putting on that sunscreen is good, hydrating them is good.
Kevin just texted me.
Hey, Andreas.
Yeah, people.
I think they're waking
We
him
have people
up.
asking in the chat. It looks like I think Dan's been sleeping for around 15 minutes.
15, yeah. A little bit over that right now. I've got on my phone here. So that'll be interesting to see too. Is he just doing a quick 20-minuter, or is he going to be out for a while and then
15.
possibly
Sleep
push
for
all the way
15
through
minutes.
the end? Well, and you can see on the Joungy Skycam right now, it is definitely lightened up out there. As she's running along, you can see the trails drying out quite well. And those skies, not sure what direction that is right now, probably somewhere east and north-ish. Skies are looking more promising. I mean, it looks like we got some sunshine trying to break through here in Flag, so hopefully we can send it down there.
Yeah, again, she's just moving so well. No poles. That's a good sign.
Yeah.
And it looks like she's just out for a little
After
Sunday jog.
Yeah, Sunday jog, 30-hour jog so far. I mean, do we know, did she stop to sleep anywhere, or is she still moving?
Well, she had... Jerome...
Oh, that's right. She was in the van for a while at somewhere yesterday. Camp Kippa, maybe? I don't remember.
And she spent some time in the van at Dead Horse, but I don't think she slept. Or if she did, it would have been for 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay, and from the latest tracker that we've got, looks like Versteeg is right behind Rachel. You know, less than a mile between them, so that could be really interesting as they come into the aid. Tara, is Rachel's crew there yet? I presume so. Tara. Okay, looks like we lost Tara right now, but what I can say is Ryan gained almost 30 minutes on Dan between those two aid stations, between Deer Pass and Dead Horse, so that is quite the thing. That is a Dead Horse to Deer Pass is 14 miles with 1,600 feet of climbing, and he gained 30 minutes, so that is a big, big move.
Yeah. Ryan's making short work of this section of the course. And he left looking really good, and Tara said he just sprung out of the chair and got right back to it.
Right up, yeah. I mean, we watched Harry get helped up at Jerome. We need to see what Rachel does. And again, I was highlighting the diversity of Arizona. You know, as we jump from aid station to aid station, you know, we're dropping down in the valley between Jerome and Sedona, and then there will be a significant climbing coming out of Sedona. Keep the gate shut for the cows, no matter what they say. You know, that's a big thing. Whether you're in Arizona or whether you're somewhere else, that is something to be aware of, and please respect. Some nice deadfall on the trail there, or that's a very odd section, but there we go. And you know, we're out of the giant tall pines into the valley, and then we'll be climbing back up to the pines in the snow-covered Mount Elton.
Yeah, Donnie, 7 to 10 gate work. I would say Rachel's pacer's probably third best out of the last 3 runners that came through. I think Dan and Ryan's pacers were 10 out of 10 on the gate work.
Yeah. Yeah, that was good. And, you know, we've got a lot of things going on, so I just want to highlight again, the Sedona Canyons 125 is starting tomorrow out of Jerome, so that'll add some more spice to our coverage, and wishing good vibes to everyone who's out there for that race tomorrow, and hopefully they're at least tuning into the live stream to get an idea of conditions and, you know, alleviate some anxiety for everything. And your leaders are here. We're approaching 31 hours. They have some mind-boggling. Ryan Sands, 148 and a bit miles. Rachel's approaching that aid station at mile 148. That's in 30 hours. But, you know, we have our middle of the pack and all of our people who are still out there. They have 125 hours to finish this. So that's Saturday morning at 10, and we will have coverage of that last finisher whenever that last finisher comes through. The moment on our tracker, it looks like it is Carmen, I hope I say this correctly, Sendejas of California. It looks like there's a pack of them in that area. Leanne Hood, Samuel Elkins, Elizabeth Russ, Lori Bowen, Aylin Davis. So yeah, big kudos to you. Great job. You're all making great time. Plenty of time left to finish this. Just keep on trucking. And good high vibes. You know, if you are interested in, you're super motivated to do this after following us along on live stream, the registration for Cocodona 2026 is going to open on the 20th of May. So think about it, look into it. Maybe we'll see you out here next year. Maybe we'll talking about you somewhere on the race, because we will continue the coverage. So we'll be following the middle of the pack and everything. Just scrolled into the main map here, and you can see the gaps between, you know, the elites and our leaders at the front of the pack. But you can see there's a big conglomeration of numbers. If you go to the main map here, you know, it looks like it's been pretty consistent. People hitting Fane Ranch. We got a lot approaching there. A lot at Prescott right now. A lot approaching Prescott. So kudos to everybody who is out there just plugging along, getting it done. We appreciate all of you.
Such a great shot here with the drone of Rachel just making short work of the section as she's heading to the Deer Pass aid station.
Yeah, and that drying out's going to help anybody who's behind, and it looks like this whole system is clearing, so that'll be great news for all the people still yet to get up here. And, you know, we haven't had any precipitation I can see out the window in Flag since, well, it's probably 7:30 that stopped raining on me, so hopefully this all clears out too, and we've got perfect conditions, nice and cool. And again, from the leaderboard, our current top 5, we got Ryan Sands just past Dan Green at the Deer Pass aid station. And that's our top 2. Rachel and Trekken, who's on the screen right now, the John G. Skycam, she is running in 3rd. She's also first female. And rounding out our top 5 from what we can see on the spot trackers is Michael Versteeg in 4th and DJ Fox in 5th. And then Ada Ramirez is the 5th male. And on the women's side, Rachel has a pretty significant lead on Lindsay Dwyer, who's in 2nd. Georgia Porter shortly back of that. And then sort of Lindsay Dwyer, Georgia Porta, Sarah Ostaszewski, Allison Powell are all about the same distance away, roughly 3 miles from each other. And from what we can see, Shelby and Allison seem to have been leapfrogging each other for that 5th spot. And again, that's Rachel and Trekken coming in. And Rachel has some pretty incredible stats and finishes of everything that she has done. She's obviously defending champion of Cocodona, but she won the Crazy Mountain 100, Across the Years 48 Hour this past year, Badger Mountain 100, and Whiskey Basin.
It looks like we got Dan Jones out of the bed, getting ready to get started again.
Yeah, that would be about 25 minutes on the timer, so nice little cat nap.
Brush your teeth. Yeah.
Wake yourself up. And head off. Got a lot of crew.
Slamming a caffeinated Morton.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and you know Dan is no stranger to fast stuff. He ran a sub 13 hour Javelina 100 in that 105-degree heat, which was one of the fastest 100 milers on any surface last year. And he's had some bonkers training weeks, over 160 miles, and he had a training run win at the Rapid Raccoon 100. So he has definitely got the background, the resume for this, and he was many people's pick for the winner.
We got Dan Green kind of walking out, warming the legs up after taking that 25-minute rest.
Yeah, good plan.
And, you know, obviously there's still 100 miles to go, and it'll be interesting to see when Ryan takes his next extended break, if he does.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what happens with the strategy with Cocodona and these longer 200 plus mile races, is you have the front of the pack start to kind of leapfrog each other as people decide to take those extended breaks and rest and try to sleep to get their legs back.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to play a role in the remaining bit that we've got as we're 31 hours in. At some point, I would imagine most people try to sleep for a little bit. Just taking a quick look at the aid stations here coming up. So the next thing they've got is a water station at mile 154.7. And then Sedona Posse Grounds does have a sleep station. So, you know, that might be the strategy to be used. It might not. At this point, you know, you've got it to yourself. I know later on in the race that will not be the case for all the other people out there doing this, but we'll see how it plays out. And, you know, the next crew access will be Posse Grounds, and then it's Foxborough Ranch. So, you know, it looks like everyone's got a Sprinter van set up or some type of setup with a place to sleep in the back. So I would doubt that any of the people at the front are going to go into the sleep station, but you never know. It is there and might be used.
And these are the reasons why you can't trust the tracker, but we've got reports that Michael Vestig is about a mile out of Deer Pass.
He's on our Skycam right now. We just cut to him. Got the Anton Krupicka throwback on, shirtless out there.
Yeah, sun's out, guns out.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say sitting here, but it does look like it's warmer just seeing that Pacers have got sleeves rolled up and things now too. Heating up. And he's moving at a pretty good pace too. Maybe a little slower than we've seen the previous, but he's still cruising along there. Coming to the gate. Let's rate the Pacer gate activity at this one. Oh, he's opening the gate. Wow.
Come on, boys, tighten up the gate game.
You know, thank you to Catula, one of our sponsors out there. John G, obviously. Speedland, NAC Energy, Tailwind, Satisfy, Ultraspire. Lots of great sponsors out there, so, you know, support them if you can. And there's our big pile of Slash in a very odd space, but someone thought it was a good idea to put it there. Yeah, and the big breaking news is within the past 20-ish minutes, Dan Green has been passed by Ryan Sands. Dan was taking a nap in his vehicle. He took a 25-minute nap. So that put Ryan Sands into the lead as he just pretty much cruised through, did a quick change, and moved through. And onwards and upwards he went. So we'll see how that plays out over the next 100 and a bit miles as they approach us here in Flag. Yeah, also a big thank you to the almost 7,000 people on the live stream right now. Why to make a bet or something on people watching the live stream? Would you do Cocodona if we can get enough likes on things? I would. If I can quadruple my Instagram following, I will do Cocodona next year. Instagram is at Cactus Moose. I will put that out there right now. You can timestamp it. 31 hours and 5 minutes. You guys over there, you see this? You hear this? Yeah. Should I do it in the shirt? Yeah, I will do it in this shirt and the hat. Oh yeah, I could totally do it. I could do as a live stream commentator. There's got to be a way that I could do this and report the entire time. And here we are. Yeah, you know, we've got Versteeg coming through. I don't see any cactuses out there. I don't see any mooses out there. They're just cruising along, doing everything.
The real question is, if there was a moose out there, would Mike tackle the moose?
Oh, he'd totally go for it. Totally go for it.
It does look like we're trying to get an interview with Dan's crew, and hold tight for that. We'll see if we can't get Tara on top of that for us. We got Mike doing a little bit of arm rotation, stretching, trying to get the body going.
Yeah, well, yeah, you know, by that point, your shoulders are... Well, you know, he hasn't run with a pack at any point that I've seen. Maybe at the beginning, but he's been like this for a while. But your arms are definitely sore from the rotation and the swinging by mile, let's see, 148 approaching. And, you know, once he does get to this aid station, it's there's about a 500-foot climb in 3 miles, and then a descent of 800 feet, and then just kind of looks to be pretty gradual climb over the next few miles. So you're getting 2,500 feet or 1,600 feet leaving this aid station, and there is a water stop in between there. And then you can just take a look at the Sedona trails that we're rolling into. It's some nice dirt, but there is some chunky rocks out there. So footwear or foot placement's important, but it's nice to see it drying out. Probably isn't the most fun to go through if it's wet and muddy and slippery. And hello, Emily Ketty. Thank you for watching. Yeah, so you're just tuning in. We got Michael Versteeg approaching the Deer Pass aid station. And let's see, just checking on the tracker here. Who else is getting close to things? Looks like DJ Fox is the next one who'll be hitting this aid station, followed by Eder. And then Cody, and then Harry. So it actually looks like... Oh, no, scratch that. Scratch that. And who've we got at Jerome? Looks like Jesse Haynes and Max Jolliffe were in or are near Jerome aid. And we've got Tara Dower in the field, still working on getting an interview with Dan Green's crew.
Yeah, I love seeing these guys like step for step on the screen, just kind of in the groove, putting one foot in front of the other.
Yeah, this is really the head down, just go for it. And that, and you know, what's interesting with this section is once you get to the aid station, it is one of the most beautiful parts of the course. You're seeing all the rock formations, energy vortexes, etc. in Sedona. So it is a beautiful place to come and run, maybe if you're not trying to do Cocodona today. And we'd like to thank everyone who is out there on the live stream watching us. I know it seems there's a lot of people coming in and out on quote work calls and everything else, and there's a great meme, several great memes we've seen on Instagram today from Aid Station Fireball and things. So thank you everyone who's out there following along with us, enjoying this 250-mile adventure from the Spines to the Pines. And yeah, Michael Versteeg is currently running in 4th place overall, a little over a mile behind Rachel and Trenken, who's in 3rd. Okay, and it looks like we're going to head back to Tara Dower in the field. Tara, what's happening out there?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We got you.
Okay, sweet. I'm here with Dan's crew, Isaac and Ryan. Isaac is the crew chief. So we were talking a little bit about how Dan was feeling. He took that, what was it, like 25 minute nap? Was that planned?
He kind of indicated he was open to the idea during this last segment. So, I mean, it wasn't planned. We've been improvising. This is his first event of this distance, and so we're all just kind of figuring it out together.
Yeah, I love that. And all of y'all, except for one, all y'all are from West Virginia,
That's
correct?
right.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah, long ways. And we were admiring your minivan setup here, the bed y'all have.
It's the
It looks pretty nice. Yeah.
We're gonna have to wash it before we return it. That's for sure. It is filthy.
Now, did you guys buy everything here and you're just gonna
Walmart loves us. Yeah. We're gonna have to find Goodwill or something to donate the air mattress to.
That's the hard thing about traveling across the country for a race is like you can only take what you can pack in your carry-on, and then you got to buy the rest. So
yeah, us East
tough.
Coasters, man.
It's hard. We get the
it's a hard life.
It's
Yeah. Yeah. So during the night portions, were you pacing him?
Yeah,
during the
so
night
I
portion?
came off of Mingus down to Jerome. Horrible segment. Just the mud was terrible. It was just caking on our shoes. Sections that should be really runnable and you're making up time, and just kind of free miles were a lot of work. And I don't know, it just wasn't what we were expecting mentally, but we got through it, and I think that maybe will pay off in the end because we weren't pushing as hard. So maybe we'll have a little gas, to go in these later miles.
What was he expecting going into the race as far as weather, the experience that he wanted to have? What was was he open?
He's been spending a lot of time in the sauna.
Yeah.
He was well prepared for the heat. And so, this was a shock to everybody.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's wasted time
No.
when he's in the sauna like that. It's a good stimulation, but he was prepared for the heat, and he likes the heat even before he sits in the sauna. He's been out to Black Canyon several times, and he's just got a special connection to Arizona. I think that's in part because he loves the heat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Being from the East Coast, though, I think you're used to this. We're coming out of winter where we've been training in this all winter. So it feels a little maybe too much like home where we were trying to get away from that. But
yeah, I definitely agree.
I think it suits.
These clouds come in and they never leave.
That's exactly.
At least that's how it was in Virginia.
Yep.
So how's he doing? I saw that you guys gave him McDonald's. Did he request that, or was that a random pickup?
Well, what we're finding is that, we're just ahead of schedule. So the aides aren't quite ready and prepped for hot food. So we're trying to improvise again and just get some hot protein and sustenance into him, get away from the gels and sweets as much. But we're just kind of having to make our way and get what we can find, really.
Yeah.
He had Denny's earlier. So
wow.
Yeah, he's eating healthy today.
Is it the Grand Slam? Is that what they have? Or is that?
We got cheeseburgers. We went into Denny's and asked them what's the fastest thing they could get out in 20 minutes. And cheeseburgers was the answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did he eat the whole cheeseburger?
He ate half before he slept, and then he ate the other half on the go. So
wow.
He ate it.
Well, great.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys taking the time. So you're going to see him in Sedona?
Yep.
Next,
Headed to
that's the
Sedona.
next
I'll
one.
take him out of Sedona and just keep this journey rocking.
How many miles are you pacing?
I think it's 35-ish, 32-ish, somewhere in there. I'm not exactly sure.
Chump change.
Yeah, it's a good day. That's what we're here for.
Well, thanks guys so much for taking time.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thanks.
it.
Yeah, so that was Dan's crew. Pretty stoked for Dan being an East Coaster. I have a special place in my heart for the East Coast. So he's from West Virginia. I think they said Huntington. So that's pretty cool. Really excited for Dan. Again, this is just part of the experience. They said Dan's pretty open to whatever happens. And I think that's a great attitude going into a 250-mile race where literally anything could happen.
Yeah, shout out to the Beast Coast and yeah, sounds like we're gonna stay here for just a little bit. I know, to give you a little bit of an update, Tara, Rachel's about say 3 miles from the aid station, and then I think Michael Versteeg's about a half mile behind her. So we'll probably have both of them at the aid station at the same time.
Sweet. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, we got Ryan's team. They already left by now, and Dan's crew is leaving here. And I just saw Mike's crew pull up in the van.
Have you,
And I
have you seen
wonder
Rachel's crew
if
yet?
Rachel's. I have not. No, and this might be them to the right, but I'm not sure. I haven't seen him yet though.
Oh, they're actually right behind
So
you.
I'm interested to.
That's their van right there with the.
Oh,
Yeah.
sweet.
Oh, yeah, cool. So it looks like they're there. They're getting set up. The Dan's crew mentioned the aid station isn't always quite ready with hot food. Does the aid station look like they're popping? They're excuse me. They're pushing out the
They're
hot
popping
food.
off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
they're popping
Yeah.
off. Thank
Well,
you.
it's. I don't know anything about anything, but I know it's pretty difficult to like have aid stations at these big races. Like, I don't see any hot food at the moment, but that might not mean that they might be able to like cook it up pretty quickly. Looks like a lot of snacks. Really, like these front runners, they're looking for like basic services like, water and where they can throw away their trash. Dan's crew member there is throwing away some trash. Looks like we might have hot dogs.
Yeah. Who can we see in there?
They are in there. There
Is that
are
Patty Curry?
meat hot dogs and vegan hot dogs that are in the
And that
warmer.
looks like Patty Curry in the background. Is that true?
It
that
is.
Patty?
Yeah, that's her.
Oh, tell her we said hi. on
The legend
live stream.
herself.
Yeah. Patty makes a
I'll let her
great
know when she's
effort to
done
be at the
chatting.
aid stations. There is tons and tons of food, taking care of individual runners and all the dietary restrictions. That's actually Mark. I know Mark in the background there, a local Sedona runner.
Nice.
Probably related. So thank you to everyone volunteering out there.
They're trying to figure out the races.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out what day of the week it is.
Yeah, so that's mile 148, Deer Pass aid station.
There's something I should know.
Terry, let me ask you: Are you eating a hot dog out of the aid station if you're running Cocodona?
Sure, why not? I don't care anymore.
Let's go.
Whatever.
I was joking with Greg
Yeah,
yesterday.
I haven't had a glizzy in so long though. I'd actually go for a glizzy right now.
Yeah, we have hot dogs back at the
Airbnb. Yeah, come to the Airbnb. You can microwave a hot dog. You'll be
Oh,
just like an
okay.
aid station,
Oh.
except inside with showers.
You guys got pizza last night. Now you have hot dogs. You guys are eating well.
Yeah, we had coffee too.
Well, if you're gonna commentate like an ultra marathon, you got to eat like you're running an ultra marathon.
I was thinking of doing something in solidarity of those running the Cocodona 250. And I was trying to figure out, like, what should I do, like, to be in spirit with them? And I almost settled on not showering, but then I thought about it this morning. I was like, I kind of want to shower. If you guys could do something to, like, in memory of those running this race, what would you do? Like eating aid station food only.
Yeah.
Drinking carb drink, only using bathroom outside.
Aid station food only is about what I've eaten for the last couple days. We do have a little, well, no, because they have good coffee at Air Rapper races, so we have good coffee too. I can't even use that. I'm dressed like an ultra runner, and I'm dressed how I would be at Javelina, so we'll go for that.
Well, that's easy. It's so comfy to dress like an ultra runner.
I can tell you if we can get cinnamon roll waffles, I'll eat like an ultra runner all week. So.
Yeah, well, maybe next year we can all try not showering at all. That Airbnb would smell ripe.
Yeah, I would suggest not coming to the live stream studio then. I volunteer to be in the field for the entire week.
Yeah, so right now we have Michael's crew. We got someone honking. Oh no, it's just a car alarm going off. But we also have
welcome to Arizona.
yeah, and then we have Rachel's crew too. Pretty stoked.
Nice. Is that camper
Yeah,
van
and
better
the
than your
weather
camper van?
it is warming up though. Like it feels good. There, I did feel just like a couple drops of rain just a couple.
Oh.
Clouds are sort of lifting, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it's lifting here, but yeah, it seems every time we come back to you, the weather's a little bit different. It brightens up. Like when we were watching Rachel on the Joungy Sky Cam, you could see it looked warm, and then you come back to us, you're like, ooh, it looks cold and blustery. So, I mean, favorable conditions for running, but not necessarily for standing around outside.
Yeah, I would say you're right. It's a really difficult job for me right now, standing here at the Cocodona 250. All these runners have to run 250 miles, and I have to stand here. It's a hard life.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
You got a little FOMO right now?
Yeah. Yeah. They get fed hot dogs whenever they want. Obviously, Denny's and McDonald's. Maybe I need to get me some McDonald's later. Oh, there's a cow.
Yeah, well, you could. Yeah, hey, you could go to Sedona. Sedona's McDonald's is the only one that doesn't have the yellow logo in the world. It's got a turquoise M. So you could take your new cow friend. Have you got your van?
Oh.
You can throw them in your van. You can go to McDonald's.
Where did this cow come from? What's it? Whose cow is that?
Female cow. Can you see a brand on the back?
Oh, she's pooping right there on the course. I mean, same, right? Like ultra runners, just wherever you are.
There we go. Wherever
She
you
knows
are,
her crowd.
Yeah, when you gotta go, you gotta go. I mean, what we got the got the bare butt wipes. Do we need to send you out with some bare butt wipes to take care of that?
No, I'm we're going to be
Cocodona.
Oh, we got requests for a cow interview out there. Are you comfortable around cows?
I don't know. I'm not around a lot of cows. They seem a little judgmental, I'm gonna be honest. I've run
they do like to stare at you.
I've run through a lot of cow pastures on the AT, and they would always just like stare at you, judging. We are walking over to the cow.
Why not? We need something. Yeah. Looks like the Air Vipa van in the background there. That is a really nice camper van that Rachel's crew's got.
Yeah, it is.
The cows are like, they're pretty tame, but they're rather intimidating when you're like 10 feet away from one.
Yeah, they're large.
Yeah, I remember running Black Canyon with my friend Lindsay, and we stopped to take photos with cows and pet them. And not the greatest idea, but you know, it was what we did. And yeah, if you're just joining us, we'll give you a quick update. Ryan Sands is in the lead right now. He took the lead at this aid station while Dan Green took a 25-minute nap. And the cow just doesn't care.
Dude, she's going hard on the grass. Yes.
But yeah, so Dan Green is our new leader of the race. And he is followed, or sorry, my mistake. Ryan Sands is the new leader of the race. Dan Green is in second. And Rachel's a little bit behind in third place.
A tortoise?
Well, somebody brought it with him as a pet.
Oh, wow.
And somebody was supposed to watch it and it got away.
No.
They're all out searching. Finally found it.
How did the tortoise get away? I feel like they look like rocks, though. So it looks like a rock, sort of. So I feel like it can blend in.
I've got a friend who runs cattle right across the road.
This might be their cow.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, Tara, who are we talking to? Is that Mark?
Oh.
That's Mark.
I don't think they do. Well, that'd be Mama.
Yeah, that's
Not
a
Dairy, but it's a Mama.
lady cow.
Hey, Tara.
So it could be one of theirs.
Can we chat with Mark for a bit? Mark's an aid station volunteer. Mark.
Oh yeah.
Mark, tell
Can we
us how
chat
you're
with you for
preparing.
a little bit?
Okay.
They want to
Yeah.
know how you prepare for the aid station here.
How I prepare?
Yeah.
Patty Curry does a lot of the work, and she sends me all the directions, and they pretty much let me know, and I just reread them. This is my third year here doing this one, and mostly I was recruiting volunteers and buying bananas they asked me to get, and just whatever I can do, and then We have an assistant, so I'll be able to sleep a little bit at night. And that's about it. It's not hard. It's just going to be a little crazy this year with so many people.
Yeah. When did you guys get out here to start?
They were here before I came. I was supposed to come at 11:30, and they said, you better get here early.
Oh, yeah.
So I got here around 10.
Yeah.
And so we were in time for the first runner.
Yeah.
And 2 years ago, we started at 3
p.m.?
3 in the afternoon.
Wow.
And between faster runners and better weather, because we've had people in the past coming in here and they're just puking and sick and heat exhausted. And so this year it's going to be a fast race.
Yeah. Yeah. So besides the weather, what's the biggest difference you think with this group of runners, why they're running so fast? Do you think it is just solely the weather, or do you think it's a competition?
Yeah, I don't know, because I don't know the two guys who came through here.
Mm-hmm.
I know Rachel, who I think is in third place. She won last year.
Mm-hmm.
But then Courtney dropped out. Mika dropped out.
Mm-hmm. Jack Scott dropped out as well.
Okay, yeah. And I saw that the guy who won last year,
Harry.
Yeah. He's started out really fast and he's
Mm-hmm.
dropped way back.
Yeah.
So I don't know if the competition is that much tougher. Michael is still like in 4th or 5th for Stieg.
Yes, he's in 4th behind.
Okay, so he might just be being smart.
Yeah, he's shortly behind Rachel.
Okay, so I think the competition is probably, with Courtney gone, equivalent to last year, but the weather. I mean, I don't know how hard it was raining, but if it's just raining light, you'd much rather have that than 85 degrees in the desert.
Yeah, so you said when you've been here in years prior, you've seen people come in and they're throwing up because of the heat.
Like Rachel did last year.
Yeah.
She came in here, she was so sick, and I know her, so I said, hey, just take your time, you'll be okay. And she said, yeah, I know, I'll be fine. And she takes off, and I'm thinking, okay, she's got a good chance for second, because Mika was way ahead of her, and then Mika got lost or whatever happened, and Rachel won.
Yeah,
And
that's all it takes.
She knows how to manage her races, so I think she's got a good chance of winning this year.
Yeah, for sure. I'm hoping that she, catches the guys ahead of her. She's not too
That
far
would be
behind.
Cool.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
Yeah. Yeah, well, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I'm Mark.
Mark, I'm Tara.
Yeah.
Tara.
Nice to meet you.
Tara, can you say that Greggy, Lindsay DesRoche's friend, says hello and thank you?
Forever.
They want me to let you know that Greggy, you said Greggy says hi?
Yeah, Lindsay's friend from Canada.
Lindsay's friend.
Oh, Lindsay's friend. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lindsay
All
will
right,
be here
thank
in a
you.
while. Lindsay and I have done a lot of running together, and I know Howie from before he was a photographer.
Really?
Yeah.
In Mammoth?
Yep.
He was a teacher?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Mark.
Okay,
It was nice
yep.
meeting you.
Yeah.
Where you based? Where you live?
Durango.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
It's
so
only 5
you're with
hours.
you're a film
Okay,
crew,
Tara, we're going to
travel
let you
around,
go
or
here and we're going to cut. We got Harry ready to leave Dead
Yeah,
Horse.
sounds good.
So we'll come back to you shortly.
They're off now. I just help out with the live stream sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Here we
Yeah,
got
I run
Harry sitting in the
myself,
chair.
but yeah, sometimes I just
Looks like he's
come
done a
out
little bit of
here
a
and-
wardrobe change. Put on that John G. Sun hoodie. And sipping
Yeah, that
on
was a sweet sun hoodie.
sipping on something in a cup. And let's see how well he gets up and moves out of this aid station.
Yeah, again, you got the camper van set up there. Andy, you might look a little cold, but that was great that we got to chat with him at the last aid that he was at. Quick little interview. Stories of falling asleep in a bathroom. That was entertaining.
I was going to say the things you find out when Terry's your field reporter.
Yeah, we're probably getting way more stuff than anything. Yeah, and if you just joined us, so we had some breaking news a little while ago. We just cut from Tara, who's at Deer Pass Aid Station. And Ryan Sands passed Dan Green at that aid station while Dan was stopping to sleep. So from what we can see on the tracker, it looks like there's about a mile, maybe a bit more gap that Ryan has on Dan at the moment. And then Rachel and Trekken, who's in 3rd overall and first female, is somewhere around two and a bit miles out of the aid station at Deer Pass. So Hopefully we can see her come in. We might even be lucky and get an interview with her crew after she's done the aid station. We've got Tara right out there.
Yeah, we got Mike Versteeg about a mile behind Rachel. And then here we've got Harry, sitting in the chair at Dead Horse.
Yeah, I mean he's laughing, he's smiling. The crew seem to be in good spirits. That's
telling jokes.
That's good, telling jokes. I mean he was very personable when we chatted with him. He's got a smile on his face as he gets the assist out of the chair there.
Yeah, shakes it off.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah. Sorry. Especially if there's no fruit. Yeah. 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 All right.
All right, there they go. Heading off.
You're good.
So,
All right.
yeah, that's good. I mean, Harry's still in good spirits. And as we've seen with a couple big stories, anything can happen in this race. So looks like maybe he's roughly 17 miles back, but there's still over 100 miles in this race.
That's right.
And
Yep.
Lots can happen.
You got this, Harry.
I hear my name.
Good work, man.
Okay, ready for the big part? Oh yeah, I heard this is starting to get like the better part of the course, right? It is, yeah. This is fun running. Well, you've got so much of the dirt out of the way too, right? It's like, yeah, this is pretty much kind of like roller coaster. Yeah, I would say, but it's like flowy up and down. Yeah, that's pretty right. Yeah. True. I feel like you got through the worst of the rain and you got hailed on too. That's what's now. That's snowed on. Yeah. Was it what was the coldest part? Last night? No, or was it? Yeah, I would say last night when it was raining. Yeah. When Steven and I were together. Oh, because it was pouring at one point. It was really, cold rain. I was like low 30s. This right now is perfect. It looks like we're not going to get, like, it might get sprinkled on for 20 minutes, like a few hours. That's it. The rest is just cloudy.
All right, if you're joining us, we've got Harry Sabertis is on the cam right now, and he was the leader for a big chunk of this race, went off at a blistering pace. Right now, he's sitting at 8th. 8th overall, 7th male.
And I had like 5 or 6 people that would be like, how is he going so fast? That's like a scary thing. Well, but you gotta find out. Exactly. Like, I'm glad I did that. I learned certain things. And now I can adjust. Yeah, one thing. As long as you pay attention, yeah. I have a lot to work on. It's great. I think I don't know exactly what to do.
Go get him, man. Have fun, guys.
Thank you. Take care.
You're welcome. Take care.
All right, so that was currently seventh place male, 8th place overall, Harry Sabertis, as he left the aid station there at Dead Horse to begin the trek up to Deer Pass, where we've got Tara Dower and Rachel and trekking somewhere around 2 miles out from that aid station right now, it looks like, and Michael Versteeg a little bit behind her. So that'll be our top 4.
Yeah, I love that candid audio of Harry talking with his pacer about just kind of how brutal the night section was with all the rain.
Yeah. Yeah, and here we are back at Mingus Camp. So Mingus is the aid station at mile 108.3, and we can see how busy and hopping that is. We've got the middle of the pack descending upon that, it appears. You can see there's a fire going in the background, lots of activity. Lots of people, I'm sure, taking the chance to get warm, get out of the elements. You can see it's a bit cooler. You got people wearing, aid station volunteers and stuff wearing puffy coats in there, helping out. We had a dude in a denim jacket. Was it Dancing Yeti the last time we were here? We'll see if we get anything else interesting here on the feed. Well, yeah, I'd like to thank all of y'all for joining us from wherever you are right now. We got 6,600 people here in the live chat. Thank you very much. Yeah, looks like we got some foot care happening for whoever the runner is sitting right in front of us. This is a great place to stop, get everything taken care of before you head back out, because the next section runners from here are going to hit is 17 miles with 1,700 feet of climbing, but 4,400 feet of descent. So some quad busting going on. Take the chance to refuel, take care of any chafing or stuff, and just warm up from that long, cold night that we had. And you get into the beautiful, tiny little mountain town of Jerome. Your crew might get a chance to have a hamburger at the Haunted Hamburger and party on and head down that hill. And Jerome is mile 125.3. It's also going to be the start line of the Sedona Canyons 125, which is going to be happening tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, that will kick off.
Yeah, this is a good time to shout out some of our sponsors.
Mm-hmm.
Big ups to Speedland with their new Cocodona-inspired capsule.
Yeah, Cameron Haynes shoe. Keep hammering. We got it on the desk right here.
And shout outs to John G. They're the official apparel sponsor, but they're also sponsoring one of our drone cams. So it's been really fun to see NAC, Ultraspire, Tailwind, Kahatula, Squirrel Nut Butter, and then Satisfy with the Epic, Fane's Ranch.
Fane Ranch, yeah.
Fane Ranch, excuse me, aid station. And then I know we've got Mr. Vestige is about 2.5 miles out from the next aid station, about a mile behind. Third place overall. First female, Rachel. Intrican? I can't.
Intrakin.
I kind of stumble over her last name.
It'll be curious. I'm just going to pull up her stats, though. It was something like 12 straight events she's undefeated, or.
But yeah, they're heading into the next aid station, and I'm excited to kind of see what the vibes look like at Deer Pass. And I know we have Tara there in the field, so I know we'll be cutting there in the coming minutes. But right now we're looking at Mingus aid station, and basically the middle of the front of the middle of the pack is descending upon Mingus.
That could be Garrett Nelson right there, getting ready to head out in the Tailwind shirt. I missed the number, but it does look like that's part of his crew. I know he was a Desert Solstice competitor. To go back to Rachel for a minute, holy cow, does she have a lot of division place 1, overall 1, or first female in a lot of big stuff. Whiskey Basin, Badger Mountain, across the years, Crazy Mountain, Cocodona last year, Badger Mountain again, across the years again, Rio del Lago. She is Ute 100-miler, jackpot 48 hours. This is incredible performances she's put in, and again doing it at Cocodona. So we'll see how that plays out for her, how this gets her on the radar. I mean, I don't get why she's not already, but this is another fantastic performance she's got. Yeah, just looking to see if we can see any other bib numbers in the background to say, shout out to people. I see a couple pacers. Lots of crews. Yeah, it sounds like there's lots of camera crews on course as well, lots of entourages. But yeah, so from this aid station at Mingus, you can have a big drop in elevation and lots of rocks. You're going to see the Verde mine on your descent, and then rocks. So hopefully everyone keeps track of their footing on the descent. I know I would trade going uphill all day if I did not have to run down that.
Yeah, mind the toes.
Yeah, but that is a nice aid station at Jerome. You can get everything taken care of, so that'll definitely help people out. But yeah, just looking for, what's that bib number? 751. Who would that be? 151? Nope, 151's Andrew Glaze. Oh, 751. Okay, there we go. JT Gray. Kudos to JT. And 714. 714 is going to be... Don't see that one. 735. Oh, we got the Mingus Traverse. That's Billy Pitts in the Mingus Traverse. 735 in the blue vest up there. Because yeah, the Mingus Traverse started at 6 this morning as well. That looks like a Santan Scramble hat, the runner in the red jacket right there. That's another fun Air Viper race in early January that people have really been using as a training race for stuff. Come down, especially in a cold climate, come down and run a blazingly fast time in January. Shortly after the new year, start your new year off right. Make it maybe a destination race to get out of the cold after the holiday season. Pardon me.
Yeah, nothing like coming to the desert in January. I used to spend a couple weeks in Tucson in February for many, many years, and it's pretty nice in the desert in January,
runner.
February.
Thumbs up to you too. Can we see your number? Hey, there we go. Thanks, dude. Can they hear us? Is the camera talking at people? Okay. Oh, that was Noah yesterday with Noah when people could hear us, the occasional person.
Depends if they have a TV in there playing it.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, so they may or may not be able to hear us, but we can at least shout out the numbers that we see, and all the Pacers, Pacers crews. They're all doing their thing out there.
That's the
And going back, just get a quick look at the board here. Looks like Rachel is getting closer. She's roughly a mile out from the Deer Pass aid station. So, maybe the next 15 minutes or so, we might get a chance to talk to her. At least see her, probably not talk to her, but it is Tara. She got a chat with Harry as he was coming up. Don't count anything out for her. Okay, and as soon as we can get a camera on Rachel, we will do our best to flip to that. At the moment was our top 5 overall. We've got Ryan Sands. Oh, and that gap is closing. Him and Dan Green. Dan seems to be going, and then we're back to Rachel. So this is currently, we were just about to say this is our 3rd place on the 250. Rachel and Trekkin, currently Conifer, Colorado. And she is moving, coming into the aid station there, and those clouds are looking dark and threatening, like Tara mentioned. See what they do, how long they do. Coming up on 32 hours into the Cocodona 250 of the 125 hours you have to finish this race. And there is our beautiful single track coming in. Looks like we've got our drone. Thank you, Janji, and the Janji Skycam. And there is Rachel and her pacer up at the top of the screen. So yeah, Rachel and Trekkin is currently the first female, and from what we can see on the tracker, she has a significant lead nearly 30 miles on Lindsay Dwyer. In third place right now is Georgia Porter. Fourth place, Sarah Ostaszewski. And it looks like Shelby has leapfrogged Allison again in that ongoing hopscotch game in fifth place. So we excited to see what Shelby can do. Coming back from a broken foot and surgery.
Yeah, the women's battle for second and third is a very interesting race. And then, like you said, that battle for fifth place has just kind of been an ongoing leapfrog fest.
Yeah, so we got Rachel. She's moving very, very well. You know, all kinds of ultra wins recently. See if she gets a sponsor. I mean, she's made quite the name for herself with her victories, and I mean, she has not let up at all. She was pushing Courtney and chasing Courtney, pushing Courtney, whichever way you look at it, and then just kept going. And as we watch Rachel come in on the men's side, the top five, Dan Green, it looks like he's made the pass, and he's back in first on the tracker.
Well, the thing about it is Ryan Sands hasn't updated in 15 minutes, so
there we go.
Ryan still has probably plus a mile plus on on Dan still.
Michael Versteeg in third. We just watched him come into Deer Pass aid station. DJ Fox looks to be in fourth, followed by Eder Ramirez in fifth. We've got we did just see Harry recently. Smiling, still looking good after that blistering pace he set at the start of the race. And then that long, rough night that many people had.
Yeah, and here we have Rachel coming up toward that tunnel that goes under 89A. And then once she hits that mark, she will be about half a mile from the aid station at Deer Pass. And as you said, Greg, she's moving really well.
She's moving really well. And, you know, I have seen her before across the years a couple times. And whether it's hour 2 or hour 46, she's moving pretty similar with the same smile on her face. So it's really great to see she still looks to be moving really well. She's flying, but she still had that smile the last time. And this is, you know, big moment for her, big chance for her. And then also, you know, on the women's side of the race, it will be interesting to see how that second and third plays out. You know, we might not have them on camera for a while, so a lot of stuff could happen as that jockeying for position goes on. But, you know, a lot can still happen. Where you're looking at Rachel right now, we are not quite my mistake. We're just over 100 miles from the finish. I was going to say not quite halfway, but that is not true. Jerome was roughly the halfway point. A little bit less. And then we're looking at Highway 89A, the artery between Cottonwood and Sedona, which is a very busy highway. So, you know, nice to see we're not trying to run across the highway.
And yeah, here they go hitting the tunnel.
Yeah, nice little wildlife underpass and trail underpass. I mean, these roads will be packed with Sedona. I mean, it's a good thing this is happening during the week and not on a weekend.
Got it.
Okay. And just a quick note on the drones. You know, you may have wondered why we've got such a faraway shot of Rachel as she's coming through. There is a restriction on drones in that area, so they're not actually allowed to fly over Highway 89A. So that's why we've been hovering, and then, you know, we can see some better and closer shots here. Big thank you to the live stream volunteer who's out there with the phone and the gimbal helping us out and doing that. There's an army of volunteers and employees, Aerovipa staff out there doing things. So thank you to everyone who's out there. We saw Patty Curry earlier. So this is great. It's less than 32 hours. Rachel's going to be into Deer Pass.
yeah, it looks like Rachel still has her smile on.
Yeah.
Moving great. And they're so close to the aid station.
Is that Tara behind her? That is Tara behind her. Tara getting some miles in. Tara, can you hear us? Hi, Rachel. Yeah. Tara, wave if you can hear us. No. Okay. Oh, hi. Oh, no. All right. Well, this is great to see. Tara was very excited to see Rachel, and Rachel's still pushing. And it looks like, okay, Versteeg's tracker hasn't updated for a few minutes. But he was not going to be too far behind where Rachel is right now. And, he may close a bunch of gaps. He still has a podium chance. Well, he's on the podium, my mistake. He still has a win chance. We'll see. Lots of stuff can happen. That Eldon climb, we'll see what that looks like with the weather. But I'm just amazed at that turnover, the cadence that Rachel's got. She looks fantastic.
Yeah, so cool that Tara ran out to kind of meet her and run her into the aid station.
Yeah, Tara's probably got some stuff to share with us too once we get a microphone back in her hand. And again, thank you to everyone who's out there watching from around the world. It looks like we got lots of nationalities out there, so thank you for joining us and being part of this grand adventure.
Here we go.
And there's our cow.
Cow sighting.
Cow's in the way. Tara's new friend. There we go. Oh, this is going to be some epic shots with that cow in it too. I might have to buy one of those.
Hi, the band. Here.
Yeah. Okay, we got Tara. That's Howie Stern taking photos in the background that we can see.
Hey, how's it going?
Tara.
Yeah, nice to see you too. Hey, I can hear you guys.
All right, yeah, you're back. What can you tell us?
She is feeling great, looking great. Hasn't napped, doesn't feel like napping, feels energized. Got a little tired at 3 a.m., but who doesn't get tired at 3 a.m.? Excited about the cow. I told her about the two dogs that are here right now, Mishka and Juniper.
Yeah.
She got excited about that. Already pet Mishka, though. Fueling's going well. She said last year that was an issue, but this year it's going really well. Looks like she's brushing her teeth, taking care of herself. Joking around.
Mark's in there checking on her too. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
Did she say anything about the trail conditions?
No, I don't think it bothers her. She doesn't look that muddy. Doesn't really seem like anything's bothering her at all. Seems like she's cool, calm, collected. I'm retired. And also kind of like I got an air of stoke for maybe catching the two men ahead of her. Gave her a little beta on that.
Okay.
So
yeah. Well, as of the last tracker pings, we got an update on Dan. Dan's pinged. He's at mile 152. Ryan's hasn't pinged for 20 minutes, so he's probably somewhere 154. So that would put him 7-ish miles ahead right now.
Okay. Yeah. Totally doable. Depending.
Doable, yeah. And looks like Michael Versteeg is within a mile, the last we can see. He should be coming in at some point soon. Maybe the next 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, she's got a couple cuts on her legs. It looks like it's just from brush. Maybe there was a fall there, but it doesn't look like anything serious. She's eating, looks like grits or mashed potatoes right now, housing the mashed potatoes, which like I've said 7 times already, when you're eating, that's a good sign. It means you're feeling great.
Yeah.
And
she looks still got a big smile on her face.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Lube me up, Daddy.
She just said, "Lube me up, daddy."
We heard that.
Oh.
This is great. Thank you for being there, Tara. This was the highlight of things.
Yeah. Yeah, they got a sweet van too. Sweet van setup.
Yeah, that looks like a rental van.
You built this?
You built
like
it.
a rental company.
Oh.
We just built it for the weekend. She went to a dangerous neighborhood by the Sky Harbor
It was
Airport.
very scary.
Oh my god!
It was very scary.
And took it back home herself.
Oh, look at this.
Oh my gosh, it's getting so nice for you. It's opening up.
Well, last year I hit it right at sunrise, and that was pretty unbeatable.
Oh, nice.
Oh, in the freezer. Right? Yep.
No, I'm probably ready now.
Yep.
She is about to drink a Coke.
Yeah.
I'm so sure.
Good calories. Love
Yeah,
Coke.
caffeine too. Caffeine shot.
Yeah.
Okay, we've
Crew's
got
in
an
good spirits.
update.
She's in great spirits.
Yeah, okay, a tracker update. We've got Ryan pinged a minute ago in 153.2 and Dan pinged at 152.7. So at that rate, Dan has made up some ground.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, he made up quite a lot of time. You said they're 0.3 apart right now?
Yeah, somewhere between 0.3 and 0.5 right now, as of the last tracker ping.
Okay. Wow. Incredible.
So, and they're coming up on, there's a water station at mile 154.
Okay.
If the numbers are right, that's what we did from Jerome to Denver, so we said, oh, we should remember to slow.
Okay, it looks like we do have a visual on Michael Versteeg. So he's in drone range, so that would be, you know, less than 10 minutes he'll be in, we would imagine.
She's totally lucid.
Looks like Rachel's gearing up to get out of Dodge.
Yeah.
You got 3 bottles? Evan, you need anything?
Yeah, this is an interesting choice, taking off the long sleeves to go to short sleeves.
It's a good color. Is that too tight?
Oh, thanks. No.
It's a nice vest. I have the same vest. I appreciate it.
I mean, the ladies.
Sponsored by someone else's Solomon bag.
All smiles and profiles.
Yeah.
Wrong way.
Bye. Good job. Good job. Keep going. Good job, Rachel. Keep it up.
Keep smiling.
So Rachel is in and out. I think she took less time than Ryan here, honestly.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Ryan
Yeah,
sat down. She
definitely.
sat down for like 2 minutes maybe. And she looks so good. I think she looks better than the 2 guys in front of her.
Yeah. I mean, she had the biggest smile we've seen in a while that's not on Tara's face, so we're all happy. And thank you for
Yeah.
your smile, Tara.
Thank you for saying that. Appreciate it. My parents paid a lot of money for it when I was a kid with braces.
Oh, wise investment. Wow, we got a lot of kudos for the cow in the chat. So thank you for talking to that cow earlier.
I
Ironic that
think
it's in the
that
middle
cow
as
was
she's
hired
trying to
by
come
one
through.
of Rachel's competitors
Yeah.
because she stopped for a good 4 seconds because of that cow.
Wow. All that time can add up. But your update, we've got Versteeg on the drone. So looks like we're gonna cut to that and then come back to you as he comes in. So should be the next few minutes that he's coming in, Tara.
Oh, there goes Versteeg coming. He's coming out of the tunnel. So about a half a mile from the aid station.
Yeah, and there he is up on the John G Skycam. All right, and he looks to be moving really well. As well Yeah, still moving really well. Still got his shirt off. I guess getting some vitamin D. And we just cracked the 32-hour mark of Cocodona 250. And we're watching Michael Versteeg, who is currently third male, and Bib 666 rolling into Deer Pass, where we've got Tara Dower as our field reporter out there. Just amazing watching this pace that they're all the leaders are holding right now at mile 148.
Yeah, Mike has the head down and just keep putting one foot in front of the other.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is in his... Rachel was kind of leapfrogging the pacer, but Michael's the first one we've seen with the pacer behind him coming through this section. Okay, and we've got some statistical updates here for you. Wow. So Dan Green and Rachel and Trekken ran the same splits between Dead Horse and Deer Pass, which is approximately 3 hours and 15 minutes. And in terms of last year, good gravy, Rachel is 8.5 hours ahead of her 2024 splits. That is bonkers. And she's almost 6 hours ahead of Micah's fastest splits from last year as well. So absolutely crushing it with a smile on her face. This is so incredible to see.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how she kind of continues to push the pace with 100 miles to go.
100 miles to go, yeah. I mean, she's in contention for the win. Overall win.
Here we've got Mike rounding the corner and coming into the aid station.
Okay, and Tara, are you back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Awesome.
Yeah, he's moving well. Same as Rachel. Like you said, he's got the shirt off, getting that vitamin D.
Vitamin D, yeah. And there's Howie Stern doing a great job of photos. I'm so excited to see photos when they get published after the race. Documenting the journey.
Jeff Browning is here too.
Okay, there's Jeff.
And then Chad, I think, is going to keep going, I guess.
All right, well, we got Mike in the aid station. We're going to go to a commercial here in just a minute. I just want to say thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Troy. That was fun.
A big shout out to Air Vipa and Mountain Outpost for providing such amazing coverage of the Cocodona 250. My name is Troy Meadows. We're going to swap out commentators, and then I'll see everyone tomorrow for... Actually, you and I bright and early.
We start off tomorrow morning, and then our plan is to go climb Eldon and see what that looks like in the afternoon. So
yes, sir. Yeah, thanks everyone in the chat for tuning in, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Party on.
Welcome to Sedona Parks and Recreation, where adventure meets community and every day is an invitation to explore. From sunrise rides through red dirt trails to vibrant gatherings that bring people together. Every corner of our parks invites you to move, connect, and play. Music drifts into the evening sky, and the spirit of Sedona comes alive. Creativity rolls through every curve, and adventure fuels friendly competition under the sun. Families gather, kids laugh, and memories are made in and out of the water. Imagination runs wild on every playground and open space we share. See what we mean? Sedona parks are awesome.
Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RX FPY from Speedland, our first road super shoe and the first super shoe ever to come with a BOA fit system. We take fit so seriously, and this commission was no different. A cushion trainer, then you slip the removable carbon plate in. You got all the pop of a pro marathoner. It's made for the roads, but just as good on dirt roads or gravel paths. Go pick up a pair now. Run speedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
Welcome back to beautiful Flagstaff, Arizona, and our wonderful coverage of the Cocodona 250. I am Zach Marion, your host for the next couple hours. Also, you guys are very well familiar with good old Greggy here, who's been here all afternoon. We're excited to bring you some fun action. This has been really great. As someone who typically sits on the other side of the camera and kind of tries to organize all of this, it's a lot of fun to be back in the booth. I'm happy to see all of you. I am very sleep deprived, so please forgive me for any shortcoming of actual words that come out properly. But I'm going to do my best. We're going to have fun. It's a pleasure to hang out with you guys for the next couple hours. Greg, I've been trying to catch up on a little bit of sleep, trying to get myself caught back up in life. What's been going on out there?
So we had some big and breaking news an hour and a half ago. We had a lead change. Dan Green came into the Deer Pass aid station ahead and took an unplanned 25-minute nap, during which he was passed by Ryan Sands. So our current race leader is Ryan Sands, but also a developing story is Rachel and Trekken is boogieing in female 1, and she just left. We just cut from Terra Dower before our commercial break. She just left Deer Pass looking fantastic with a giant smile on her face. And I was able to hear Tara say something about the sky is breaking for her. So I got the Hawaiian vibes going on to bring up some sunshine, because it is cold and it was snowing on the peaks here. So we're going to bring out some sunshine and flag for at least Friday, if not for the finisher and winner of this race.
I love it, man. I mean, you graced us with this terrible Canadian weather. I don't know if you
welcome.
brought the cold down with you or what it was, but I like that you're trying to make up for it with the Hawaiian vibes.
Pineapples.
But I mean, honestly, like these cooler temps have brought such a hot race.
Oh my God. Blazing paces.
And it's
unbelievable.
I can tell you right now, and never in my life have I wanted people to actually slow down in a race, because, you plan these things, and I put in a big buffer because I'm like, I think it's going to be a course record year. Let's put in a buffer for that. My team is going to be where they need to be. And then all of a sudden, like, I've got to call everybody and be like, I need you everywhere like an hour earlier. I'm sorry. Thank you for working with me. All the volunteers, everyone's been stepping up and doing our best to really kind of adjust with this. The weather, like this morning, we couldn't get our drones up because of the cloud coverage and the fog. You can't fly through that stuff. So it's just been something that's been so difficult but challenging and fun all at the same time to bring this to life. So huge shout out to all of my volunteers out there, my drone pilots, my videographers, field reporters. Talk about amazing
Energy.
field reporting out there.
Hey, we got cows, we got cinnamon roll bacon waffles, we got all kinds of stuff.
I mean,
we got people wanting Tara to have her own show.
We are
What could get better?
legitimately bringing you all to the course. We are letting you know just a taste of what Cocodona is all about. And if you're interested and if you're stoked, I heard that registration opens up pretty soon.
May the 20th it opens.
That's right.
And we made a bet. If I get 2,000 followers on Instagram, I will sign up for it. So go find me on Cactus Moose. Is this a good idea or bad idea? I don't know, but we're doing it live.
Nice. I love it. That's going to be so awesome. Yeah, no, I've never in my life have I been like, I really think I want to do Cocodona 250. Even last year when I was here and I was commentating and
Yeah,
hosting
hey,
and directing and
I
trying to
was
put it all
thinking.
together.
And you want to do it in
I
like
was
the
very
sweetest,
much like, I'm
nicest,
not
like
sure
nonchalant
if I
way.
ever
Like
would
it doesn't even matter if you do this, but like
250
mile
mile.
150. We're counting on you.
I
I wanna hear it.
But the more time I've spent here in
I
Phoenix,
was
and
crewing
the
and
more
pacing
like
Kyle Curtin on his
excitement that I've been
Colorado
able to
trail,
like
and he
participate
was
in this course,
only
I'm like, oh,
drinking
this is like a pretty
tailwind, only
legit
drinking
race.
tailwind.
The
Like,
more I've wanted to actually come out here and sign up. So I don't know, man. We might be doing it together next
Sure,
year.
let's
we
do
might
it.
be like coming live from the field.
Yeah, I would do it. So what we've got right now on the screen is we got Aravaipa's own Bryce Brooks. Thank you, Bryce. And he is chasing Ryan Sands. And Ryan Sands is moving as they are in Sedona. So if you can see in the background, we got some of the amazing energy and rock formations of Sedona. And that is Ryan in the Solomon pack and the red Solomon shirt. He has been having a heck of a race.
Yeah, I mean, he races like a true veteran, right? Like, I don't think I expected anything different from Ryan Sands. He's no stranger to elite level competition, of pushing himself into some, pretty intense battles out there. And honestly, like, yeah, it's really fun to follow this race for the first 24 hours because that's when, like, the races are starting to kind of blossom a little bit. But, like, do not be fooled. They have not flowered into maturity until quite literally last year, mile 248 is when we just determined who was going to take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, we've still got 100 miles of this. So plenty of things can happen. We've seen the weather be a factor. Those nice cool temperatures that had those blistering paces early turned into snow on some people. I just looked out the window and it's raining, so that rain's going to go away here in Flag. But And this is interesting, with the sun coming out, we watch people switch to T-shirts and things. You can get baked in Sedona. The temperature might not be that much above 50, but when that rock heats up, it radiates it back. So watching for dehydration and sunburn is going to be an issue, and it would suck to get a pretty decent burn and then head up to Flag at 7,000 feet, head up Eldon, and start freezing with a sunburn. Not speaking from personal experience whatsoever. Anyway, so we got Ryan out there with a quick shout out sponsor, Squirrels Nut Butter. We should be getting into Chris Thornley territory. I'm excited to see that purple fedora soon.
We're not too far away from HQ. But no, this is he's looking really smooth through here. I mean, obviously it's a little bit glitchy, but from my perspective as someone who's a physical therapist who has that background, I kind of look at like what's happening with his gait, and I actually kind of like to see those still frames for a second because I can see like how his body's absorbing impact and what's going on with his ankles at this point.
Yeah, and what are you picking up? Because I mean, it is really cool that we're getting those instant shots that you'd pay money for at a running store to go see someone like you.
Yeah, no, I used to charge clients quite a bit of money to get these shots. But no, this is great. I think kind of like obviously what I'm seeing here and knowing and having been around Ryan Sands for quite some time and seeing him run, he does have a little bit more of like a loose hip, loose knee, loose ankles. He doesn't have that like sprinter's pose by any stretch of the imagination, but he's looking strong, he's looking solid, and I think that's evidenced by what he's done here on the course. He didn't push himself into oblivion at first. I think he's realistically, he is a 100-mile racer at heart, and he knows that he can race 100 miles really well. My theory is that he is deciding that he's going to race 100 miles later in the race, not in the beginning. He chose the back half to be his race, not the first half. And it's, he is absolutely putting on a clinic of how to masterfully move forward. Now, again, we've got another, 24 hours or less of running here. I would say realistically, I think we're going to be staring down the barrel of like 20 hours or so of running, which I say that out loud and it completely blows my mind. But, I think that he's, biding his time and he's spreading that effort out over the next between here and the finish line. He's spreading out like peanut butter, just a nice even layer.
Yeah.
Not chunky. You don't want too much here. You don't want too much there. The best peanut butter sandwiches is a nice even spread. And I think that's what he's doing here. And it's a masterclass in that.
Yeah. And he picked the perfect spot to do it. 32-mile stretch, a single track in through here. Not super technical for Sedona. He's going to hit the section with a hangover on it, which I am so pumped to see.
I've already talked to the drone pilots and they have been so they're so jazzed to fly over there and like so excited. Huge shout out to Sedona, Jerome, Clarksdale, and the city of Flagstaff, and also let's not forget Prescott for being so willing to work with us and giving us the permitting to get out there. Like this truly is, Jamil has truly built a race that showcases some of the most beautiful locations. You can't say every beautiful location, but the most beautiful locations here in Arizona. And this course kind of has it all. It's really special. It's really interesting that way.
Yeah.
And I think that it's pretty awesome. We've seen a little dousing of the water right here, kind of cool himself down. Like you said, it's just because it's a cool year doesn't mean it's cold temperatures. Running in 55 degrees still feels fairly warm, especially when your body's just kicking off so much heat right now. And you're doing a lot of internal like friction. Your muscles are all rubbing together internally. You've got a lot of things going on right now. So legitimately your body's just in a high metabolic process.
Yeah, and just a quick side note here, this is the water station at mile 154.7, so Ryan has hit that. We'll also do a quick thank you, our field team and our drone team, so that's David, Andreas, Troy, Mitch, and Mike. Thank you so much for being out there getting these great shots for us. We really appreciate that. And Tara Dower out in the field.
Yeah, it is. I'll be honest, it's really hard to sit in this side of things because I'm constantly trying to be like, what shots do we have? What's going on? What's going on out there? Where are my people? If you hear me frantically clicking away over here, I'm either responding to Aid Station Fireball or hopefully conversing with a lot of you guys in the chat there.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to do my job and produce this thing and chat with everyone out in the field. I've got so many volunteers out there and the whole team that I'm trying to shuffle around. So
yeah, so we got Ryan is just past that water station, and it looks like Dan is, for what we've got on our trackers, somewhere around half a mile back.
Yeah,
So
I mean, it's
this is
still
turning
very
race
much a
again.
race.
Oh yeah,
it's not even close to being over. And we are quite literally at the halfway point. Eyes on Versteeg over there and his Sour Patch Kids.
And Bronco Billy's over there as well with crew. We got word that Versteeg was taking a 5-minute nap, and that is about the amount of time that
Jeff. We'll actually have Jeff on later this week, and if you guys want to know or pick someone's brain who is just an absolute genius when it comes to planning and strategizing and training, dude, Jeff Browning, Bronco, is the absolute just put on a masterclass. And he'll be here Thursday night. So for those of you that are interested, Thursday night, I believe from like 5 to 9 or something around there, he's going to be here in the studio as a guest with us. So we'll be able to chat with him. And, you guys should come and pop and ask some questions. He said he's open for anything. We'll have a great discussion then, so it'll be a lot of fun. On top of a lot of other really great interviews. So, like, just because the race ends tomorrow evening, as far as the podium is concerned, we're still going to have a lot of eyes on the course because we want to celebrate everybody's finish. And we're also going to bring all of the winners in. The podiums, some of the athletes out there. We're going to try to see if they'll come in and have a chat with us and, sit down for a moment. Most everyone I've reached out to has agreed to it.
Yeah, he slept
Obviously,
for 20 minutes, yeah.
I'm sure
Here.
some people are not really wanting to talk about the day they had out there if it didn't go their way, but love to get these people
no, I haven't seen him sleep.
into the studio and chat.
Yeah, it looks like we got Tara chatting with the crew there in the background. Just heard her over here say, I guess they asked about Dan taking a nap, and that got passed on. And, we've got our leaders. We'll also do a shout out to the people who are in contention for DFL. At the end, we got Samuel, Elizabeth, Leanne, Jonathan, Carmen, Christopher, Kyung, and Aylin Davis, our deaf runner, who's out there. So great work out there, and we look forward to celebrating your finish in flag as well when you get here. Just keep trucking.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a story of so many races, right? It's not just the elite race out front, the men's race, the women's race. It is also everybody's race out there. There are 300 and something runners who are racing, and their race is all equally as important. And yes, we do love to watch the excitement of the front end, the moves, the gamesmanship, all of that kind of stuff. The inspirations that Courtney DeWalter was able to provide us. But everyone's doing the same course. Everyone's doing the same thing.
Well, yeah. Yeah, and then we've got more stuff. So we got the Mingus Mountain Traverse. We got Sedona Canyon starting tomorrow. We got the Flagstaff Crest happening. There's a lot of stuff that's happening. So thanks to everyone for coming out for this race, and especially all the crews, all the pacers, everyone driving these vans around getting no sleep.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say that I'm willing to bet that pacing and crewing has got to be almost as exhausting as running this race.
For sure. For sure. I did it last year and was told at some point, you are not allowed to leave this hotel until you've slept. So, thank you everybody who's out there, parents, siblings, partners, all that, friends. A lot of people are taking time off work. And all of you out there in the live stream, thank you for being here and saying, we got 6,300 of y'all in the chat right now. So
we got Howie on the screen.
Howie.
I love Howie Stern.
Mishka was around a little earlier. And yeah, shout out to the photographers, Howie Stern, Scott Rokas, and Anastasia Wilder out there in various places.
Yeah,
So
I keep seeing Versteeg kind of reach to his legs, which obviously he should be at this point, right? He's 130 miles in, but he's kind of like he was kind of squeezing a few things, seeing how his legs were feeling. I mean, interested to chat with Tara out there and see what she was able to gather from that. Maybe we can talk to Jeff and see what happened out there.
Tara, you're back. Can you hear us?
I'm here. I've been here the entire time. I've been listening.
What's up, Tara?
It's up to y'all. I can try to find Jeff, or I have Rachel's crew over there that is stoked to talk as well.
Let's chat with Rachel's crew
so it's up
first.
to y'all. Okay, sweet. Yeah. Let me
And then we can go back and chat with Jeff.
Is that the cow in the background? By the Jeep over there?
He's just, or she's been hanging out.
Just
And
chilling out?
Rachel is in good spirits because, and of sound mind, because I said, oh, it's a lady cow. And she's like, aren't all cows ladies? And I was like, oh, are they? She's like, yeah, I think a bull is a male
yes.
cow.
Correct.
I was like, oh, wow. You know more than I do at this point in the race.
Yeah,
so she looks
she's
really
still
good.
pretty well there.
ANO by 4?
Do what?
Oh, it's a medical thing. That's okay. We got Rachel's crew. Awake and oriented times 4.
You guys mind if I interview you? Is that okay?
Really good.
We're gonna do a 3-person interview because I think all together, with their tired, exhausted minds, they can form, something concise.
Collectively, we've slept 1 hour.
Collectively, they slept 1 hour. The crew.
Sounds a lot like my week so far. I think I'm at a total of 4 hours.
Is this Zach?
It is.
Yeah, it sounds right. I'm sure you've been working hard. All right, y'all. Can y'all introduce yourselves?
I'm Jake.
Jake?
Yep.
I'm Gus.
Gus?
Kevin.
Kevin. Okay, so let's just go off vibes. How are the vibes with Rachel? How's she doing?
So good.
Yeah? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised how positive she's been. Sorry.
Is that Gus? Is that Gus Gibbs?
I mean, it's probably the best we've ever seen her.
That is Gus.
Yeah.
It's Zach. Zach Marion.
Zach. Hey. Sorry I can't be helping this weekend. Busy. Don't know.
You've got a lot to do. It's
Last year she had talked about how she had a different crew. What was the focus? You were on her crew last year. What was the focus coming into this year for the crew?
Nutrition.
Nutrition?
Yeah, just keeping on her nutrition.
Yeah. And what's that look like?
Presenting it in a silver platter and saying, "Would you please eat this pretzel?"
More like eating a pretzel and saying, wow, these are so good.
And has that worked?
So far?
Yeah.
So far.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen success, unlike last year.
Yeah, opening packs of chews for her helps.
Yeah.
Have you tried the sour cherry? It's got caffeine.
And I think we talked about it before, the dynamic between an all-male crew crewing a female. When we're like, hey, we need you to eat. She's like, how about you don't tell me what to do? You know what I mean? So it
really brings the tender, soft, feminine vibe.
You said there was a woman pacer with her through the night, correct?
Yeah. Last year.
Last year. Okay,
Yeah.
so she didn't have a lady pacer this time around.
Just
y'all?
us. Just
Okay.
us. Yeah.
And how was that different for her having, because you guys mentioned that she.
I mean, you could speak to it. You know what I mean? Like the difference between having a bunch of dudes on your team versus having a female who you
Yeah.
can communicate with
Oh,
and
yeah.
understand, and you don't. You know
Yeah,
what I
we
mean?
get each
Like,
other.
Exactly. Exactly. There's like an unspoken rule.
Fewer words need to be said.
Does she have any pains? Is she going through mental fog? Is there anything that we should worry about in the future? Or is she just solid?
She's fallen a couple times, but she's not been.
Yeah, I saw the
sort
blood
of
on her
mentally
knees.
Beat up about it.
Yeah.
The usual.
We've hurt her
Usual.
by trying to clean up the wounds, like
Oh.
with stinging. I mean, it's like and then also trying to keep mud out of that too. But
So what was the thinking behind y'all not wanting to tell her that Courtney had dropped? Because I know that was like a
I think
big
we were
deal.
hoping she was gonna sleep, so we didn't want to tell her right before she.
Okay.
You know what I mean? We're
Yeah,
working
that was
on like,
really
hey,
it.
we should like get some sleep.
And then
the last
she
thing we
didn't
wanted
sleep.
to do. Well, then someone in the, I think the live stream or something, or the camera crew, someone told her, you know, so
Mhm.
the cat
I
was out of
think
the bag.
somebody had yelled out like "first female," and she's like, "What?"
But I was running with her at that point. We had already talked. She was not going to sleep.
Mhm.
So it didn't matter if she knew or not.
Yeah.
So just let it happen.
And what was the thought behind that? She just wasn't tired?
She was
popped a
totally
caffeine
awake.
pill?
She had a little fog between 3:30 and 5:30 when first light sort of came. She had one caffeine pill and some caffeinated drink and was like totally on it from there.
Yeah.
She didn't enjoy the muddy section coming down Mingus, but it was more like this is slowing me down
Mhm.
rather than this is, you know.
It was frustrating.
It's frustrating, but she focused on eating more than anything.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
she sort of, once we got to the road, I think she ran like 3 or 4 miles down the road in like 35 minutes or something.
And
Wow.
honestly, the clumping mud was helpful because it made us walk, and she would only drink or eat when she was walking.
Is that
So-
still the same? She's only drinking and eating
I mean,
when she's walking?
When I was kind of using my like
wit,
attempted wit at tricking her into eating or drinking.
Yeah.
It was like, hold on, I'll wait until we're walking again, and then we're like caked feet, you know.
The cool thing about that is that there's going to be like so many people coming after her, so it's just going to get a little rougher for people, which I mean for
Rougher
Rachel
or better. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
The easel like cattle guards are gonna be nasty.
Mhm. Yeah.
I can't imagine, but
Well, sweet guys. So you're headed to Sedona next?
yeah.
It looks like it was clearing up
We
before,
might
but
just go to Phoenix and call it.
Take a nap.
just text her, be like, hey,
You're on your own right now.
We're going back to the Airbnb that we supposedly checked out of already, but
We
we're
left you
gonna
a drawback.
try our luck.
well, sweet guys. I hope to see you again. Yeah,
Thanks for
sweet.
being out here and keeping things interesting.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much. Have a good rest of your day. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so I'm super stoked about Rachel. I can't stop smiling when I talk about her. It's just so cool to see. She's just doing so well, and she looks great. Are you guys stoked about this? Is it just me?
Absolutely
it's
no.
fantastic.
Honestly, I have to say that like one of my favorite things is when you have Gus Gibbs on your team, you are bound to have a good time, and I am absolutely convinced that in order to like conquer 250 miles, you got to be having a good time for a majority of it, right? Like it's got to be fun, it's got to be lighthearted. It can't be super serious the whole time.
Yeah, and it looks like she's having a good time. Yeah, even with the cow blocking her way, she was pretty lighthearted about that. Knew more about cows than I did. Pretty sound mind. I'm stoked.
Go play a little game of Smack the Bowl over there. Try to see if you can give it a little pat on the butt.
The cow's left, I think, so can't do that. Maybe I'll try to ride
was a
it if
little
I
upset.
find it. Try to.
There weren't any Oreos at the
I'm
aid
gonna go
station, so
try
it was
to
like, I'm out.
find Jeff if I can get. Oh, there he is. I'm gonna go try to talk to Jeff because he was talking to Michael for a little bit, and I'm kind of interested to
let's
hear
see
what his
their
perspective
conversation was like and get Jeff's thoughts on kinda
Yeah.
like what he sees happening.
Hey,
He's been here
Jeff.
before. He knows what's up.
Can I interview you? I'm just gonna give him the mic and the earbud because you guys know he's a veteran at this. So
Perfect. Yeah, I'd love to chat with him.
Yeah, thanks for all you're doing, Tara. Much appreciated.
yeah, of course. I'm just gonna. Is it okay if I just give you this?
Sure.
Hopefully, I'm not going to get like earwax, and I'll clean out my ear just in case.
My ears are a little dirty too.
Mr. Jeff Browning, how's it going? You got Zach Marion here.
Hey, Zach, how you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, man. I saw you had a nice little conversation with Versteeg back there. How did that go? Can you tell us about that?
We were just talking about it, his race strategy. He and I have been hanging out quite a bit, and I just started coaching him last week, actually, just more for consulting on this, on strategy, and then coaching moving forward. But one of the things we've discussed is just, going with the flow on sleep with him, because he has trouble sleeping sometimes. And so we were just discussing his sleep moving forward for the rest of the race, some ideas, because we had like a plan A and we kind of decided to pivot to a plan B. So he's tired, obviously. He pushed through. He hasn't napped a ton, but he's pretty used to doing that, and he'll need another nap at some point. But he's very steady. He was complaining about the humidity a little bit. Just wearing stuff, he's soaked and uncomfortable, and sweating a lot. So, and it is definitely more humid than normal, obviously. And it's been tough conditions,
Jeff,
like the mud. The Fane Ranch section sucked. I paced Jesse Haynes last night from Fane to Mingus. It's just been like misting rain at Mingus all night, all the way on Fane. From Fane up was misting. So pretty morning, but with clouds. But definitely the rain's kind of, everybody has to sit in their cars and stuff, the crews and stuff. So it's been tough, I think, on people.
Yeah, no, I was going to ask you, compared to last year when you guys had a obviously much warmer year, a lot more dust. This year, everyone's like, oh, cold temps, it's going to be so much faster, which I think that's playing into it. But it does alter the conditions. So, like, what do you think?
Well, I think it almost evens out because, I was going to say, I think it almost evens out because of the mud. So like day one's faster, but night one, day two in sections are slower because of, obviously it dries out quick here, but in that first like 24 hours after storms and right at storms, it's like slime mud with clay in it that sticks to your shoes. And we had 5-pound shoes. We couldn't even run on the ranch. We just had to hike in that muck, because you'd start running and we're hiking at the exact same pace. So.
Oh man, wow. Yeah, no, that sounds like an added layer of stress. I mean, I don't think there's ever like ideal conditions. I think you got to take a little pluses and some minuses, right?
Well, I would prefer a dry year personally. After watching what they're going through, I would much rather run in a hot year.
Awesome.
It's
so you're going to be with
nice to run in the desert with the views and the beautiful nights with stars, and I'd much prefer that.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I do think the moodiness of the last 24 hours has been pretty cool, but those nights.
Yeah, it makes it gnarly. It's harder on feet too. Yeah, for sure.
So you're going to be with Versteeg or Haynes? Who are you actually crewing and hanging out with?
Jesse Haynes, but I'm pseudo crewing, helping Chad and Maddie. Just checking in with them as I can. So Jesse has a main crew. I'm just mainly Carl Meltzer and I are both pacing him, kind of leapfrogging. So Carl's got next pacing duties. So I'm kind of just hanging around today and bouncing around a little bit because I've got a ton of athletes running.
I'm not going to lie. I don't know if I could really imagine Carl pacing anybody. The dude's just, it's got to be so much fun with him. He's just an old grump at this point.
Well, yeah, he's an old curmudgeon for sure.
You can tell him I said that. Tell him Zach says hi.
Old man Meltzer.
Get off my trails.
Yeah, exactly. You rascally kids, get off my property.
I love it. Well, thanks, Jeff. I appreciate it so much. Thanks for giving us a heads up on what's going on out there. Well, last thing from you, shout out some of your athletes. How many athletes do you have out here?
Oh, I have so many athletes out here. I have 9 running the 250, 2 running the 125, and we have 2 coaches running. One's running the Mingus Traverse, and Sarah O is running the 250. So
I love it, man. I love it. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so
You
much.
guys
We
have a good day.
appreciate it. Yeah, we'll catch you. You're going to be in the studio later, so we'll catch you then.
Yeah, Thursday evening. We'll see you
Awesome.
then.
See you, buddy.
All right.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Make sure there's no wax in there. I don't want to leave you over your life. My wife would be appalled if I did that.
So yeah, I saw Rachel's crew just leave, and I meant to keep track of this. I want to say Michael left maybe 7 minutes ago, and I have on my watch. I stopped my watch when I got here with Rachel after running with her a little bit, and that was 43 minutes ago. So like rough 7 minutes, so maybe 36 minutes behind with that stop. Well, that was when she got here, so I would say like maybe 30 minutes she's ahead. Really rough numbers, but I think that's about what we're looking at with the difference between Michael and Rachel right now. And Michael, I did hear him say that he was wanting to nap more, but his crew was really pushing him to get up and start running.
Okay. Cool. Well, it looks like on the tracker here, rough numbers, Header's 3 miles out, and DJ's a little bit ahead of him, a little less than 3 miles out. So say in the next half hour-ish, they might be coming in. Looks like the storm is still doing its back and forth thing.
Yeah, what are the conditions out right now?
Yeah, they're pretty nice. They're cloudy. I think it's getting cloudier, honestly. It looked like it was clearing out over near Sedona, but the clouds are just really thick. They're back. No rain, no moisture. Yeah, no, it's perfect. Perfect temperature for running.
Perfect temperature. Awesome. Well, I can give you a women's race update. So again, rough numbers. Yeah, rough numbers. Lindsay is like 26-ish miles back of Rachel. And looks like right now she's under 2 miles coming into Jerome aid station. So that is female 2. And then George is still in 3rd. Okay, and we've got back to our, looks like it's a live cam. Thank you to one of our volunteers. And I don't see a bib number to know who this is.
Spin.
But moving pretty well, and you can see that the trail's drying out.
Thinking we're done.
And looks like we've got some audio from our runner cam as well.
Try to catch the next guy. I think they said he was 3 miles back. So hopefully they don't hurt him out.
Spin for the win.
Going left here.
No, keep going. Let's see. Pretty soon we'll make a left up here.
I got to give a special shout out to our volunteer Connor out there.
That's Connor. Yeah, great
This
job,
dude
Connor.
has been putting in miles. So eyes on Finn Melanson there. Melanson. I don't know. I've heard it a dozen different ways. But Crusher
I have
Finn.
it set up. Great. Yeah, great.
Wow, he's also moving really well.
Yeah, he's got his shuffle going. He's moving along. How's Finn feeling? That's the big question. Let's see what shoes he's wearing. Is that? Oh, I think he's got the Mafate, the new X. Yeah, max cushion plated. He's here for comfort and business, people.
Yeah. I think he's looking good.
And it looks like on the tracker, Finn is in 9th overall right now.
Yeah, he's moving pretty well. Sounds like, he came into this more fit than he has, in quite some time. or at least he was last year. He's like stoked and ready for it. So, you know, I imagine he's got a great team around him. He's a pretty smart guy. He's definitely put together a really good plan, and having done it once, he knows how to attack this. Let's see if we can't steal some audio if we get any information from them chatting, because they're coming right into the aid station there.
And that's Dead Horse aid station he's rolling into. All right, and it looks like Max Joliffe is about 1.5 miles out of the aid station. Maybe a little closer right now. 1.5 miles back. Doing a big thank you to all the volunteers out there at the aid stations. And it does look like it's raining again there right now. That road looked wet as they came in, so that could be making its way up to Tara. Possibly, possibly not. And we'll just take a quick sec to thank all of our sponsors again. We got Speedland with Cameron Hayes Cocodona shoe. John G. Thank you, John G. I ran in the new AFO shorts, and the sun hoodie today was super comfy. Knack Nutrition, Ultraspire Packs, Tailwind, Catula, Squirrels Nut Butter, Satisfy, Michael Bertie, Stieg sponsor, and Bear Butt Wipes. If you're on the run, grab one.
I do have to say that the logistics behind putting on a 250-mile race is pretty insane. Being able to actually see and witness what goes into this over at Aravaipa HQ, it is honestly such an incredible setup that they have. And, you know, really, Jamil has done a fantastic job at putting together a team. And that team does a fantastic job at taking care of these runners and putting on such a world-class experience.
Yeah, no dietary restrictions, no big deal. The menu, I know tons and tons of people are looking forward to the variety of real food at different aid stations. I can get a burger here, I can get a sandwich here, I got the pancakes, those cinnamon waffle bacon things we were talking about earlier. Just, you know, everyone is very well cared for.
Yeah, no, Patty Curry does an amazing job. Jamil's mom, you know, obviously it's a family-run business, and Jamil's very passionate about that. He treats his employees a lot like family, and I can definitely say Patty treats everyone like they are just, you know, loved and cared for and supported, and she does a fantastic job. And that is why she is the aid station guru. She is the director of all aid stations, making sure that every runner is cared for, you know, as much as she cares for her family. And it's definitely felt, you know, Jamil himself is vegan, so there are vegan options at every aid station. One of my favorite things, in fact, I am not vegan. I have zero dietary restrictions other than tomatoes because they are the worst possible food out there. But beyond that, I will eat anything. And my favorite aid station, the consistent food here at all of the Aravaipa events, is the chickpea salad sandwiches. I love them. They are amazing. And if you haven't had one, I highly suggest you get yourself down to a race so that you can enjoy one.
And that is Patty's personal recipe.
Yes,
I remember hearing that at some point. She was very proud of that. So, you know, come out, do a race. There's tons of races. Check out aravaiparunning.com. And like we talked about earlier, Cocodona 2026 registration begins on May 20th. So think about it. Watch the live stream. You got 2 weeks from today to decide if you are going to come out to Arizona. And it's kind of like playing roulette. You could have a hot, dry year, or you could have a snowy year like this year. You never really know. Huge ups to Jeff Colts over there. Thanks, man, for the shout out. It's been a lot of fun. I have an amazing team behind me as well, and I think from the commentator to the volunteers to the drone pilots
everyone here has been doing a fantastic job at trying to share the stories. Really, like, I'm constantly asked, like, you know, like, what's your goal? What are you trying to do? Like, yes, we want to tell the story of these elite athletes, and we want to tell the story of what's happening out here, because these are truly inspiring stories. It's not just like you're an elite athlete, so we automatically care what you have to say or how you're racing, but like, it's inspiring to see some of these athletes go for it and really try to push it out there, push boundaries. And, you know, from Haroldus Hubertus's last year coming out of nowhere for the win, and then going for a really gutsy performance this year, like, it's inspiring. But also, the other thing that keeps me going is for every single runner out here, there's a story to be told. And that's our goal. You know, like, we do obviously chase the front of the race because that is a story, but there are so many more stories.
Yeah, I know we've got lots of people at the back of the pack right now that are juggling multiple things, as well as many of the leaders that are juggling a job and their training. So, you know, it truly is a community event. I just want to give a quick shout out. Our runner cam was Kevin out there. So thank you, Kevin, for being there. And
yeah, we've got a handful of runner cams out there, and I apologize if I get any of you guys confused. I have to say I've had my hands on about 4 dozen different names in the last 24 hours trying to coordinate
confusing, and then your mind is going blah.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I have had a total of 8 hours of sleep between Saturday morning when I woke up. I've had about 8 hours of sleep until now. So
wow,
doing my own ultra running over here of sorts.
Yeah, we're all doing it. So we got our camera back at Deer Pass, and you can see the crew vehicles are starting to show up. We got all kinds of truck camper setups, sprinter vans, and all of that. And this is just the front, so you know there will be more coming as that main pack, that main herd starts hitting aid stations. And it looks like Max Joliffe is still getting pretty close to Dead Horse Aid. And behind him is Jesse Haynes from what we've got right now. And we're back at Mingus Camp Aid here on the camera. Mingus Camp is at mile 108. He's got a lot of crews in there. We had some Mingus Traverse runners in there as well. And you see the variety. You know, we talked about crews and people saying, oh, we've got kids.
What's crazy is this aid station is going to be here until 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Like, this is quite literally like the middle of the aid station. This is not even like the end. Like, you'd think like, oh man, we're so many miles ahead of this aid station. No, this aid station is just barely starting to crack off.
Yeah, I mean, you can see in the background too, that big pile of drop bags for people and that nice, warm and inviting fire.
Yeah, that's almost evil. I'm so like, I'm torn as to how like, I don't know how mean that might be to have a fire sitting there, because you're going to trap a lot of runners inside of that little lodge. It's already bad enough you got to go inside. Famously, there are 2 races in the Wasatch 100 and also Bear 100 that at the exact same mile 75 point historically have had a ski lodge that you have to go into for the aid station.
Oh, nice.
And it is, you know, you hit mile 75, it's the middle of the night. For a lot of us, it's the middle of the night and it's cold. You've been out there forever. You really, really want to sit down and just like take a load off for a second. But the problem is when you do that at mile 75, your body, like once you go from moving to not moving, all of a sudden like that fatigue catches you. I always like in my head, I envision as I'm racing, I envision there's me and then there's like the shadow me. And the shadow me is like only 30 seconds to like 2 minutes behind me at any given point. And if I stop, shadow me is going to catch me. And that's like when the fatigue hits, that like just knocks you on your butt. But if you keep moving, if you can stay just ahead of it, then it never truly hits you.
Yeah. I remember my first volunteering was mile 80 something of the Zion 100 the Bryce 100. And we had a fire, and the number of people that came in and did not leave that fire and dropped, it was.
What year was that?
Oh man, 2014 or so.
14, yeah.
Yeah,
So
it was
that
a while back.
That was the.
Were you there?
That was the first year that I ran Bryce 100.
Oh wow!
Yeah, that was.
I may have seen you, or I may have been sleeping on the ground on a tarp at that point.
You quite possibly did see me, because so my history with Bryce is I went there for the year prior. I ran the 100K. I went there to pace a friend, and he was like, "Yeah, this crazy ultra running thing," and I was like, "Okay, like I can get behind this." And he was like, "Just pace me like 20 miles," and I was like, "Bro, my entire race is 26 miles." I was running marathons at the time. I'm like, "Just go like casually run 20 miles with you?" And he's like, "Oh, it's be super easy. We just we hike. You're fit. You're fine." And I was like, "Okay, sure." I walked away from bib pickup with a 100K bib.
Wow.
Literally signed up the day before and decided to go run 100 kilometers because everyone just filled my head full of this false confidence that running trails is so easy because you're just chill the whole time. I never suffered more in my life. I honestly, it took me 18 hours to do the 100K. I completely unraveled and fell apart because I didn't know nutrition was a thing. I figured out real quickly that one water bottle to run 100K in is probably not the most ideal strategy. I had split shorts and a tank top to go through the night. It was
groovy.
It was an
Dude, it's cold
absolute
there.
It was an absolute just shit show of a race for me. But what it did is it kicked off and it spurred this entire desire to come out and try to conquer these distances. The problem was the next year in 2014 they didn't have the 100K anymore.
Oh.
So I couldn't step down and go to the 50 miler. I had to step up and go to the 100 miler. So I ran the 100 miler. I've run that twice. I've run the 50 miler twice. I've run the 60K twice. I absolutely love it.
Awesome. And I just want to make a side note. That is Bib 135 in the blue hoodie and the blue vest. That is Jenny Chisholm, who just rolled into Mingus Camp
One of the
Aid
Chisholms.
Famous Chisholm hiking family.
Just out here getting it done. The epitome of professional Chisholm.
Yes. Yes. Just trying to get a look here at her speed plots and things. Yeah, that is doing really well. 32 hours, almost 33 hours in there. And that looks like 10th female right now.
Yeah, what an absolute fun time. Bryce Canyon is
gorgeous.
It is my favorite race in all of Utah. Bear 100 is shortly behind it. But yeah, those are my two favorite races out there.
They are spectacular. I imagine they're both sold out, but that's okay. Come run Coconut. You know what? Come and do Mogollon.
It's super unfortunate that the Bryce 100 is only every other year now.
Really?
They have the other distances will be every year. What's up?
Hello.
I love it. Yeah, this is why we do it.
This is why we have the live stream cam.
You poking some eyes.
Wow,
over there.
Three Stooges throwback right there.
I love it. But yeah, no, it's unfortunate that it's every other year. That is one of my favorite races ever. Started by, the ever lovable and the just historic champion here in our sport, Matt Gunn, who we lost several years ago. He started the Grand Circle races, which is the Zion 100, the Bryce 100, Capitol Reef races, Tushers, amongst a few others. And Jamil was able to snag up Tushers 100. So Aravaipa now is the safeguard of that race and is going to continue on in perpetuity in memory of Matt Gunn, who is just like he is the reason why I do this. What I didn't say is at Packet Pickup for my friend's race at Bryce Canyon. I went there and completely fell in love with this character, Matt Gunn, who is just one of the most affable, amazing human beings in the world. If anybody in the chat remembers Matt Gunn, please give him a shout out right now.
Yep, I still remember that from just showing up as a volunteer and the toilet truck that he had.
Oh, he was an amazing human being. He was doing the composting toilets at every aid station. He just believed so strongly in taking care of the trails and of the people that decided to come and do his races. And he truly did these races because he fell in love with these trails in the southern portion of Utah with his family and just wanted to share them with everybody. So he created the Grand Circle races, and the dude would have done it for free. He would have, he was not about making money. He was not about trying to make this some kind of thing. He just wanted to share the trails with everybody. And, he was ahead of his time when it came to the composting toilets, making the belt buckles out of local, trail debris on the ground. He'd pick up leaves. And so every belt buckle that I have from Bryce 100 is literally from Bryce 100. It is
epic.
It is just amazing. And, he suffered from some depression and ended up, taking his own life years ago. And so to be able to run his races and to shout him out and to remember him as the amazing, wonderful human being that is out there, and for him to be just a beacon of this sport is, can't even get through without tearing up even now.
Yeah, so we got a great guy. That was great. And, just taking a look at the tracker, it looks like our female 2 is Lindsay Dwyer is at or near the Jerome aid station right now. And she has a fairly 120.
Got eyes on some more runners out there.
Roughly 5 miles ahead of Georgia Porter, who's currently in 3rd. And that looks like we've got Kevin back out in the field.
Good job, guys.
And is that Max Joliffe?
Good one,
Thank
Max.
you, Kevin.
Good one. Right on. Thank you. Let's follow you in on the live cam.
Yeah, you can see some puddles still out there on that section of trail, but you definitely see the worn part. And again, Max is moving pretty good.
One of our Satisfy athletes out there. You can tell by being some of the most rad looking dudes on the course, and women. We have Sarah Ostazuski out there as well. Can't forget about her. In fact, if you peep into the studio here, we've got the Legalized LSD fringe crop top that Versteeg made so popular back in the day. Long slow days, legalized long slow days of training. I believe that's what they meant by that. I'm not going to make any conjectures.
Yeah, and you can also see in the background there, it looks like it's getting bright.
Yeah, we knew this weather was supposed to kind of move through, and it's, you can see now that I think last night we were talking about this, how, I don't think the conditions are going to make it that bad. Maybe it's just like perfect conditions in terms of it tamped down the dust. So you're not going to have to deal with dust. It's not wet enough that it's going to be super slick and gross. And I brought up the point last night. I was like, yeah, but I think once you get to this area, Sedona, where it's more clay and leaving Fain Ranch, I think this is where you're going to hit the backside of that weather, where it's going to end up being a little too muddy, too gross, too tacky. Except from Jeff Browning, what he said, it sounds like I was right.
Well, yeah, and you can see, if we get a pan up to the background, you can see there was a cloud layer on the mountains leaving Sedona. So we'll see what happens as the leaders climb through the hangover trail and get up onto the plateau. Just looking out the window, it doesn't look like it's doing anything here right now. I felt early I ran to Fort Tut this morning as they were getting that aid station starting to set up, and it rained a bit, but then was clearing. So we've had a mix of weather up here in Flag, but the forecast is still to clear off and we have nice and sunny. So still staying cool. So we should see some pretty good speeds if people can keep their bodies intact and keep a good eye on their feet.
Yeah, we were getting word that we've got some crew out. We're going to be joined with Hillary again. She is hanging out at Sedona with David, our videographer, and it sounds like Ryan is about 5 miles out, so we can expect to hear from them. Hillary, who's been an absolute gem of a human being, one of my favorite people in the world, out here, she's been gathering some great intel. In fact, she messaged me. Had been a couple weeks ago, and she was like, hey, I'll be out there. I'd love to help out. And I was like, perfect. I'm actually looking to fill some spots in the commentary booth to get you, would love to have you. You've got your eyes on potentially, looking into, she's no stranger to the 200-mile distance. She's got her eyes on potentially creating her own. So to have her come out and speak about this would be just amazing. And she messaged me yesterday and she's like, I'm having so much fun in the field. This is amazing. I love this. And I'm like, you know what? You're crushing it. Girl, stay out there. I will do what I used to do and come sit here in the booth for a hot minute because it has been so long and I love it.
Yeah, and thank you for being here.
Yeah, I mean, nothing makes me happier than sharing the sport I love, the thing that keeps me sane, happy, and, my tribe, and to share it with everybody else. So.
And do all that.
All right, a quick update from the leaderboard here. Looks like Ryan and Dan are moving pretty well and pretty close together. So we'll have to see whatever we're at next where we get actual eyes on them. It does look like there is another... well, Dan's making the comeback after his little nap. And Rachel looks to be somewhere around 4 and a bit miles back at the moment, still pushing hard. So, this is still a race at mile 158-ish. And it looks like, at least the last ping, somewhere around 4 to 4.5 miles for them to get to Sedona Posse Grounds. So.
Yeah, I love this setup here, like the multiple vans just rolling up.
Maybe some.
It makes me. You got it,
can do it. You can do it.
You got it, buddy.
No, I need that white one.
Man, big steps for 100 and something miles in,
Yeah. And you really see this too later in the race. I was out pacing and crewing for the 125 last year, and we haven't seen a ton of it so far with elite crews, but I know when Powell was crowdsourcing his gear yesterday, and then later in the race, a lot of the crews are there helping each other out, and mid-packers are trading food, trading whatever, trading trail stories. So it really becomes a community event for everything, and we're super grateful that is how everything functions. Everyone's there helping, people are cheering each other on. You can see how many people know other people, or you make new friends out on the trail, with your crew hopping from aid to aid. And yeah, quick note on that section that the leaders are going through, Deer Pass to Posse Grounds. Once they pass the water station, which we did have, who was that? Ryan, I think, was going through there when we had the video on it. There are some navigation things, so we're hoping everybody stays on track and makes their way directly to Posse Grounds. Because that section's 14 and a bit miles. Oh, hey, we're back. Hello. We're back at Mingus Camp, and you can see we got MedStar Solutions there. They're doing the medical for this race, and most, if not all, I think it's all their Repa races. So, great people, great to have professional medical out there, and they know what they're doing. It's great people. You see them at all the different races. I'm blanking on some names right now to shout out, but there are lots of good people around, and they are there to help you out. So, thank you to them for being here. I know I talked to Marissa and John earlier today at Fort Tut. So thank you for being out there. John and Marissa, thank you for being out there. And we're back at Mingus Camp, and you can see the flow of runners is still going back and forth in there. I can't quite make out the bib number hidden by that quiver on our runner in the red jacket, and looks like the yellow hoodie underneath the red jacket. A lot of people taking this opportunity to switch up gear, to switch things. See an awesome pair of jorts on the background there. And just people milling about. It is like we were here a while ago, nice and warm. Try and pull up a quick forecast here. Oh, and he's coming back. Who is that? Do I know you? You're waving at the camera. Hello. Got the Cocodona shorts on, party people. And this is the fun thing. We appreciate this. Show your personality on the live stream when you go through. Tori Smiley, hey, thanks for being in the chat, Tori. Thanks for all that you do, packet pickup and all of that. Saw you out there at the Deep Canyon Ranch for the start. Oh, and here we go. Who have we got coming in Deer Pass? That would be get on our leaderboard here.
Tara's running
Looks
in.
like that's DJ, potentially DJ Fox. And
Or just out for a run, one or the
Ed
other.
her, yeah. Could be either. Both. Yeah, looks like if that is DJ Tara.
There's a bib. Can confirm. No, Sally McRae in the chat. Shout out to you. She brings up a really good point. We kind of get lost in the moment. We kind of get stuck being here, right? But then if you think about it, you're still like mile 50 to the finish is going to be such an exciting race.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Like, I think it's going to be awesome to see what happens. There's just already so much transitioning, so much moving. I think everyone's setting themselves up to just try to make big swings from mile 50 to the finish.
Well, yeah, we got the technical climb down Eldon this year too, so that'll be curious to see. I mean, that's what I'm kind of wondering now. Will Troy and I be up there after we're done tomorrow to see people, or will they be already through?
I had no idea what was going on.
So DJ Fox out of Durango here on our screen. Like he's got a smile on his face.
He's loving the grit. He's loving the pain. You can see the brow is furrowed, but the smile is high.
Oh yeah. My gosh, he's got to be loving this too. Living in Durango, like hello Durango weather in end of April, start of May.
Which I know that Tara Dower is out in Durango now, so I'm sure this is a friend, and she was excited to see him come in. You can see her running with him.
Yeah, looks like scarfing down some nutrition.
Good work. That can go in there, girl.
And yeah, from the tracker, it looks like Eder's just a little bit back. Be somewhere less than a mile into the A here. Those are awesome shades, straight out of the 70s.
You should probably be getting to the next one at 6.
Okay. Like that mustache.
You're looking amazing.
Oh, yeah.
You're looking super strong.
Inner Tom Selleck.
Yes, no
Sleep till, baby.
Flagstaff, baby. It's the new Beastie Boys song this year. Okay. Aaron, will you do this, please?
Yes.
Exactly what you needed?
This is the best part of the whole thing, no?
You put mustard or ketchup on there? Ketchup, nice.
Oh, I put like mayonnaise or some European shit on there.
Tara just yucking it up with everyone in the aid station.
Yes, single serving, double cup Oreo.
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got your audio.
Okay. Okay.
I
So
love it. I
DJ
love it.
is
We
not
need
spending
this
much time
stuff.
here at the aid station. You're going this way.
This way, Deej.
Good job, DJ.
It looks like
Keep it up, buddy.
potatoes in his little thing.
Yeah, he's walking with his potatoes. This is probably the fastest aid station transition. Rachel took a little more time than he did. He was standing, everyone else sat and took some time. DJ is
How's he feeling?
in and out. Yeah, I ran with him a little bit and he wasn't super talkative, but I'm not usually super talkative when I'm doing these kinds of things. I usually just want to be quiet, and I can totally respect that. But I asked him how he was doing. He said, I'm doing great. And he like tripped at one point and he was just like, whatever.
So you're saying that if I'm ever out in the field, I should not like try to interview you mid-race?
Oh, you can. I probably won't have much to say. I'll probably be like, yeah, I don't know. I just
the
tend to
crowd, fair
like
enough.
not talk at all during these kinds of things. So he's I think he does Spartan races. Spartan races. Tough Mudders. Yeah. What's your name?
Tough Mudders, yeah, wow.
Jack. Nice to meet you. I'm Tara.
Nice to meet you. He did the Colorado Trail last summer too.
Yeah, I saw that on his Instagram.
Yeah.
How'd he do?
He broke the record from Durango to Denver. I don't remember if it was Collegiate East or West. I'm not sure, but
He broke it like a few days after Jeff Browning broke the record.
Yeah.
So he's got a lot of strength in that for sure.
Yeah, there was a lot of action from the Colorado Trail last year.
Yeah, it was a ton. And Kyle Curtin as well.
Yeah.
A bunch of guys in Durango did it. So
Yeah.
yeah, he's looking good though. I was pacing him this morning, and
Yeah,
like
how's
you were
like
saying, he is a very quiet runner. He's just like in his zone.
Yeah.
He's just one foot in front of the other.
and that doesn't
That's all he
mean
wants to do.
anything. That doesn't like
No,
when
it's-
somebody's
yeah.
quiet, like I'm quiet and I'm doing fine. I just don't
That's
really
just
have
what
much
he
to
wants
say.
do. And like, there's no reason to expend too much energy talking or like telling a story when you're in the middle of this. So it's like,
Exactly.
yeah.
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 Are you in Durango too?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah.
I'm in Durango as well.
Sweet.
I've never met you.
Well, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Yeah,
It's a small town.
Yeah, it sure is. Sweet.
Well,
Beautiful
cool.
day, huh?
Yeah, thanks for letting us
Hey,
meet you.
Tara, heads up for you, Tara. Edher is somewhere about a half mile back, so we're just watching the background to see he should be coming in imminently,
Oh yeah.
according to the
Edhar?
tracker. Edhar,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. I know that the follow cam guy is back here. I forget his name.
Kevin. Thanks to
Kevin.
Kevin for being out there.
Kevin
Thank
with the
you as
cowboy
well,
hat.
Tara, for being out there. Any sign of the cow?
You know, the cow's been hanging around. I think the cow like nudged somebody. Yeah, you wrestled?
Wow.
Kevin like shooted away at one point. The cow's just hanging out. Oh, there it is. I see it. It's behind the
There it is, yeah.
bathroom.
I see it, yeah.
Yeah,
And it looks like
she
the
is.
clouds are building behind you again now. Is that true?
Yeah, they are. Yeah. It felt like it was breaking up a little bit, but yeah, it's getting cloudy over near Sedona. I wouldn't be surprised if it's drizzling a little bit over there. So our lead pack is probably getting a little wet at that point. And that's something we have to like think about too, is like wherever you are at the race or in the race, you're getting like different weather patterns. Like, you know, Rachel compared to like Sarah O, there's like a big difference there in the weather, and Rachel might be getting rained on, but Sarah's not. And so that could really affect a race. So that's just another factor with this weird weather. And now there's full sun.
Yeah, I was gonna say you just brightened up quite a bit.
And
Yeah,
now I'm
and
a
that's
little
interesting
toasty.
too, seeing who left with what. For Stieg not taking much with him, if he gets hit by the rain or something, that could have a big impact.
Yeah, and it does look quite ominous over there. So I feel like it might be raining, but he's probably fine. You know,
He's
you gotta
Stieg,
expect
man.
that
He's
kind
gonna
of
be
stuff when you're in this. Yeah, he'll be okay. Oh, here we go. This is Edhar. He's coming in. So when I was with DJ, I was looking at my watch, looking at the pace, and DJ was sitting between like 10:30 and 11-minute miles, just very even throughout. He's even running up the hills. Like at this point in the race, I might be walking the hills, but he was very easily running up them. This is Edhar. Edhar's about, I would say he's about 4 minutes behind DJ, maybe a little more. But looks like he's going straight to his cruise vehicle.
Okay, we
I'm
can
gonna
give
try
a
to
quick
walk over.
update. And we had. Okay, yeah, we do that. I'll give a quick update. Finn was about 3.5 hours faster to Dead Horse this year than compared to last year. We just don't have any stats on Max, but that has been a question. So Finn's doing great out there on his pace.
Sounds like Deer Pass is raining again.
And thank you, Aid Station Fireball, for those stats. Thank you, Liam. There's a good volunteer, Mark, out there, Sedona Aid Station Captain, if I'm correct.
Edhar, yeah, take the course around so you're not cutting.
Look at that, saving races out
Way
there.
to go, Tara.
I'm an FKTer, so like we're very, meticulous about our course. You do not cut anything, not even a
Every
parking
step.
lot.
Yeah, so Tara, I'm actually interested. I'm going to ask you a question here. You know, someone who I've heard you might have a little interest in, possibly doing this race one day. and you have quite the extensive background in FKT, like long trail FKT attempts. Obviously, that kind of gives you a little bit of an edge here, but instead of the common question of like, oh, like, how similar are they? I would actually rather know, like, what's the difference? Like, how would you approach this differently versus like a long trail?
Yeah, I didn't hear the first part of your question, but I'm piecing it together. Let me know if I'm on the right path. But yeah, so I mean, the difference between, like, obviously with an FKT, you're solely like focused on your own effort. You don't have anyone around that you're competing with. You just have like the ghost of yourself or the ghost of previous FKTers. So it's a lot of like internal dialogue, internal motivation. When I feel, I've never done a 250 miler, so I don't know what that would be like, but I would imagine that would be for me a little more anxiety ridden. Just knowing that somebody is hot on my heels and I can't take as long of a break here. So approaching something like this, I'd probably adopt a Rachel Entrikin philosophy. I mean, she's just not sleeping, kind of using strategic caffeine. I would probably, if I could, sleep on the second night, but the first night I probably wouldn't sleep. I would probably just try to soldier through. And I know when the daylight comes, I'm usually more like energetic. So I'd probably just keep moving. And also when I get to aid stations, if I get to an aid station, I feel like sleeping, I'll sleep. But I would probably do what DJ did and just do like a drive-by aid station. Like have my crew follow me for a little bit, as long as they can follow me, do whatever we need to do, but keep moving throughout the race. And hopefully that pays off. That's kind of like, I've been piecing it together since I've been here. This is a very rough strategy. That's probably what I would do.
So you're kind of more like course previewing right now.
Yeah, I'm doing this for selfish reasons, I guess. But I don't know when I'm doing it. I don't know if I'm going to do it next year, the following year. But definitely, this is one of my bucket list races. This and Western States and Mount Fuji. So, and it looks like Edhar, he went into a Cruise America RV and he is still in there. Looks like he has his crew around him. They all were in good spirits. I think he's looking good. He might catch DJ and they might link up and try to smash the next section together.
Yeah, I'm always curious, like running a race like this, how often do you want to actually connect with other people and run with them? I know like in a faster race, I typically want to be racing and I don't want to necessarily be working together with someone, like maybe bouncing energy off of each other or like pushing, pulling, but I don't necessarily like partner with someone to get these miles down. I'm curious, like what the strategy is in these longer ones. Like it makes sense. You probably want to hang out with someone for a few hours.
Yeah, I know I would. I don't, like I said, I don't like to do the talking, but I like to ask a lot of like questions. When I was on the AT, I just heard a lot of life stories out there and I learned how to listen really well. And that was a cool experience. My pacers had really interesting stories. So, I mean, if you're with somebody who's also going through it, what kind of stories are you getting out of that? They're probably more entertaining.
That's awesome. That's absolutely awesome. I love that.
Yeah, we'll cut to a quick update for the women's race. Rachel, last ping is at mile 153. She has a rough numbers 28 miles right now on Lindsay Dwyer, who looks like at the Jerome aid station. And Georgia Porter is about 4 miles behind her in third. But Sarah O has made up some time. She's 2 miles back of Georgia. And Shelby has popped into fifth. That battle between her and Allison Powell looks like she's got tracker numbers 2 to 3 miles. So that rounds out our top 5 at the moment as they're all approaching Jerome.
Birds are sketchy.
And then in terms of Deer Pass, looks like the next two that'll come in, Cody Poskin is somewhere around 3 miles out, and Harry is just under 6.
Did DJ pass Cody, or was DJ in front of Cody at Jerome?
Ooh, I actually don't remember. Let's see if we can pull that up.
I can't remember who, because Edhar, DJ, and yeah. So Cody, Edhar, and DJ were kind of like sort of close to each other, and I know Cody was battling some sleep demons.
Sleep demons. Okay.
I think there's a lot of sleep demons out on that course. Tara, we're going to take a break here real quick. Thanks for bringing us a lot of information out there. Super invaluable. We will come back to you here in a few moments. We'll kind of let you gather some info on the next couple runners. Thank you for giving us some info.
Yeah, thank you, Tara.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm try to get a glizzy.
So, if logistics were the backbone, volunteers would be the heart and soul of an event, and we need you to come out and be that heart and soul. Volunteering at Cocodona means that you get to become part of the magic. As runners make their way from Black Canyon City all the way up to Flagstaff, we need you, your community, and everyone's support to get those runners to the finish line. In 2026, we'll have volunteer roles ranging from aid station captains and assistant captains, aid station volunteers, course marking and sweepers, sports therapy, medical, live stream, and a lot of staff roles too. So if you're interested in getting involved with the race, please visit cocodona.com/volunteers. There's some information about volunteering in 2026, and most importantly, a little button that says, I'm interested in volunteering in 2026. You'll just give us your info, and then once volunteer shifts open next year, we'll give you a shout. Please come out and join us. It's an amazing experience, a great week, and it's really awesome to support the runners. If logistics were the backbone,
I'm a pledge for the wild kind of town. I don't mean to brag, but people often tell me I'm beautiful. Maybe because I'm nestled at the foot of the tallest peaks in Arizona? Ponderosa pines, trails, stargazing. Yep, I have all that too. Let's set a date. Bring the bikes and your hiking shoes. Oh yeah, I'm good with kids too. Yep, that's me. Flagstaff.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RXCCD from Speedland, the road super shoe made specifically for the Cocodona 250, an uncompressed SCF midsole, single BOA fit system, a removable carbon plate, made for the roads, but just as good on the gravel, sort of like the GS, but in a lighter, more streamlined, faster package with just enough cushion for this long and arduous race. Go pick up a pair now. RunSpeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
And we are back. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We're here in Flagstaff, Arizona, covering the Cocodona 250. thank you all for joining us. We've got some great updates from the field, so let's go take a look at Mingus right now, and we'll get you guys caught up with what's going on.
Yeah, so we have Ryan took over the lead from Dan Green in, Dan was sleeping. And we've got some information on the splits here. Ryan is an hour and 50 minutes up on Jeff Browning's splits from last year entering Deer Pass, because Jeff was leading the race at that point. And that's about 3.5 hours up on Harry's splits from last year entering Deer Pass. So got some fantastic things going on. We've got Rachel and Trekken leading the women's race, and looks like she is still in third place overall. So it's Ryan Sands, Dan Green, Rachel and Trekken, Michael Versteeg, and DJ Fox rounding out the overall top 5. If you add Edhar Ramirez, that is the men's top 5. And for the women, we've got Rachel in first, Lindsay Dwyer in second. Looks like she's at or leaving the Jerome aid station. Followed by Georgia Porter, Sarah Ostaszewski, and Shelby Farrell has climbed back up into 5th.
Yeah, so as it currently stands, we are looking about an hour and 50 minutes up on Jeff Browning's splits last year. He was the leader at this point to the race. So fastest splits up to here were Jeff Browning's. They are now Ryan Sands. He is looking at an hour and 50 minutes ahead of that. So it is definitely turning into a fast year, obviously. And, Ryan, it also shows his absolute just veteran experience. The reason he's been at the top of this sport, or name mentioned amongst the elites of this sport for so long, is just because he knows what he's doing. He knows how to do it well. He strategizes well. A champion at Western States. He's been known amongst the Marathon des Sables and those kind of races as well. So he's kind of done it all. And so I'm not shocked to see him up there. He was one of the ones that I think a lot of people counted out just based on the fact that he hasn't raced for so long. Mm-hmm. And so to see him come out and really kind of show up and show out has been really exciting. I've been really stoked for him.
Yeah, he's doing really well. And, that was when Jack Scott had the hamstring issue. That was a big shift late yesterday. So everyone taking advantage and, just doing what you can. There's a lot of time left in the race. I mean, where we are, looks somewhere just under 100 miles now for the leaders, which is mind-boggling as we're in day 2, hour 33. We'll say hello to volunteer Kimberly in the yellow shirt in the middle of the frame right there. And you can see we're at Mingus Camp. So we've got a lot of the 250 runners and some of the Mingus Traverse people were in there. We'll be shouting out people as we can see bib numbers. It's just most of what I see right now is pacers, but you can see people milling about, hanging out in the nice warm area. I see a bunch by the fire and the drop bags in the back there. And you can see the weather's been a big story in this race. Started off nice and cool. Really fast splits. Harry set a mind-boggling pace, and then rain, snow, all kinds of things happening. So some wet people out there. Mingus Camp, for anyone following along, is at mile 108. And as they leave here to go to the Jerome aid station for the 250, there's a pretty significant descent. You're going to lose about 4,500 feet over 17 miles. So hitting that Jerome aid station, you might have some tired quads, and you're already over 100 miles into everything. Got some awesome flashy shorts in the background there. I almost bought that pair. The flamingos, and might be pineapples on them. And it looks like Rachel is approaching the water station at mile 154.7, which Dan Green and Ryan Sands have both passed. Rachel is flying. She was smiling. She looks great at this point. And she's got a pretty decent-sized lead right now, but still, 100 miles, lots of things can happen as they climb out of Sedona, go through the Hangover Trail, and get up onto the plateau. If Female 2, Lindsay Dwyer, looks like she has left the Jerome aid station. And looks like Sarah O is making up some ground on Georgia Porters, who is currently in 4th. Hello. Nice to see people playing with the cameras in the background. Let's see if we can get a number on that runner.
It's so fun to see everybody out there. And
156.
Shout out 156 there. But yeah, no, it's definitely fun to see everyone out there doing their thing, enjoying it, having a good time.
Jill Thurston
project there. Yeah, check out my juice. Selling juice online.
Some juice, yeah. Oh, there's the next guy. Hello.
Honestly, I love it.
Yeah, we had our dancing guy in the jean jacket earlier at this aid station. So, just keep up the good vibes. Smile at people. It can really make a big difference if you're 108 miles into the race, no matter where you are into the race. Just, that little boost of positive energy, that warmth can be a little draining. You might get tempted. We were just chatting about that at Bryce Canyon, getting tempted to hang out in the warm. But
beware the chair, man. Beware the chair. It can absolutely just suck you in and take a lot of time on, add a lot of time to your race, I should say, but take a lot of energy out of you.
Yeah, still trying to
Pacers out there having a good time.
Yeah, so many Pacers we see here. The runners are sitting and Pacers are milling about getting things. Oh, hello, dude in the blue shirt.
I think it's
nice beard.
I think it's a hard game to play by yourself, right? I don't know that I would want a pacer. I also don't think I wouldn't want a pacer. I think that sometimes having a pacer, it puts me in a very race mentality, which kind of puts me out of the comfort zone a little bit. That's the whole point of racing, is you kind of let yourself slowly drown into that ether. But this, I feel like I would need to be a little bit more aware and more conscientious of what's going on. I would have to have a little bit of mental fortitude so that I can keep moving forward and not just meander off into the woods somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, and then there were a few people who've said that, and I know that was an issue last year in the races, the 125 and the 250 coming into flag. It can be easy to make missed turns, so Pacers are critical. I'm going to say a big thank you to all of them who've given up their time to help support the race.
And another thing that we were talking about earlier, we mentioned Carl Meltzer's out there pacing Cam Hanes. Now, Carl Meltzer is famous for not having any pacers. He doesn't do a pacer. He likes to race himself. I've only actually ever seen him be crewed by 3 people. His wife, Cheryl, who's amazing. Cheryl, if you're listening, shout out to you. You are the best, most amazing, most efficient crew person ever. And he's got one other friend. Occasionally he'll have, oh my gosh, it's off the top of my head. I can't remember his name. But from Black Diamond, old school hard rocker. He'll have him show up and crew. Rock Horton. He'll have him show up and crew, and they work really well together. But he has a system. He has it down. He's done so many of these. Obviously, he knows what he's doing. But infamously does not do a pacer because he had a pacer with him at one point, and the pacer slowed him down. And it was no, we're good. Just take it easy. And I believe that was a year he got caught and passed. And so or some kind of degree to the story of that. He either got caught and passed, or he missed the course record because they slowed down, something to that effect. And he was determined from that point on. He's I will never do a pacer again, because he just kind of listened. He's yeah, you're right. I should just trust you. We got this. And then, it ended up costing him kind of some of his goals out there. So yeah, it would be insane. I got some calls for is that David Goggins should be pacing Cam
Wow.
Haynes. If you could imagine that crew out there.
Golly, we just want to say a shout out. That was Salvador Castillo, bib 303, that was waving at us just before we cut to Rachel and Trekken. I'm going to give a quick stat update, and then I'm going to sign out for today. But Rachel is currently 7 hours up on Mika's splits entering Deer Pass last year, and 8.5 hours up on her own splits last year. So she is absolutely flying with a smile on her face, and she just looks great. So yeah, I'm gonna do a quick sign out. This is Greggy Varigan at Cactus Moose. If I get 2,000 followers, I'm doing Cocodona next year. So follow along. We'll see if this becomes a thing. Zach might do it with me. I don't know if Zach's got a number or an idea in his head or what.
I can get talking to doing stupid things way easier than a number. So we'll see. The real question is, will Jamil allow me to step away from production duties and actually do the race? But considering he's out at Mingus Traverse right now, I have to say that probably. You know, he might give me the opportunity. But Greggy, it's been awesome. Thank you so much. We're gonna go ahead and let you step out, and we're gonna bring in our next guest.
All right, party on.
And welcome back. We've got a new face here. Well, I guess a returning face here in the live stream. Caleb, how's it going?
It's good. I had a chance to go back after the live stream this morning and do my day job. And so it's good to now be back doing this one. It's good to be back with everybody. Super excited. A lot of action in the field for sure.
What is your day job, by the way?
I'm the director of engineering for a toy company. So try to figure out how to make things as efficient as possible. Industrial engineering is the focus, and really focused on continuous improvement. So how do we get better every single day?
You know, that job title started off so serious and then ended in a really fun way. It's kind of like the mullet of job titles.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a little business up front, a little party in the back.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. We got one of the runners on cam right now. Looks like she's doing a good job, just getting out into the bushes. That's actually been like a really fun, interesting part of this race, having the cattle out on the course. I like forget that we are in like true cattle country back here.
Yeah.
And even driving to the start line the other day, I was like having to maneuver.
There we
around
go. We
cattle.
got you in the live feed, Jesse.
All right.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed. I've seen this
Good work,
all
man.
week, or I guess it feels like all week. It's just been a little over a day here, day and a half. But I did not see any cattle out on the course last year.
Good work,
I saw
Jesse.
javelina, I saw other
Right on, man.
creatures,
Wish
but
you the
I
best
did
in the
not
rest
see
of it.
any cattle whatsoever.
Yeah, that'd be actually
Well-
a lot of fun. We've got Mr. Jesse Haynes. Right there.
things first,
This
how
is
far
Jeff
do we have
Browning's
to
good
take?
friend, who's going to be paced by Carl Meltzer.
I think it's like 14 or 15. Ted.
We're gonna
That's
want
the voice of our camera guy right there.
ladder filled up. Okay. And this replaced. Okay.
I
We
love
should
that
probably go
crew,
through
just like hands in the pockets.
what I would have.
Just like, so, how's it going?
Super chill.
Oh, shit. I mean, I might have cleared it out, but it just started like what? It just started again, like labored breathing after it was cleared out, and it's like there's no elevation here.
Was it clot-like?
Yeah.
So it wasn't like throughout the body of whatever you're throwing.
No.
Spit.
Yeah. But it was like 6 of them.
How's that different than like what happened? Was that like what happened at Hard? How is your throat sore? Do you think
No.
like it's raw?
Just can't breathe. No, I just can't breathe.
Get that breathe right now.
Not really. I might have to like let it sit on there when I sleep, if I was to sleep, and maybe I should sleep again, just to get whatever is going on to like get it under control. Number one, and then
Get in the car so you're not getting so.
and then number two, I got obviously a hamstring pull is not a pull. It just happened with all that heavy mud, but that's hurting. Quads are hurting, and that foot is hurting.
Time, but that's
It's hurting, but we're only halfway through.
right. But it could have been hurt. You had 20. That's what I'm getting at.
Well, I masked it with Tylenol and Advil the first day.
1 and 1's not going to mask it the entire day. And you didn't even talk about your foot until you didn't talk to you about the foot probably until you were with Jeff. That was like 70 miles in.
Yeah, that's when everything wore off, though.
You took it.
I took it at like 4 p.m.
Okay, but that means you ran for 11 hours without any
Yeah.
problem. And then
Well, I'm not gonna
9
say
or 10.
I'm not gonna say there was no problem.
Right.
I just was able to handle it.
Okay.
I don't really want to drop, but
But you got plenty of time to decide. The worst thing, you could sleep here for 2 hours. I mean, you could sleep here for 3 days and not drop. But
But you should definitely sleep for a little bit. We have earplugs. We'll put the blanket on, and then
Give the car, you're getting wet. You can call Jeff. We can call Jeff and see what he has to say. What his advice would be, right? Why don't we do that?
Yeah, let's have a conversation. Yeah. We kind of have to let Carl know too.
Carl and Jeff are both at Deer Pass right now.
Deer Pass?
I think is that what they call it?
What time was I supposed to be there? Like 4 p.m.
Oh, they're chatting with people. They're not just like this. So close to see. So, yeah, you should answer his phone. I give him a call and then you can send him that shit. You can ask. I would ask him how if it's beneficial for you to get to the next one from the standpoint of when you're going to finish, when you're going to start, when you're going to finish as far as daylight goes. But you got light.
Well, I'm not going to get to Sedona Passe at 7:45 p.m.
Right, but you can get to the next section. That the next section might be a better section to take a long nap. You're gonna be in the dark after. You're right. After that, you're gonna be in the dark. And the question is, can you fall asleep right now? You look like okay. So then run that by Jeff. Say hey, you're gonna sleep here instead, versus taking advantage of daylight. Is it worth it? If
listening
you
to
can
Jesse
get
Haynes and his crew
stuff.
talk about
That's the only thing. That's
potentially
the
taking a little
and
bit of
then
rest
drop
here.
the
He's
think
mentioned
about
the
that
idea of wanting to drop,
after
but
your
also
nap.
trying to figure out how
Maybe
to
you've only slept 25
correct and
minutes.
move forward, which is really
Not
the
even that.
entire crux of running a 250-mile race.
Do you want something warm for your throat to break it up, or is this deeper, like in your lungs?
The coffee broke.
Is it in your throat or is it in your lungs?
No, it's in my throat.
Okay, so maybe some warm broth or something might knock it out a little bit, or thin it out anyway.
It's like right where the throat.
I'm gonna see if they've got just some broth that's like got nothing in it, and then let the throat relax, and then see if it thins out the thin, and then talk to Jeff. All right? Okay, watch for it.
Sounds like they're going to try to get Jesse some broth. Sounds like he's got a little something going on with his throat, kind of not necessarily closing off or swelling on him, but that sounds like he was getting himself a little bit of broth, hoping to clear that out. But we got eyes on our men's race leader, Dan, over here. Dan Green just crushing it. Rolling in and giving us a little wave. What's up, Dan? Nice work.
Looks happy.
Dude, it's because he knows he is getting closer and closer to Flagstaff and the end of this race every single step. Now you're just making quick work here in Sedona, moving his way through the field. Yeah, taking a nice little walk break. That's fair. That's fair. Pacer there walking the John G shorts that we were all gifted here. And I have to say, some of the best shorts I've ever worn. Absolutely love them. Shout out to John G for sponsoring this and making this possible. It is honestly due to all of the partnerships that we have for bringing this to you, and Aravaipa for supporting this, allowing Mountain Outpost to bring this race to your homes for free. And if you only knew the amount of work, effort, and investment it takes to create something like this, we should all be very grateful to them. So go give them a shout out. Help support them for supporting us in the sport that we love so much. So this is eyes on Dan Green here, when second place behind him, second place, Dan Green. Men's leader, Ryan Sands. There was about a 5K difference between the two of them. So I apologize. I misspoke. That is not your men's leader. This is what happens when you bounce in and out of the live stream. And as much as Ryan and Dan have been swapping positions here, so this is men's second place, Dan Green. Ryan Sands did overtake him earlier in the day. It's still moving pretty smooth, doing a pretty good job maneuvering through some of these like little side trails, roads. Kind of looks like he's got some decent weather for him right now as well. We're not looking at that inclement weather. Doesn't look like it's super windy. You can see the trees seem a little more stable, not as much rustling. Rain's pretty much cleared out from at least this area. But as we've seen, it's been an absolute insanity in terms of weather.
Yeah, have we seen anything recent from Ryan, like in the last 10 minutes or so? It looks like on the tracker they are pretty close. Just curious if we'll get a shot of them both here in Sedona at the aid station. It's been about 7 minutes or so since we saw Ryan's tracker go off.
Yeah, we're going to keep eyes on this. I don't really like saying for sure unless, because there's so many changes that happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's hard to say who's who and what's happening. These guys are so close. It only takes one dirt nap, and a position could be changed in 15, 20 minutes. But they are really battling it out. This is truly a battle.
Yeah.
I mean, according to our tracker at this point, as per the last aid station, Ryan and Dan have a little bit of distance between them, with Ryan Sands being out front. And we actually out here in Sedona Posse Aid Station, we've got David Yausling, our videographer, is going to have them here shortly. And Hillary Yang out in the field is going to give us an update on what's happening. So we should have confirmation as to whether this is Dan out front or whether Ryan has already passed through. But I assume we would have gotten a ping by now.
Yeah, it looks like the tracker just moved here. So Ryan's tracker showed him about half a mile outside of the aid station. So these two should be very close. I mean, we've got our top four all within 7 miles or so of each other.
Again, we still have one full night. We don't know what that's going to entail. We don't know. You could have the idea of, I'm only going to sleep for 10, 15 minutes. But if your body is saying, I need more, you got to give it more.
Yeah.
You got to be able to get to that finish line. Again, if you're just joining us, this is Dan Green making his way through. I see so many cameras. I have to assume that this is here. He comes up into the aid station, and we're going to get a nice little view of. There's the Mountain Outpost van in the background. Mo, shout it out.
We have our top men
Hillary,
coming in.
On?
Hi, guys. It's great to be here. I'm at the Sedona Aid Station, and we have Dan Green coming in first. And I believe Ryan Sands is just a minute or two behind him. And I was chatting with his crew before he came in, and his pacer is going to take him out of here. really interesting just hearing sort of Dan's sleep strategy, because we know that Ryan got to pass him. I believe it was a dead horse that he passed him, and Dan was taking a nap, but that was sort of very strategic on Dan's part. He kind of knew that was going to happen and was okay with it. And it looks like he's feeling really refreshed now. And, you know, he's been picking up the pace. When I looked at the tracker not too long ago, he was running almost a mile per hour faster than Ryan's pace was. So, yeah, certainly got legs on him right now, which is cool to see.
Yeah, he looked like he was moving really well into that aid station. It looks like they're doing a little bit of triaging. If you can kind of get in there and see or hear what's going on, that would be fantastic.
Yes, we will see if we can sneak a little closer here.
Looks like they're cleaning up the feet there, trying to get all that dust and dirt off. I could imagine you'd want to dry them off as much as possible too, given the weather.
Yeah, we got, looks like a bacon cheeseburger that Dan's scarfing down right now. Compliments to the aid station chefs.
I love it.
Yeah, those bacon cheeseburgers are fantastic.
Yeah, Dan looks really happy right now. So yeah, we got a shoe change, it looks like right now, going into fresh socks and a pair of Solomon S slabs. Yeah, we're hearing a lot about how sticky the mud is and how much of a challenge that is. So I think there's a lot of shoe changes into maybe like less traction-y trail shoes right now, so the mud isn't sticking quite as heavily to the bottom of the sole. Got a whole bunch of hat selections here.
Yeah, they look good. I don't see any blister. I'm just not looking at it here.
So it looks like Dan's saying his feet are in pretty good shape. Not a lot of blisters happening.
Oh, dude, know what they want.
Yeah, we're going right in for the foot shot for you guys.
We're killing his OnlyFans
preventative
business.
Lube, just in case. You can never be too careful with feet issues in the longer races.
Hillary, you mentioned Dan took a nap. Do we have any idea how long that nap was?
He napped for about 10 minutes on that last nap section. So in about 20 minutes, I believe, for the section before, for the nap he took before that. So I think he's up to like 30, 40 minutes of total sleep time. That's what I'm understanding. Yeah, seems to be working well. He's in great spirits right now.
Next person. Yeah, not him. The other person.
He's getting some beta on the rest of the field right now, sounds like. Sort of trying to figure out, I mean, that's the thing about these races too, right? You don't see anyone out there, and it's not like you're looking at the tracker. So I think kind of knowing where everyone else is and who you have to worry about is good, especially when you're in the lead.
You want this upper pocket?
It's got some goldfish. Oh, we got Ryan coming in.
Okay, let's get some eyes on
But goldfish, guys. Ryan just hiking up
truly close.
Yes, they are. So I don't know if you guys kind of could gauge the minutes, but we're talking what, like 3 minutes between them or something like that, maybe?
Definitely no more than 5.
Yeah. Nice one, Ryan. Woo! So that's Ryan and his pacer, Christian Mayer, coming in. All right, so we got the vest coming off. Probably just needing a little break from that at this point. And we're doing another sock and shoe change here. That seems to be the theme. We also have some Morton being poured into soft flasks. Okay. So again, the theme with both Dan and Ryan is taking the time to get their socks and shoes off to dry off their feet, and to just make sure they're staying on top of those blister issues. I see like a package of Compeeds. I don't know if you guys have used Compeeds before, but they're like the best blister band-aids in the world. But yeah, like foot spray, a lot of just sort of like taking the time to make sure that there's no hot spots developing here. Looks like Ryan's eating some rice with maybe avocado, like mashed avocado. So we got bacon cheeseburgers and then rice and avocado mash as our food options of choice.
I mean, honestly, I don't know which one I would prefer in a race. Like a bacon cheeseburger always sounds good, but I might not want all that savory food. Like rice and avocado sounds like it would do the job just fine. Throw a little soy sauce on there for some sodium.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Those bacon cheeseburgers in Sedona
Seems
are
like he's in great spirits, though,
a 10
doesn't
out
he?
of 10.
They both are. They're both very like calm and with it, and we'll find out after Ryan's left if he's had any sleep. I think Dan's had a bit more sleep than him, but we'll ask his crew.
Word has it that Ryan had about 15 minutes in Mingus. That was directly from his pacer.
So yeah, some Morton went into Ryan's soft class, and then it looks like he's also got some precision in there as well. Doing great, Ryan. It's also got the eye drops going in. It's taking a page out of Courtney's book, which makes sense if you think about it, just with all the dust in the air.
Yeah, you can't be too safe, that's for sure. Looks like Dan is just about ready to leave the aid station.
I feel like Lucy is like the ultimate hype crew, you know?
Oh, absolutely. Hands down.
Dan's vibes seem to be very high.
Cool.
Hillary, do you have eyes on Dan? It looks like he's about ready to get out of there.
Yes, we do. He's right behind us here. He's on his feet again, and looks like he's just sort of limbering up. He's got a liter of Coke in his hands. So, I mean, stomach of steel. The guy's got bacon cheeseburgers and Coke bottles going down. It looks like he's gearing up to head out.
Yeah, we're skipping aid station. I was like, we want to drink all my water and die. Yeah. One more swig of Coke. Love you. Be safe. Let's go, Dan. Come on, man. You have it. You have it in your pack. You sure? Yep. Put it in there. All right, sit.
You got this, Dan.
As long as you say so.
I love that he took off out of there with like a little
Would
bit
never.
of gusto.
All right. You guys get all that?
Yeah, sounds like good. Thank you for capturing all of that. It looks like Dan is taking off out of there with a little more animation, you know, in his step. He's kind of like got some hype going on. What was Ryan's demeanor? We didn't quite get a good look at that.
I think Ryan has generally been a little bit more serious, a little bit more focused than Dan. Dan is almost just like here for a good time. Like he's just having a blast. I honestly think he's not like first time like 200. I think it's like that first time feeling of just not knowing what you're in for maybe, and he's just enjoying the ride. But Ryan is a little bit more like he knows what's ahead. He's just very sort of intent on all the things he wants to get done in the aid station. But that said, like Lucy Bartholomew had him laughing. The two of them were having a good time in there. He's eating, drinking. Like I think both of these guys are just really doing what they need to do to take care of their bodies, and it's paying off. Like they're both in really good shape. I am curious to know what Ryan's sleep schedule looks like, because Dan did take that nap and Ryan had the advantage for a little bit, but Dan's now taking that back. And I don't know when the last time that Ryan slept was. And so it could be that Ryan's got a little bit of a sleep deficit on Dan. Hard to tell. It's also probably nice to not be the one in front for a little bit and just sort of like, you know, he can chase Dan for a little bit now. But I don't know, Dan just went out of here with like a fire in his step and looking like he's on a mission. So I think Ryan will have to do some pretty serious running in order to keep Dan in his sights in this next section.
Yeah, Dan is leaving the aid station. We've got eyes on him on the drone, and he's got a little bit more of like a shuffle and like intention in every one of his steps. He's not exactly like sprinting out of there, but he is putting a little purpose with every step.
Yeah, very much so. Even kind of cracking jokes as he went out, just sort of like, yeah, I don't know. I just get the sense from him that he's got a good wind going right now. I mean, he's fueled by bacon cheeseburgers and Coca-Cola, so what can go wrong there? And he just seems like he's really sort of on a roll. Yeah, I'm really impressed with Dan, honestly. Like, if you look at this race coming into it, we all knew he was a good runner, but we didn't necessarily know if he could pull together, like pulling together 250 miles like this and being consistent and working through all those fueling and nutrition and issues and then dealing with the weather on top of it like they have this race. That's no easy feat, even if you're very experienced. Ryan has all this experience with long trail running and, you know, like he brings all of that to the race, but Dan is just sort of coming in and applying everything he's learned in his shorter career. And so far it's working, and he's doing a really good job of managing everything. So I'm really impressed. I think Dan is putting together a masterclass in a first 250 mile race against some of the best runners. And that's really exciting, you know, and obviously still lots of time left, but I don't see Dan going anywhere right now. Like I don't see him losing ground. And I think if anything, everyone else is going to have to work a little harder if they want to keep Dan on that leash.
He's absolutely in the driver's seat. That is for sure. And one thing that I gathered watching him come into this aid station, and correct me if I'm wrong, because you've got more eyes there than I do, Hillary, but it really is, they're doing the same things. They're taking care of themselves in the same way. They're eating, they're putting the changing socks, drying feet off, doing what they need to do to like take care of themselves. They're just doing it with very distinctly different attitudes. One is a little bit more like jovial, and I don't want to say like naive to the situation, but just more like, yeah, like we're just going to do it. It's going to work out. And then Ryan Sands is very regimented and structured and like, I know this is what I need to do. So he's kind of going at it a little more militarily, versus it seems like Dan is using that youth of just like, yeah, this is probably what I need to do. Let's do it.
Totally. He's like a puppy dog. He's just like, this is fun. This is different, you know? And yeah, Ryan definitely brings more focus. I think the Solomon crew, maybe like they're all very experienced themselves. You know, I was chatting with his friend Rhino, who just went out with him to pace him. Longtime friend of Ryan's, longtime pacer of Ryan's at all of his races. They know the drill. They've done this before. It's very sort of like, you know, their flow of communication and how fast they, you know, they kind of work with Ryan is really impressive. Dan's crew, I think they're full of enthusiasm and energy, and, you know, like they're bringing all of that, and it's just sort of a different vibe, but both crews are doing a good job. That's like, I think the sort of story at the end of the day is both approaches are working really well. And, you know, it's really just going to be a matter of who's got the legs to carry them faster to Cocodona. But like they're eating and drinking. They both changed their shoes and socks. They both sort of stayed on top of any blister and like hotspot issues. They're really like ticking those boxes. So yeah, I am quite curious to see how this shakes out because I think they're quite evenly matched in very different ways right now.
Yeah, I would say they absolutely like complement each other in terms of different kinds of attitudes approaching this, but it is youth versus experience. It is both very talented runners, so that is going to be a negligible difference there. We'll see if that just raw naivete of being young and just going for it versus a much more experienced athlete. I'll be very anxious to see how that plays out over the next handful of years. Hillary, I'm wondering if you could go maybe pull, I don't know if Lucy's still over there, if you could maybe
so
pull
Ryan's
her aside
still
and maybe chat with her a bit.
Yeah, Ryan's coming back right now. Just looking for him. There he is. He's on a shirt change. It looks like he's got sort of a thermal mid layer on, but he's ditched what he was wearing, and he's actually okay. He's got a waist belt. He is putting his pack back on, but
he's got a little bit of limp on that
walking out
left
of here
side.
a little slower than Dan is, I would say. Oh, we got some more rain coming in. Here, we'll move out of the way. Doing so great, Ryan. It's good to see you.
See you. See you later.
See you out there.
That classic South African accent.
What? Was that on camera? Great. I did not just walk into a pole.
I mean, it was the small picture-in-picture, so we didn't really notice it. Kind of.
I did. So yeah, as you can see, the walking backwards thing isn't working for me. Ryan was definitely not moving out of here quite as sprightly as Dan was. Definitely took his time a little bit more, was sort of walking out of the aid station instead of jogging out. But that's just part of it, right? Like these are long races and everybody has their moments where they're really like feeling it and on fire, and then other times where you're just getting through it. And I don't think that really says anything in the long term. These guys are still just a matter of minutes apart in general. So, I think very much anyone's game between the two of them, and very much still a game of who can play the nutrition and the gear and all the other pieces of this properly and execute them all. And that's going to determine who can kind of hold it all together faster.
Exactly. It could be a matter of giving up a few minutes in that aid station to save hours at the end of the day. Hillary, thank you so much for bringing us that information. We are going to go ahead and pull back to the studio here for a second while we swap our stream here and bring you a word from some of our sponsors.
Sweet. We'll see you guys soon.
Thank you so much, Hillary. Dan Green has regained the lead. Oh, and it sounds like our audio was off there. So we're going to re-catch you guys up. So thank you for joining us back here in Flagstaff, Arizona. I'm Zach Marion. This is Caleb
Stevens.
I always mess it up. I always want to say Stevenson.
Yeah.
It's Stevens. Caleb Stevens. Awesome. We got it here. We're going to get it. We're going to get it together, guys. I promise. So what we just witnessed was truly youth versus a veteran out there, but both executing to the same level.
Yeah, it's interesting to look at their gaits, right? And you saw Dan go out of there looking strong. Obviously has a number of miles on his legs, but was still able to kind of push himself out of the aid station, was moving along quite well. Ryan looked a little bit more ginger leaving that. Obviously, it's gonna ebb and flow throughout the course of a race like this, but that was an interesting thing to watch. Ryan, I think they both probably took about the same amount of time at the aid station. Ryan got in there a few minutes after Dan did, so both still moving forward, but I think Dan right now looks the best of what we saw there.
And I wonder how much of that was intentional in terms of I want to leave this aid station looking really good so that you know that I'm in the driver's seat right now, and forcing Ryan Sands to respond to that move rather than just calmly and controlledly leaving that aid station and doing what he wants to do. So we've got a lot of miles between Sedona and the finish line here in Flagstaff, Arizona. In fact, our studio is on the corner of the course, and you guys are going to get to see that a little bit later. But we're going to do a little stream swap, so stay tuned. Do not leave. We are going to swap the stream and give you a quick word from our sponsors who have made this all possible. Possibly. They're working on it. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you in a few.